Chapter 18:18. As for loyalty. As a human, Long Chen should work hard for the revival of the human race. The monster race and the spirit race were the enemies of the human race. Now that Long Chen had learned of such a big secret, he should have informed the upper echelons of the human race. But he would not. First of all, he had no sense of belonging to the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants. He came from the dragon sacrificial continent, and the human race of the eternal god realm was not everything in his heart. Second, the enemies of Long Chen were the human race. The other party's ultimate goal was to kill Du. Although Du was the hope of the human race, he was not Long Chen's hope. Therefore, no matter what, he would keep the secret of the spirit race. In order to take Mo Xiaolang away and reassure Long Chen, the fox girl had revealed such a high-level secret. It was clear how much she valued and trusted the two of them. Your name is Ruo Shi. Long Chen seemed to have heard her name. It was a very beautiful name, like a tide, just like her appearance. The fox girl Ruo Shi smiled charmingly and corrected him, you should call me big sister Ruo Shi. How rude. Not great aunt. Long Chen smiled. Since the other party was so sincere, then this matter was settled. Xiaolang, don't worry. I won't be defeated so easily. Start your own life. The next time we meet, we will see who has improved more. He said in a teasing tone. After hearing about the spirit race, the last worry in Mo Xiaolang's heart finally disappeared. He still looked at the fox girl Ruo Shi with a serious expression and said, if the spirit race cannot take my big brother away, then no matter what, I must come back. All right, cute little fellow. Since I have said it, I will not go back on it. Ruo Shi looked at Mo Xiaolang with interest. Overall, she was a good person. She did not use violence but patiently won over Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's goodwill. Mo Xiaolang hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. By making this decision, he had already let go of more. Big brother, just as you said, we all have to go further on our own paths, he said with a determined look in his eyes. Long Chen smiled in satisfaction. Perhaps this was already the best outcome. At least Mo Xiaolang was not discovered in advance. If it was before the martial demon seed, perhaps even Su Zhen would not have been able to protect Long Chen. Next, the two of them each held a star amulet. With the star talisman, it wouldn't be a problem to keep in touch at all times. Mo Xiaolang would also be able to keep track of Long Chen's situation at all times. There was also another matter, which was the issue of the token of the fox girl Ruo Shi when Long Chen arrived at the demon god region in the future. She revealed a sly smile and stared at Long Chen. She pouted and said, turn around. Occasionally, she would reveal this unruly and cute side, which was also quite charming. Although Long Chen didn't know what she wanted to do, this person dared to tell him that the spirit race was about to cause trouble, so she was trustworthy. He turned around. The fox girl stretched out her delicate hand and gently patted his buttocks. She smiled and said, that's enough. Long Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Following her action, a round pink brand about 2 centimeters in diameter appeared on his buttocks. It glowed with a fluorescent light, and within the brand was an extremely beautiful 9-tailed fox. This was the token she was talking about. This is the Heavenly Fox token of the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan. If you hold it, you will be able to enjoy the highest level of treatment in the demon race. You will be an absolute friend of the demon race. You must take good care of it and don't take it off me. Ruo Shi smiled coquettishly and winked at Long Chen, full of charm. She was extremely charming, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was devastatingly beautiful. However, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang weren't moved by her at all. Right now, their hearts were filled with deep sorrow. Although there were many opportunities for them to meet, it seemed to be far away in the future. Thousands of words were condensed into 2 words. Take care. The two hugged each other and patted each other's back. There's one more thing. Mo Xiaolang stared at Ruo Shi and said, there's someone who wants to accompany me. Yen heir, come out. In the great virtual realm, Soi Yan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, Long Chen was very careful. He didn't let Dong Huang Lufeng know the story between them. Soi Yan came here with Mo Xiaolang. Their relationship was different from Long Chen and Lingxi. They were still in a relatively young and inexperienced stage. Of course, Long Chen understood that Soi Yan liked Mo Xiaolang. Now that he heard that Mo Xiaolang wanted to bring Soi Yan away, Long Chen felt very gratified. Although Mo Xiaolang didn't know how to express his emotions, he was still full of emotions. After seeing Soi Yan, fox girl Ruoxi's expression became a little strange. She said, as expected, there's a half-demon existence. Seeing the change in her expression, Long Chen asked, half-demon, what's the problem? Soi Yan was once turned into a saintess by the Northern Dark Serpent clan using a secret technique. She fused with the 9 colors primordial snake. She had a human body and a serpent tail that could change into 9 colors. Ruoxi shook her head and said, humans and demons hate each other. Half-demons are naturally intolerable. If a half-demon is born from the union of humans and demons, the offspring will most likely be killed. Even if they survive, they will be quite pitiful. Long Chen didn't think of this problem. He brought Soi Yan here so that she wouldn't suffer. Thus, he said, even so, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect them. Ruoxi was silent for a while before saying, that's indeed not a problem. But if she shows up, she will definitely be discriminated against. It's better if she doesn't go to my demon race. Just as she said this, Mo Xiaolang suddenly hugged Soyan's petite body in his arms. This was a bold move that he never dared to do. At this moment, he said with incomparable firmness, no matter what happens, no matter what discrimination, no matter who doesn't like me, I will firmly be with her. She will follow me. This sentence was said very firmly, sonorous and forceful. In Mo Xiaolang's heart, there was also something that he was persistent about. Big brother Xiaolang. Soi Yan heard the words of discrimination. She had already given up, but she didn't expect him to be so resolute. Her nose turned sour and tears flowed down. Her delicate body gently trembled in Mo Xiaolang's arms. You like her? Ruoxi was a little surprised. It was obvious that she was tangled in her heart. She no longer had the joking appearance from before. Mo Xiaolang nodded. He said to Long Chen, big brother, don't worry. I will take care of her. If anything happens to Yen, I will bring my head to see you. Long Chen naturally knew that because of Soyan's matter, his trip to the demon race would not be peaceful. He might even be ostracized and ridiculed. Even Ruoxi seemed to be unable to accept a half-demon. It could be seen what kind of situation the demon race was in. However, Long Chen believed in Mo Xiaolang. In the place that belonged to him, he would definitely blossom with brilliance that others couldn't match. He would make those people shut their mouths. With Soi Yan following him, Long Chen could rest assured. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Thousands of words could only be condensed into 2 words, do your best. Ruoxi sighed and said, all right, since you have decided, then you have to bear this responsibility. At first, she had some misgivings. However, seeing that Soi Yan seemed to be quite pitiful, she shut her mouth to avoid hurting this girl. However, what she was thinking in her heart, in fact, everyone knew. Yen, believe me. Mo Xiaolang held her shoulder tightly and whispered in her ear. All right. Soi Yan gently nodded. Time was up. They waved goodbye to Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, we will miss you guys. You and big sister Lingxi must be very happy. Separation was still painful. Although Soi Yan was very hard-working, her tears still flowed down uncontrollably. Goodbye. Lingxi was still unconscious and couldn't say goodbye to them. In the end, Ruoxi still brought them along and left with the wind. When they left, Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan kept looking at Long Chen on the lonely peak. The tenacious Mo Xiaolang, after this helplessly parting, still had tears in his eyes. These two could be considered as Long Chen's younger siblings. Perhaps today was a happy day for them. Because the layer of separation was finally broken. Two people who weren't good at expressing themselves came together. There was no oath of undying love, only the 3 words, "Believe me." This time, they stepped onto a different life. What would happen in 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years? What would their fate be? No one could know. Until their figures completely disappeared, Long Chen felt a wave of loneliness. Some things should be cut off too quickly, but Long Chen couldn't cut off today. "Boss, I'm sorry for your loss. The more miserable things haven't come yet." Kitten slipped out of the great void realm. In this desolate atmosphere, he held his waist and laughed, ruining the atmosphere. "What do you mean?" Long Chen couldn't help but want to beat him up. Kitten laughed and said, "Forget it, I won't scare you anymore. Actually, it's a great thing. Do you want to hear it?" Long Chen glared at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Kitten laughed strangely and said, "That is, from today onwards, no one will disturb you and the little beauty lynxie's lovey-dovey. You can reproduce anywhere, in the rivers, in the flowers, on the grass, and so on. No one will stay in your god kingdom and hinder you. You can do it as many times as you want. Don't you think this is a great thing? Once Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan left, it would indeed be more convenient." Long Chen was speechless at this kind of person. However, he was indeed a good person. He successfully eased the knot in Long Chen's heart. He smiled and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't I still have you?" Kitten said, "I'm leaving too." Long Chen was just joking with him, but he didn't expect such a thing. His expression froze and he said, "You're not joking." Kitten laid on the ground and rested his head on his arms. He sighed and said, "After coming here, I'm sure that I've lost a lot of my memories. Many of my memories are inexplicable and often chaotic. Now, I don't even know what I am. Am I a reincarnated divine beast? Did I really fight with the void cosmic dragon? There are so many questions that I can't answer. This world hides my memories. I have to find them and solve many of my doubts." Long Chen shook his head and said, "I can accompany you to find them." Chapter 18-19. The silly dog was referring to the spiritual snowhound. Kitten rarely spoke in such a serious manner. What he meant was that going out to pick up girls was not an excuse. The most important thing was to search for his memories and the things that he had lost. Long Chen could understand him. They're all leaving. He also sat on the lonely peak and looked at the rolling wind and clouds. He said, "All right, go. Take a star talisman with you and keep in touch at all times. No matter where you go, no matter what trouble you cause, I will always be there for you." He had already thought it through. There would only be reunion when there was separation. Rather than letting him follow him and take risks, it was better to let him do what he longed for. Kitten was different from Mo Xiaolang. His existence was a mystery that even he himself didn't know. Long Chen knew that he must be eager to figure out these things. It was a pity that Long Chen couldn't help him now because he also had a very important mission in his heart. They weren't Lingxi, who could abandon everything and follow him unwaveringly until death. "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Work hard and try to get me a fat boy the next time I come back. Although it's not easy for an ancestral dragon to reproduce, I've been with him for more than 10 years. Kitten smiled evilly. "Get lost. I won't send you off." Long Chen kicked him away. Kitten dissipated in the wind. "Boss, take care. You must stay alive." His last voice came from the wild storm. It was a little hoarse and lonely. Obviously, he was also very reluctant. But life was like this. There were some things that one had to do. Facing the vast wind, Long Chen was a little dazed. Kitten's last words gave him great strength. His heart began to burn. Yes, even if it was for this shameless guy, he had to be strong and live on. Otherwise, if the two brothers came back to look for him in the future, but couldn't find him, then how anxious and painful they would be. Friendship, love, and family. All of these were entangled in Long Chen's heart. As for his brothers, he hoped that they could work hard and rise together, treating each other with sincerity. He was determined to protect his lover. He would not allow this woman, who had followed him until death, to suffer even the slightest harm. As for his father, he was even more determined to fulfill his father's last wish. He would clear his name, wash away his humiliation and misunderstanding, and create a glory that would make him proud. Fight, fight. Facing the strong wind, Long Chen was like a gigantic beast circling around a lone peak. He let out a crazy roar, his voice penetrated the ancient land of the divine wilderness and pierced through the sky. One day, it would cause the world to tremble. The gale dissipated. Although he had not experienced the nirvana tribulation, Long Chen felt as if he had been reborn. He discovered that he was filled with energy. In his hand, the spiritual snow hound barked, becoming his only companion. Little she has almost recovered. It's about time for him to wake up. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. What was he going to do next? Within a year, the spirit race would come to pick him up. Then, he only needed to stay here for a year. If the spirit race wanted to deal with Du, they would definitely do it before the end of the ancestral worship. And before that, Su Zhen would definitely not let Long Chen die. Therefore, even if he were to mix in with the teams of the divine descendants, there would not be any problem. At this time, the people who should come still came. Su Xilan and the others had been injured in Long Chen's divine kingdom. They had already recovered. When they heard that Long Chen had been taken away by the demon race, they were greatly shocked. They hurriedly led the teams of the 7 divine cities to chase after him. Su Xilan most likely knew the location of Long Chen, so she chased after him in a straight line. Under the lonely peak, a cloud of dust rose. In the blink of an eye, the 7 divine cities led all the surviving disciples of their respective divine cities to arrive in front of Long Chen. Because they were afraid of the fox girl, they were not in a hurry to attack. However, hundreds of people were nervously staring at Long Chen. Their faces were filled with anger, but there was also an unconcealable panic, which was somewhat ridiculous. Su Xilan and the other experts did not sense the presence of the demon race's fox girl. They were puzzled. Seeing that Long Chen's expression was calm and had no intention of escaping, Su Xilan took a step forward and asked, Long Chen, where is nine-tailed celestial fox? Long Chen still needed Su Xilan to protect him, so he naturally would not quarrel with her, so he said, she's gone. Everyone also noticed that the majestic demon Qi on Long Chen's body had also disappeared. Su Xilan did not completely believe him. She asked again, where is your demon race friend? He was taken away by that demon race expert back to the demon immortal region. Long Chen answered honestly. Bullshit, he must have hidden her. Someone roared heartbreakingly. Su Xilan also did not dare to fully believe it. The 7 experts first surrounded the lonely peak and checked almost every inch of it. Finally, they confirmed that the demon race's fox girl was indeed not around. As for Long Chen's divine kingdom, they did not dare to touch it. Su Xilan stopped checking and asked suspiciously, I'll ask you again, where are they? Long Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I'll answer you again. They've all left. Are they going to wait here for you to kill them? Although his attitude was not respectful enough, the 7 experts almost believed him. The demon race certainly did not dare to be too brazen in the human race's territory. The demon race has all left. Are you the only one left? Su Xilan said to herself. The disciples of the divine cities all looked at Long Chen with hostility. Almost none of them had a good impression of Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen had long been associated with the words, traitor of the human race, and lunatic. They cursed at him. It's good that he's gone. Your backer is gone. Let's see how miserable you are. Yes, don't let go of this traitor of the human race. This kind of slut should be cut into pieces. That's right. This kind of traitor is not worthy of being a member of the human race. Let's kill him. Most of the people who said these words were from the light divine city. Long Chen had taken their goddess of light. To them, this was an unforgivable and heinous crime. The scene suddenly became heated. Among the 7 experts, Xingluan of the light divine city had a gloomy look on his face. His eyes were cold. At this moment, he suddenly attacked Long Chen. His first move was a killing move. Long Chen was not afraid, because Su Xilan already knew that Xingluan would make a move. Shi, Peng Zhong, and Bing Qingxue surrounded Xingluan in an instant, and the 3 of them instantly fell into a chaotic battle. I'm going to kill the traitor of the human race. Why are you stopping me? Xingluan shouted crazily as he fought. This was a battle between experts of the reincarnation tribulation realm. They instantly escaped into the sky. The aftermath of the battle swept out. Suddenly, heaven and earth collapsed and sand flew wildly. For a moment, it seemed that the whole world was in turmoil. Not many people present could clearly see where the 4 people were fighting. Boom! 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 The ground burst open. Experts of the reincarnation tribulation realm were really terrifying. Xingluan was also very powerful. Su Xilan and the other 2 could only stop him. As for the others who did not dare to make a move, everyone knew that Su Xilan wanted to protect Long Chen, while Xingluan's target was the goddess of light. This was a conflict between them, and there was no need to get involved. As the 4 experts fought, the young people of the various divine cities also became restless. They clamored one after another, forming the momentum of a chaotic battle. In the sky, the battle between the 4 experts was getting more and more intense. Long Chen could not even stand still. He deeply understood that any one of the 4's power could tear him apart. Therefore, he consciously left the lonely peak and escaped into the crowd using the time dragon to avoid being hurt by the aftermath of the battle. Looking up, the entire sky was filled with the power of the heavenly Tao. The reincarnation tribulation realm was the true path to becoming a god. The Nirvana tribulation realm was only the foundation of the reincarnation tribulation realm. Nirvana rebirth was the first step in order to pass through the 9 reincarnations and finally become a god. The 9 reincarnations were the truly terrifying heavenly Tao. High in the sky, the 4 experts were like gods overlooking the common people. The power of reincarnation swept out, destroying karma and causing the common people to be in turmoil. Every move they made mobilized the origin of heaven and earth and changed the structure of matter. It could be said that their combat power was extraordinary. Although Long Chen had not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm and could not see the battle clearly, he had also benefited a lot from opening the door to the reincarnation tribulation realm. In his mind, there seemed to be countless insights. These memory fragments would be of great help to Long Chen when he reached the reincarnation tribulation realm in the future. A huge boom reverberated throughout the ancient land of the divine wilderness. The leader of the team was leading the battle. This was an unprecedented and bizarre event. This huge tremor also caused Ling Shi, who had collapsed in the great void realm due to using the god blood seething, to slowly wake up. She propped up her slender body and stood up, rubbing her head. Her snow-white skin was crystal clear, exuding an intoxicating luster. The god spirit aura on her body had also become much denser. Now that she had gone through this deep sleep, she had undergone a shocking transformation. Finally, Lingxi completely regained consciousness, but she still looked a little haggard. However, in terms of beauty, she seemed to be even more charming. She was like a fairy that was above the 9 heavens, comparing all the women in the world. Long Chen was watching the battle and did not expect her to wake up. He was overjoyed. "It's good that you've recovered, it's good that you've recovered." Long Chen was overjoyed. The person who had accompanied him was finally fine. Lingxi looked around, her expression changing. She knew that Long Chen's escape plan had failed, and Mo Xiaolang had disappeared. Seeing that she was confused, Long Chen told her everything that had happened while she was unconscious. So that's how it is. The ending was not as bad as he had imagined. A tender look appeared in Ling Shi's eyes as she consoled, "Big brother Chen, they will all be better off. Furthermore, little Shi will never leave you. I will accompany you for the rest of my life. I will accompany you for all of my time." Long Chen did not say much. He just smiled. He was already very satisfied to have such a beautiful woman in his life. If the Light Divine City wanted to take Lingxi away, they would have to exchange their lives for it. The two did not need to say much to know each other's thoughts. From today onwards, it was time for them to fight and live and die together. Chapter 1820. During the battle, the star talisman connected to Mo Xiaolang flashed. Long Chen took it out and saw that the runes on the star talisman twisted and formed into Mo Xiaolang's appearance. He was currently in a pink space. "Big brother, I'm following her. Are you alright?" He was concerned about what would happen next. He was worried and asked. Long Chen smiled. "Don't worry, everything is under control." Don't worry." This was the first time they communicated using star talismans. With this magical thing, they could generally maintain communication at any time in the future. After a while, Kitten's star talisman also flashed. They had just left, but they were all worried about Long Chen. Of course, Kitten asked, "Big brother, you're not dead yet, right? Do you need me to come back and collect your corpse?" Long Chen was almost angered to death. "Scram, go find your female cat." "Wrong, I'm already a human now." Kitten chuckled. They were all in good condition. Long Chen put away the star talisman and exchanged a look with Lingxi. There was endless gentleness in each other's eyes. "Kill Long Chen." At this moment, someone from Radiant's Divine City suddenly clamored. The four teams that had been eyeing each other like tigers watching their prey instantly fell into chaos because of the battle between the four leaders. The people of the Radiant's Divine City couldn't hold back any longer and started to fight. However, they were soon dumbfounded. Where did Long Chen go? Just as they were dumbfounded, the battle with the War God Ancient City, Profound Ice Divine City, and Giant Miracle Divine City was ignited. The battle between the two sides quickly flared up. Long Chen was caught in the middle of this chaotic battle. With the time-roaming dragon, no one could discover him. "Since you hate me so much, I'll add fuel to the fire." He took out the god-slaying sword and charged towards the people who were clamoring the loudest in Radiant's Divine City. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Amidst the battle, the Radiant's Divine City's people's arms flew off one after another, and they fell to the ground screaming in pain. Long Chen specifically targeted those whose strength had not reached the Samsara tribulation realm. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had lost their arms to him. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, scaring the people of the Radiant's Divine City. They had a total of 6 or 7 young Samsara realm martial artists, but they couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Run! Under Long Chen's cold-blooded attacks, the disciples of the Radiant's Divine City fled in panic. Back when Long Chen was fighting with Su Mu Chen's group, they were already frightened in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw Long Chen appearing and disappearing mysteriously and ruthlessly, no one was a match for him and they all retreated in defeat. "Run, he's coming." For a time, Long Chen's name struck fear into their hearts. As for those young Samsara realm martial artists, they were powerful, and Long Chen didn't dare to confront them head-on. However, they also couldn't catch up to Long Chen, nor could they see through the time dragon. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly. This was also because Long Chen didn't kill them. If he hardened his heart, apart from those Samsara realm martial artists, how many people from the Radiant's Divine City would be able to survive? Because of Long Chen's existence, the people of the Radiant's Divine City were scared witless and fled in panic. The people of the 3 divine cities finally stopped and roared with laughter. At the same time, they felt that Long Chen wasn't that hateful anymore. Those who were clamoring to kill Long Chen were, in fact, the people of the Radiant's divine city. The only thing they couldn't forgive was Long Chen's arrogant character, and he even mingled with the demon race. Therefore, even so, the people of the martial god ancient city didn't stand with Long Chen. Suddenly, a snow-white ray of light landed on the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and more than 80% of the disciples fell to the ground, covered in dust. Long Chen could only barely stand. A huge crater with a diameter of over 1,000 meters appeared in front of him, and the ground cracked. In a stable world like the Eternal Life Sacred Domain, one had to have a certain level of ability to create such an effect. Long Chen was far from that level. The one who fell to the depths of the crater was Xingluan. His clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. Although he was the strongest, it was still very difficult for him to fight against 3 people alone. At this time, the 3 great experts also descended in front of Long Chen. All of them were pale and exhausted, but they were in a better state than Xingluan. Xingluan struggled to get up, and he looked at them and Long Chen with resentment. Then, he also saw the miserable state of the Radiant's Divine City's team. Many young disciples were frightened by Long Chen. They were the future hope of the Radiant's Divine City. Su Xilan stabilized her aura, and said coldly, Xingluan, if you want to kill the people of my martial god ancient city, you have to at least get my permission. Xingluan's face was ferocious, and he coldly snorted, don't explain. You guys are harboring a traitor. Although I have failed today, I will seek justice when we reach Twilight God Bay. Su Xilan, and the 2 of you, prepare to accept the joint judgment of the 72 divine cities, and you, Long Chen. He licked his lips with his tongue, and an evil smile appeared on his face. You're dead. Don't celebrate too early. You've betrayed the human race, and openly became brothers with the demon race. Everyone can see that you've committed a capital crime, and your woman will definitely be the Radiance goddess of my Radiance divine city. Just wait and see. Today, I, Xingluan, will be defeated by the 3 of you. In the future, you will know how terrifying I am. Let's meet again at Twilight God Bay. After saying that, Xingluan led the Radiance Divine City's team away, and for the first time, he left the team with hatred in his eyes. The ruthless words they said before they left made many disciples tremble in fear. But Long Chen didn't take it seriously. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Xingluan was, he was just a clown, and he couldn't do anything to him. Although the martial god ancient city was weak, they wouldn't easily compromise. The descendants of the gods all cared about their reputation. After the Radiance Divine City left, the other 3 divine cities also planned to leave. They bade farewell to Su Xilan and left. They weren't on the same side as the martial god ancient city, so there was no need for them to get involved. After they left, only the first 3 teams were left. Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes finally stopped on Long Chen. In fact, many people didn't understand why Su Xilan would protect Long Chen again and again. Even now, she didn't say anything. She directly discussed with Pang Zhong and the others, and then led the team on their way to the Divine Sea. Twilight God Bay was a coast of the Divine Sea, and it was also the place where all the teams of the 72 divine descendants gathered. It was the only place where they could cross the Divine Sea. Those powerful teams might have already reached Twilight God Bay. There were about 3 days left. This place wasn't far from Twilight God Bay. What happened during this period of time had deviated too much from Long Chen's calculations. He didn't expect that he would eventually have to go to the Divine Sea. The surrounding young disciples, none of whom dared to stick close to him, were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. From time to time, they would whisper about Long Chen. They still couldn't let go of the fact that Long Chen had befriended the demon race, and they couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. But they had to admit that Long Chen was no longer the same person who had just entered the martial god ancient city. In this team, his status was quite high, and even Su Tianyuan and the others weren't as dazzling as him. In about a day, we will arrive at Twilight God Bay, where all the ancient cities of the divine descendants gather. At that time, you must restrain yourselves. As for the conflict with the Radiance Divine City, we will resolve it. You don't need to worry about it. Su Xilan and the others instructed. Then how do we explain that he colluded with the demon race? Someone asked in a low voice, not daring to make a sound. Su Xilan glanced at him and said, the demon race has left, so this matter doesn't exist anymore. At least in the battle with the Radiance Divine City, he helped you. I believe he is still our comrade. This sentence made most people shut their mouths, but there was still a lot of depression in their hearts. The team set off. From now on, there was no danger. Therefore, Long Chen and Donghuang Lufeng talked for a while, and then let him out. He wasn't familiar with this young boy, and had only saved his life out of kindness. But Donghuang Lufeng admired him very much, and had been following him since he came out. People of Tai Yi Divine City. The four great commanders could immediately tell. Tai Yi Divine City was one of the major divine cities in the central region. It was rumored that their ancestor was the god of heaven, Donghuang Tai Yi. His strength surpassed the light god, and was close to the supreme god Dijun. The power of Tai Yi Divine City was also greater than the Radiance Divine City, which was the number one city in the southern region. Su Xilan and the others gathered around. Seeing that Donghuang Lufeng and Long Chen were chatting and laughing, and seemed to have a good relationship, he asked, why is he here? Donghuang Lufeng said very politely, Commander, our Tai Yi Divine City was also disturbed by the Nian beasts. I was alone and almost died. It was Brother Long Chen who saved me, and now he wants to take me to the Dusk Divine Bay. At that time, I will be able to return to the team. Oh. Su Xilan and the others looked at each other. In their eyes, the cold-blooded Long Chen didn't seem to be such a kind-hearted person. His action should have made the people of Tai Yi Divine City very grateful. Su Xilan stroked Donghuang Liufeng's head and said, don't worry, we will let you safely return to your elders. Thank you, Commander. Donghuang Lufeng was very obedient. Seeing that he was sticking to Long Chen, Su Xilan left and continued to lead the way. While Long Chen chatted with Donghuang Lufeng, he had a general understanding of the Dusk Divine Bay, the Divine Sea, and the battlefield of the gods. He originally thought that these things were useless, but now he had to know. The deity sea is in the midst of a terrifying storm all year round. In 1,000 years, there will only be 1 year of peace. 3 days from now, the center of the deity sea will be the battlefield of the gods. At that time, the battlefield of the gods will open. There will be 72 ancestral spirits inside. We will be able to bathe in the divine rain and enjoy endless benefits. Chapter 18:21. As they got closer and closer to the deity sea, neither the desolate beasts nor the elemental spiritual arrays posed a threat to them. The disciples of the various divine cities were filled with anticipation. The deity sea, the battlefield of the gods, and the spirits of their ancestors. These were all things that they dreamed of, but they never thought that they would actually exist. Long Chen didn't have any faith in the ancestors of others. He was more curious about why there wasn't any news about these powerful primordial deities. Where did they go? How was the battlefield of the gods formed? Could this really be their mausoleum? Did they die here? In his bones, he was filled with the same spirit of exploration as the eternal Dragon Emperor. In the past 2 days, he had become very familiar with Donghuang Lufeng. Lingxi didn't continue to stay in the Great Void Realm. She followed beside Long Chen. Her beauty was enough to make the disciples envious of Long Chen. Tranquil, gentle, like a goddess. All the beautiful words in the world could be used to describe her. As they moved forward, just when they were about to reach the divinity sea, the primordial demonic dragon, Sumu Chen, who was silent, walked towards Long Chen. The two of them had swiftly attracted the attention of many people. Sumu Chen, this strange but open man, had a strange temperament. Long Chen felt that he was very lonely. At the beginning, he thought that Sumu Chen was monitoring him. But now, it seemed that he didn't even know about Su Zhenwu's demonic seed. Su Zhen probably didn't care about him. Instead, he cared more about Su Yuji and Su Yuyao. He walked in front of Long Chen and went silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly said, Yuji and Yuyao, they were killed by you, right? He didn't expect him to know. Of course, it was just a guess. This sentence was heard by the people who were eavesdropping on them. For a moment, everyone was tongue-tied as they stared at the two of them. Because of this, the group also came to a halt. In fact, there were even many people who looked at Long Chen with hatred. Even if Long Chen was now powerful, their rejection of Long Chen would not disappear. If this information was leaked, it would bring him a lot of trouble. Long Chen just wanted to wait quietly for the spirit race to arrive, so he didn't need to admit to unnecessary trouble. He shook his head and said, no. Su Mu Chen's eyes were like a black sea of stars, without any changes. Long Chen did not admit it. Although the others had some doubts in their hearts, they did not feel that it was so ingenious. Moreover, Su Yuji and Long Chen's relationship was extremely good, and she had shielded Long Chen several times. But there was only one person who knew the answer. Long Chen just didn't want everyone to know. However, Su Mu Chen had once let him go, so he didn't intend to hide it. From his eyes, Su Mu Chen could tell that his answer was certain. Su Mu Chen already knew the answer. Facing such a person, if he didn't admit it, then he would seem despicable. Su Mu Chen fell into silence for a long time, before saying, I can't do anything to you with your weird means. Why don't we have a real fight after you cross the gate of life and death? The so-called weird means was naturally the time-roaming dragon. Su Mu Chen was truly a pretty good person. It was fine as long as he knew the answer. He did not want everyone to know that Long Chen killed them, so he did not mention anything about Su Yuji and the rest in his invitation. If Long Chen still rejected the other party's invitation, then he wouldn't be manly enough. No matter what, he had also killed his sisters, although he didn't seem to like them. Therefore, he did not hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. Su Mu Chen said, you have to be careful. With my true strength, even 10 Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo aren't my opponent. Finishing his words, he turned around and left. 10. Long Chen was a little speechless. He initially thought that Su Mu Chen was only slightly stronger than them, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. With Su Mu Chen's character, it was impossible for him to say such words. Furthermore, Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo had clearly suffered defeat in his hands. So when he said it, the two of them actually admitted it and did not refute him. Only their expressions were unsightly. Everyone broke into an uproar. Su Mu Chen has actually reached such a height. He suspects that Long Chen killed his two sisters, so he issued a challenge. I never expected that Long Chen would accept it. Could it be that he really killed the assassins? That's impossible, right? His relationship with Su Yuji is the best. Regardless, since Long Chen has the guts to accept this battle, then he should have some ability. When he crosses the gate of life and death and reaches the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he should have the strength to fight with Big Brother Su Mu Chen. No, he's a super divine dragon that crossed the gate of life and death. He should be in the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He's still lacking, but his guts are worthy of praise. Bullshit, he's too arrogant. He deserves to die. If he kills someone from my Su clan, I won't forgive him for the first time. Everyone was fearless as they loudly discussed among themselves. The group continued to move forward. Lingxi held onto Long Chen's arm, looking like an obedient little girl. She softly asked, you agreed just like that? Are you confident? Long Chen shook his head. I'm not confident. But the other party is someone worthy of respect. If I refuse, then it will seem like I'm a coward and he will look down on me. Oh, vaguely, Long Chen seemed to have sensed the existence of the deity ocean. Donghuang Lufeng once said that the deity ocean was the blood spilled by the gods in battle. Ordinary people would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Although there was still a short distance to go, Long Chen could already feel the vast and mighty sea rolling in front of him, letting out sinister roars. In the distant sky, a large amount of blood-colored water splashed, forming images of gods in the sky. There was a terrifying fire god bathed in heavenly fire. There was the North Sea god that controlled the sea of blood and turned into a part of the sea. There was a peerless light god that resembled the sun. Wait, seeing this vast scene, countless disciples were moved to tears. These were their ancestors, the ancestral spirits of the sacrificial dragon continent in the immemorial era. Only Long Chen's heart calmed down a little. Who knew what kind of storm would be in front of them? The peerless genius of the Emperor Jun Divine City, Diyu, should be in the Sunset Divine Bay up ahead. The Sunset Divine Bay was where the 72 divine cities gathered, waiting for the deity ocean to calm down. The troublesome light divine city should also be there. As the number 1 city in the north, the darkness divine city should also be there. I wonder where big sister Xuanji went, and if she came to the eternal god domain, Lingxi suddenly said. Maybe, but she's alone, so her growth rate shouldn't be as fast as ours. I wonder if she's in danger. To be honest, he was still very worried. But she had a stubborn personality, and Long Chen couldn't control her. When they were almost in sight of the deity ocean, the dangerous test finally ended. The disciples of the various divine cities cheered and laughed as they headed towards the Sunset Divine Bay. They had basically forgotten about Long Chen, who was in the crowd. They were more looking forward to bathing in the god's spiritual rain and raising their combat power. A golden harbor appeared in front of them, shrouded in golden divine characters. Even though they were at the edge of the deity ocean, it was exceptionally calm. When Long Chen arrived at the edge of the Sunset Divine Bay, he finally got a clear look at the deity ocean. It was a vast, blood-colored sea. Runes flickered within it, forming a sky-concealing spell formation. The entire deity ocean seemed to be filled with countless giant beasts. The sky was filled with images of primordial gods, fighting on the deity ocean. They were using their true power, and it was precisely this kind of battle that caused the deity ocean to be in a state of unrest. Outside of the battlefield of the gods, people couldn't pass through the deity ocean. The battle of the gods was so huge that it made people's scalps go numb. Apart from the Sunset Divine Bay, the ground trembled and cracked. Rumor had it that the deity ocean's nascent divinity was in chaos, and people almost fainted. The sonorous voices pierced straight into their souls, frightening them out of their wits. Hold on. Charge into the Sunset Divine Bay. Behind them, Su Xilan and the other leaders' stern voices could be heard. The disciples increased their efforts and charged into the Sunset Divine Bay amidst the aftershocks of the Battle of the Gods. At this time, the Sunset Divine Bay was already densely packed with people. The teams from the 72 ancient cities of gods had almost all arrived. There were at least a few thousand people present, and all of them were genius disciples from various divine cities, such as the Central Primordial Divine City, Tai Divine City, and so on. The ability and quality of their disciples naturally surpassed that of the Radiant Divine City. Not to mention that the number 1 genius of all times, Diyu, who was only 20 years old, was also here. The arrival of the people from the martial god city did not cause the slightest ripple. After a rough calculation, there were already 70 divine cities present. As soon as they entered, someone said, apart from the 2 divine cities that were cleared by the demon race, the remaining 72 divine cities have all arrived. The deity ocean will only open in a day and a half. Long Chen had seen a divine city that had been cleared before, but he didn't expect there to be 2. Looking up, the various divine cities could be said to have their own characteristics. There were so many young geniuses. The young geniuses of the 72 ancient cities of gods had all gathered. Surrounded by the divine cities, there was a golden platform with a diameter of only 10 meters. It was the core of the Twilight God Bay. Just as the disciples of the martial god ancient city were nervously looking at the experts around them, a figure walked out from a terrifying group of divine cities. In the blink of an eye, he stood on the golden platform and entered everyone's sight. It was a young child. Among the thousands of people present, he was definitely the youngest. He was even younger than Long Chen and Lingxi, and he looked like a young boy. He said, "Elders of the divine cities, and my compatriots with the blood of the gods, my name is Diyu, and I come from the Dijun divine city." Chapter 18:22. Due to the Fey race wreaking havoc in the ancient divine wilderness, Diyu's name had already spread throughout the 72 divine cities teams. To everyone, this was undoubtedly a rather shocking super important figure who was born with endless halos. Firstly, he came from the number 1 divine city, Dijun divine city. Secondly, he had 80% of Dijun's divine blood, which made him almost Dijun's biological son. His talent was unparalleled. Thirdly, even Eternal Dragon City's number 1 Dragon Emperor wanted to take him in as a disciple and gave him the ultimate divine dragon's essence blood. Any one of these 3 halos could make everyone go crazy. However, these 3 halos were concentrated on one person, especially the second one. This meant that as long as the human race protected Diyu, the entire eternal sacred domain would be Diyu's era. Anyone with a brain would know what this child meant. He was the hope of the human race's revitalization, and he would definitely become the ruler of the entire race in the future. Although most young people would compare themselves with each other, and the people present were all geniuses from various divine cities, they only felt deep reverence and envy towards Diyu. There was a kind of person whose fate was completely above everyone else's. That was something that could not be envied. Diyu was that kind of person. Although he was only a child who was less than 1/20th of the age of most people, he already had the bearing and demeanor of a super king. For the tens of thousands of martial artists in the eternal sacred territory, 20 years old was indeed no different from a newborn. In the past 10 million years, there had not been such a genius in the eternal sacred domain. Even the commanders of the various divine cities felt a sense of suffocation when faced with this child, who was destined to soar to the top in the future and dominate all living beings. Su Xilan was also shocked. They could clearly feel the majestic divine blood in this child. That was 80% of the divine blood of the supreme god, Dijun. It was almost pure, and to any descendant of a god spirit, it was a huge pressure. As long as he stood there, even Su Xilan had the urge to kneel. The rich Dijun divine blood existed in his young body, and was as vast as the entire universe. Su Xilan had just arrived, which was why she was so shocked. As for the other commanders, they were completely subdued. Even the young city lord looked at the youth with awe. Although almost all of them were stronger than Diyu, they all knew that he would be able to surpass many levels and surpass the level of a commander in just 10 years. Long Chen's gaze also stopped on the child. He was younger than Long Chen. The Emperor Jun divine blood is indeed much stronger than Little Shi's 80% pure goddess blood. She has the aura of a great emperor. Under the nurturing of the Emperor Jun divine city and the Eternal Dragon City, she has a bright future ahead of her. She should have a high chance of reaching the final divine soul realm. Long Chen was alone, but the other party had 2 huge backers of the human race. The Emperor Jun divine city ruled over the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, and the Eternal Dragon City was a supreme existence. Although he had 2 ancestral dragon blood essences, compared to him, it still seemed a little weak. At least, at a similar age, he was already all-powerful, while she was still unknown. Of course, Long Chen did not reject him. He was just thinking about the possibility of the spirit race killing Diyu. On the golden platform, the fair-skinned young man had a head full of long black hair, a pair of eyes that were as dazzling as the stars, and skin that was whiter than snow. Between his brows, there was a shining Emperor Jun divine rune that transmitted the vast aura of an ancient god king. He wore a snow-white robe, and his height only reached Long Chen's chest. His face was young and tender, and he had the aura of a king. At this moment, he appeared in front of everyone for the first time, but he was able to remain calm. For a child, this was already very extraordinary. He looked around and waited for everyone to place their attention on him. Then, he said, because of the demon race's attack, all the elders and brothers and sisters should have heard of my matter. I'm very sorry to have caused a lot of trouble for everyone. I apologize to everyone personally, and also on behalf of the Emperor Jun Divine City. He was very polite. He had a supreme status, but he was still polite. Very quickly, he gained the favor of the elders. The leaders of the other divine cities said, "It's an honor for the human race to have a child like you. Although it's a loss, it's also a blessing to have such a rare talent." That's right. With Diyu's talent, in 100 years, his strength will be enough to suppress the various races. I believe Diyu will take revenge on the monster race for us. They all smiled, full of confidence in Diyu. The handsome youth revealed a warm smile. He had heard such compliments many times, but he never got tired of it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he continued, "That's right, the monster race has been our mortal enemy for generations. This time, they even snuck into the human race's ancient land of the divine wilderness with the intention of harming me. They are audacious. When I, Diyu, become famous, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation for everyone. I will teach the monster race a terrible lesson, and let the human race's prestige awe the various races." After he said that, there were enthusiastic cheers. The disciples of the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants had been deeply impressed by Diyu, especially the girls who were overflowing with motherly instincts. Their eyes were filled with hearts, and their bodies were numb. They wished they could hug this child in their arms and caress him. He was young, but he had great ambitions. Furthermore, he had a pleasant appearance and a humble tone. This was Diyu's first appearance, and he received a lot of support. Facing the enthusiasm of the young disciples from the 72 divine cities, this child did not show a proud expression. His eyes were like an unpredictable deep pool, revealing a maturity and wisdom that did not match his age. After encouraging the crowd, he continued, "It's just wishful thinking for the monster race to want to kill me. They have failed this time, and there won't be another chance in the future. Today, everyone is gathered here. Diyu shoulders the great mission of revitalizing the human race given by the elders and the 5 dragon cities. I have to be responsible for myself and everyone here. I started cultivating when I was 5 years old, and it took me a total of 15 years to reach the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. I am about to break through to the Rebirth Tribulation realm." As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. In 15 years, he had reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and he must have relied on his talent to make steady progress. This kind of talent had probably never appeared since ancient times, and it had surpassed the record set by the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Of course, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had passed 7 Nirvana tribulations in one go because of luck. Diyu did not have such luck. Long Chen was also very shocked. It seemed that he had only been cultivating for 15 years, and with his ancestral dragon bloodline, he had not yet reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Of course, his starting point was too low, and it was not the same concept as Diyu. It was indeed amazing that Diyu could be compared with him in terms of talent. No wonder the human race valued him so much. At this moment, the delicate-looking child on the golden platform continued to speak, "Although I did not break someone's record of passing through 7 Nirvana tribulations in one go, the total amount of time I took to reach the same cultivation level was only a third of someone's. However, I will work even harder to repay everyone's expectations of me. Next, I will have a great improvement." As he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Long Chen, however, felt a little uncomfortable. When Diyu mentioned someone, there was a flash of disdain in his eyes. To Long Chen, this was an insignificant detail, but it was also an impudent attack. Long Chen originally had a good impression of him, and he felt that it would be a pity if the spirit race killed him. However, the word "someone" made his heart feel like it was being weighed down by a rock. At this time, Diyu smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, "Like everyone else, I will soon bathe in the divine spirit rain and reach the rebirth realm. At the same time, I will absorb the ultimate divine dragon inheritance and essence blood that my master gave me." With my many years of accumulation and the treasures that the Eternal Dragon City and the Emperor June Divine City have painstakingly prepared for me for more than 10 years, I will definitely break through 3 samsara tribulations in one go. 1 year later, I will be like all the commanders and possess the power of the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators were shocked. Countless people looked at Du with dull eyes, and their faces were frozen. This news was an unprecedented shock to everyone, including the leaders of the major sections. Breaking through 3 samsara tribulations in 1 year. This was much more terrifying than breaking through 7 nirvana tribulations consecutively. Every samsara tribulations was the nightmare of nightmares. To be honest, the commanders present had spent most of their time and effort on the samsara tribulations to achieve what they had today. It could be said that these 3 samsara tribulations were the most difficult hurdles in their lives. Even an ordinary genius with more than 10% of the god's blood would have to wait for 1,000 years to pass through 1 samsara tribulations. Since ancient times, there had never been a record of someone passing 3 samsara tribulations in 1 year. In fact, there was almost no one who had passed 2 samsara tribulations in 1 year. Du had dropped a bombshell that made everyone suffocate. In front of Emperor June's tomb, he had absorbed the ultimate divine dragon inheritance and essence blood. With the help of Emperor June's ancestor spirit, coupled with the endless treasures that the Eternal Dragon City and the Emperor June Divine City had brought, every single one of which could make everyone go crazy. Perhaps he could really create a 3 reincarnation tribulations realm expert at the age of 21. As long as Du reached that realm, there would be very few people who could kill him in the future. There was envy, but there was no jealousy or hatred. Some people's encounters could only be envied and respected. No one dared to be jealous of them. The samsara realm was a mysterious realm. 1 ether, 2 polarities, 3 talents, 4 divisions, 5 elements. Chapter 1823. The power of samsara had experienced 100 reincarnations, condensed the will of all living beings, and penetrated the 5 elements and 6 Taos. It was an endless cycle, and it contained karma and destruction. Every time one crossed a realm, they would be 1 step closer to the true gods. It could be said that the might of the gods was formed by the samsara realm. On the other hand, the nirvana tribulation realm could only be considered as a transformation and evolution of the body and soul at best. The samsara realm was the true path to godhood, and it was also the final path to godhood. The forms of the samsara tribulation were even more bizarre. The first tribulation was called 1 Origin. After transcending 1 yuan, one would be known as the 1 yuan samsara tribulation realm. 1 Origin tribulation. In the midst of the tribulation, a martial artist would enter the cycle of 100 reincarnations. In the cycle of reincarnation, they would lose all of their abilities and experience a new life of 100 reincarnations. The joys and sorrows of life, the endless temptations, the endless disasters. That was the true cycle of 100 reincarnations, not an illusion. In this 100 reincarnation cycle, if one could maintain the Tao in one's heart and comprehend one's own reincarnation, then one would be able to pass the first origin calamity. If one lost one's nature after 100 reincarnations and could not find one's own reincarnation, then one would be annihilated along with the reincarnation cycle. Most 9th-level nirvana tribulation martial artists would die during the 1 Origin tribulation, unable to step into the rebirth tribulation realm. The disciples of the god's bloodline, with the guidance of their elders and long-term training, would have a higher chance of passing. The second tribulation was called the 2 Rights. After transcending the 2 forms, it was known as the 2 Form samsara tribulation realm. The yin and yang tribulation transcended reincarnation and used the power of reincarnation to cleanse one's physical body and primordial spirit. The yin and yang were yin and yang. Yin demons appeared in the body of a yang person, and yang demons appeared in the body of a yin person. Since they were demons, they naturally had demonic characteristics. Yang demons and yin demons were another force that appeared in the body that did not belong to them. When the time came, the 2 reincarnation forces would fight. The only way to survive the disaster was to merge the yin demon and the yang demon, allowing one to control the two yin and yang forces and double the reincarnation force. However, if one was slightly careless, the forces in one's body would clash, causing one's body to explode and die. The yin and yang reincarnation tribulation realm already had endless battle prowess. In the entire 72 divine descendants ancient city, there was probably no young warrior who had reached the yin and yang reincarnation tribulation realm. The third tribulation was the three talents. The three talents, heaven, earth, and man, also referred to the most fundamental power in the world, known as the samsara force. Among them, heaven was the core of the vast universe, earth was the core source of the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent, and man was one's physical body and primordial spirit. The heavens tribulation was the origin power of the universe, destroying the soul. The earth's tribulation was the origin power of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, destroying the physical body, and the human's tribulation was the origin power that belonged to oneself, surpassing the heavens tribulation, the earth's tribulation. If one could withstand the heavens tribulation, then they would have to grasp the origin power of the heavens tribulation. This was the most primitive power, and when the time came, the power of reincarnation would fuse with the origin power. Only then would it possess the most terrifying destructive power, far surpassing the destructive power of nirvana. After that, there were still the four symbols celestial emperors, the five elements material structure, the six paths of reincarnation, the immemorial seven stars ancient gods, and so on. Every time one advanced in the reincarnation tribulation realm, they would take a step forward on the path to godhood, and their battle strength would increase greatly, allowing them to display their true godly might. If one could reach the peak of the ninth stage reincarnation tribulation realm, they would already be half-step heavenly gods. Of course, to reach this stage, one would need rare peerless talent, endless resources to nurture them, extraordinary opportunities, and luck. In the past million years, only the eternal dragon emperor had the conditions to become a god. One origin, two forms, and three talents were already things that would cause people to tremble in fear. Du, on the other hand, had managed to reach the three men reincarnation tribulations realm under the joint efforts of Eternal Dragon City and June Divine City. He had absorbed the ultimate divine dragon's blood essence and used billions of precious spirit items to reach the three men reincarnation tribulations realm. It was no wonder that the demon race and spirit race were panicking. If Du reached the three reincarnation tribulation realm, with the help of the human race, it would be extremely difficult to stop him from becoming a god. Moreover, Du was not a pioneer with independent thoughts like the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He had grown up under the influence of the human race, so how could he not hate other races? One origin, 100 reincarnation realms, only seeking a chance of survival. Only the yin and yang great demons could survive if they controlled it. The three origins tribulation could be said to have a slim chance of survival. In reality, the commander's strength was also close to the three reincarnation tribulation realm. Thinking about how Du would come out in a year's time as a terrifying figure who had already passed the origin tribulation and become the absolute ruler of the new generation, everyone was filled with admiration. In fact, many people in the Divine City were already considering giving the most beautiful and talented young girls to this peerless genius, the hope of the human race. If they could gain his favor, they would naturally become a phoenix. Looking around, seeing that he had completely convinced everyone, Du revealed a knowing smile. This was what he wanted. In a year's time, my words should carry even more weight. He was already looking forward to the opening of the battlefield of the gods. This fellow is really powerful. Lingxi nestled beside Long Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. Du looked like a child, so it was difficult for others to be hostile towards him. Long Chen did not think much of it. This fellow was nurtured by the human race, and his talent was extraordinary. It was normal for him to have such achievements. He chuckled. My little she might not be weaker than him. It's still too early to say. Although he said that, he felt that it was impossible for the spirit race to kill this little fellow. The human race would definitely have many powerful beings guarding nearby. Of course, if they really sent out powerful beings, it was still possible for him to escape unscathed. He hoped that they would take him away then. Of course, but Chen is even better than him. I know all your secrets. Lingxi smiled slyly, her eyes flashing. She was very cute. What she had was the mysterious dragon jade, the dual ancestral dragon physique, and the identity of the eternal dragon emperor's son. No one knew that the eternal dragon emperor had left behind a son. Long Chen could not help but be in a daze. If his identity was exposed, what kind of commotion would it cause? The Eternal Dragon City had devoted all its efforts to nurture Diyu, and he would probably have nothing to do with it. The place that Long Chen had longed for had spent so much effort on another child. It was both funny and somewhat helpless. The place that Long Chen would return to one day. Just as Long Chen was deep in thought, Diyu actually talked about the Eternal Dragon City. He said in a chatty manner, I have been to the Eternal Dragon City before. It is truly an eternal paradise. We cannot forget that our true ancestor was the divine dragon who once ruled the dragon sacrificial continent. Everything is beautiful. I believe that everyone has a regret in their hearts. Many years ago, a heaven-bestowed genius appeared in our human race. He passed 7 nirvana tribulations consecutively and found the inheritance blood essence of the supreme divine dragon. He was invincible and was about to become a god. He was originally the hope of revitalizing the human race, but unfortunately, he abandoned his faith in the human race. He caused the human race to suffer from a disaster that we have not been able to recover from until now, bringing us endless pain. He even wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods and the heroic spirits of our ancestors. He claimed that the gods were just a joke, a puppet, and that only the divine dragon was the only ancestor. That bastard, he was simply a lunatic. He brought us such a huge upheaval, and his death. His death is not to be regretted. Speaking of this, Diyu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with mockery and hatred. At the same time, there was also an incomparable pride. His body was still very young, but he already had a majesty and power that ordinary people could not compare to. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Feeling the hatred and contempt in his heart, the crowd also started discussing. A guy like the Eternal Dragon Emperor does not deserve to be a member of our human race. He betrayed his ancestors and committed atrocities. He had great power but did not suppress the demon race, spirit race, and shaman race. Instead, he pursued that illusory dream and brought disaster to our human race. It's better not to mention him. Yes, he is also a genius, but compared to Diyu, there is too much of a gap. We have an amazing talent, but none of them are the Eternal Dragon Emperor. There is no hope of revitalizing the human race. Fortunately, Diyu has appeared. He has surpassed the Eternal Dragon Emperor in all aspects, and he will definitely become a true god. He will slaughter all the other races and let our human race monopolize the eternal sacred realm. Why does someone like Long Qinglan still have the title of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? I think we should just remove it. The Eternal Dragon City has never produced such a person, that's right. Diyu finally said firmly, as a human, we must respect our ancestors and fight on the battlefield to revitalize our race. This scum of history is destined to go down in history with infamy. He does not deserve to be called the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Boom, boom. To Long Chen, these words were like bolts of lightning that struck him like 5 bolts of lightning. From Emperor Rain's first sentence, his body had already tensed up, and his mind had gone blank. Listening to all of this and seeing the resentful and mocking faces, every word of Emperor Rain's words almost suffocated him. It was especially so for the young man standing on the golden platform. He was bossy and arrogant, commanding the crowd. He seemed to be filled with righteous indignation when he said all of this, but in fact, he had long been prepared. He wanted to improve his position in the eyes of the masses by crushing the mistakes of his predecessors. At such a young age, he was already so scheming and cruel. Long Chen didn't have any grudges against him, however, it was only at this moment that he realized how much he hated a person. He hated the sneer that hung on the corner of his mouth when he spoke. He hated his seemingly angry actions. He hated every minute expression on his face. They were all complacent and mocking. He felt as if there were countless ants crawling on his heart, making him feel unbearably itchy. Those people's words were like thousands of nails, all nailed into his body, piercing through his flesh, piercing through his soul, causing him to bleed profusely. Huff, this breath was actually very heavy. He felt as if he had gone deaf. His ears were ringing, and his vision was filled with swaying faces. They were accusing, mocking, and laughing. Especially that child. He vividly described a traitor of the human race, a sinner that would last for eternity, to elevate himself. This was just like the first lesson of his debut. When everything was silent, Long Chen really couldn't hold it in any longer. His body seemed to be hiding a volcano. That was his boiling anger. At this moment, it was about to completely destroy all his rationality. At this moment, he wanted to reveal his sharpest claws and teeth, and tear everyone's mouths apart. The person they were discussing was his most respected father. Release notice, 10 chapters on the 10th. In February, if the mobile network is still in the top 10 at the end of the month, it will also release 10 chapters on the 1st of the next month. It's getting a little dangerous now, and I hope that the friends of the mobile network will support me. Also, please follow the WeChat public platform, Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1824. Dusk Divine Bay was peaceful. There were no storms, no dust, and no deadly elemental spirit formations. The discussions were like a storm to Long Chen. His chest was burning and his eyes were bloodshot. He rarely shed tears, but at this moment, he couldn't control the tears in his eyes. It wasn't because he felt wronged, but because he felt that the man who had disappeared was not worth it. He had done so many things, but no one could understand him. He had done so many things. He had already lost his rationality. He just wanted to tear these people's mouths apart. Just when he was about to lose control, there was a soft embrace beside him. Her thin hands were tightly wrapped around his waist. Although she was not very strong, no matter how irrational Long Chen was, he would not hurt this cute little woman. Chen, don't, it's not the right time. It's useless to be like this. I know the pain in your heart. I respect him as much as you do. If you want to wash away all of this, if you want everyone to respect him and not misunderstand him anymore, you can't lose your rationality. If you do this today, you will never be able to recover. Exposing your identity will not do you any good. The gentle murmur with tears was like a clear spring. It extinguished the flames in Long Chen's heart little by little, making him swallow his anger. He looked at the girl beside him. Her eyes were filled with tears as she stared at him. She was helpless, frightened, and delicate. He was her pillar of support. If he went crazy, what would she do? Don't listen to them. Look at me, Chen. Lingxi raised her head. There were 2 streaks of tears on her soul-stirring face, but it couldn't hide her soul-stirring beauty. She was like the most beautiful jade in the world. At this moment, she was the only person beside Long Chen. As for Donghuang Lufeng, he had already gone to look for his Taiwan Divine City when he arrived at Dusk Divine Bay. Kiss me. Lingxi timidly uttered these 2 words. Those 2 pink and tender lips were crystal clear and full of endless temptation. She didn't wait for Long Chen to make a move. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. This enchanting and gentle harbor, the sweet and delicious lips gradually extinguished the anger in Long Chen's heart. In this gentle caress, he gradually woke up and realized how terrifying his actions just now were. Once his identity was exposed, he would probably lose his life. How could he go to Eternal Dragon City to clear his father's name and make the world understand him? If he was gone, what would happen to Lingxi? Would the people of the Radiance Divine City let her off? It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge for what they had said today. It was just as Lingxi had said, it wasn't the right time. Although he had talent that surpassed Du, he didn't have the backing of Du. Therefore, he could only wait until he was strong enough to shake the world. Only then would he have the qualifications to refute what they had said. In fact, Long Chen knew nothing about Long Qinglan. How was he supposed to refute him? If he was impulsive today, not only would there be no effect, it would only make him seem immature. After a moment of passionate kissing, those mocking voices gradually faded from Long Chen's ears. They were not standing in a conspicuous corner, and Diyu had attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, only a few people saw that they were kissing in broad daylight. After their lips separated, there was a lingering sweetness at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Diyu had already finished speaking and returned to the Emperor Jun Divine City. The people of the ancient city of 72 divine descendants were waiting for the divine sea to subside, waiting for the opening of the battlefield of the gods. It was so peaceful here, as if nothing had happened. In his arms, there was only this lovable girl left. Thank you, little she. You saved me today. If it weren't for her, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to understand. Lingxi smiled cutely. I'm a wife, it's what I should do. But there are a lot of people, I won't do it next time. The blush on her cheeks made her look so charming that Long Chen couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. I know what I should do. Today, their humiliation towards my father is just a very normal scene in the dragon god domain. I want to fulfill my father's dying wish. I don't want to defeat everyone who says such things, I want them to change their views. It's good that you know this. No matter what you do, little she will support you and follow you. Her voice was soft and gentle like water, making Long Chen indulge in it. Very few people paid attention to the young couple. Most people were immersed in the shock that Diyu had brought them. They seemed to see the human race having a god and dominating the eternal god domain. This peace couldn't last long. The people of Radiant's divine city had long been watching them. But when Diyu spoke, they naturally didn't dare to interrupt. Just as Diyu returned to Dijun Divine City's team, Radiant's Divine City St. Luan led 5 teams from the south of the Dragon God domain, a total of 6 teams, toward Martial God Ancient City aggressively. Compared to them, Martial God Ancient City was too weak. Radiant's Divine City was the hegemon of the south, and with reason and evidence, the other southern divine cities didn't dare to not give them face. Radiant's Divine City's aggressive momentum immediately caused panic in Martial God Ancient City. Most people also noticed the situation here, and quietly watched the changes. On the other hand, the central divine cities had a long history and deep foundations, and didn't pay too much attention to the situation here. Lamp Divine City, Primordial Divine City, Qingshu Divine City, Tai Divine City, and so on, all conversed with each other. The number 1 divine city in the east, Ziwei Divine City, the number 1 divine city in the west, Hell Divine City, and the Darkness Divine City in the north were all in this region. Apart from the Ziwei Divine City in the east, there was still a gap when compared to the major divine cities in the central region. Among them, Radiant's Divine City was the weakest. In Dijun Divine City, the commander was a young woman with a veil over her face. Her body was icy cold, and her figure was graceful. She was even more charming than Su Xilan. Different from the other divine cities, as the commander, she served beside Diyu. Little aunt, I want to talk to Sisterly, Diyu said. The young woman from Dijun Divine City asked, is it the newly conferred Little Saint Lord of Darkness Divine City? Diyu nodded. I'll escort you there. The young woman waved her hand, and several mysterious experts appeared in the team, carefully escorting Diyu along the way towards Darkness Divine City. Diyu was already used to this kind of escort. He was still weak, so he didn't care. In Dijun Divine City's team, there were far more than just one leader. Not long later, Diyu arrived at Darkness Divine City's team. At this time, Radiance Divine City and Martial God Ancient City also began to clash. The leader of the Dark God City was also a beautiful woman. She wore a long black dress, and she looked elegant and dignified. She had a noble aura of darkness and was charming, but she didn't make others feel that she was coquettish. Her every frown and smile was just right. She seemed to be much more lively than the commander of the Dijun Divine City, Diyu's aunt, Di Ling. Facing Diyu and Di Ling, her attitude was much more humble. After all, one was the hope of the human race, and the other was a super expert that far surpassed her. The commander of Darkness Divine City was called Yi Yunshu. Yi Yunshu hurried forward, and asked, "Little sister Di Ling, and our cute Diyu, come over, do you have any instructions?" The commotion on both sides attracted the attention of many people. After all, the waiting process seemed to be a little long. Di Ling said, "Little Yu, come over, she wants to see your little Saint Lord." The people of Darkness Divine City rushed towards Diyu. After hearing the name Little Saint Lord, they were first stunned, and then immediately dispersed, allowing a mysterious girl in black to appear in front of Diyu. This girl's face was cold, and her eyes were elegant. She was like an ancient well without ripples. She rarely interacted with others, and although her status was high, no one dared to approach her. However, everyone knew that she seemed to be acquainted with Diyu, and they were exceptionally jealous. But at this time, they could only watch obediently. "So you're looking for the little Saint Lord?" "Good, very good." Yi Yunshu laughed, and made way for the girl behind her, who was surrounded by the crowd, to rest. Diyu's eyes were a little bright. When he waved his hand, the crowd very sensibly dispersed. Di Ling wanted to follow and protect him, but was stopped by him. Yi Yunshu's expression was a little strange, but she quickly recovered her smile, and chatted with Di Ling in a low voice. From time to time, she would laugh, and attract attention. Diyu carefully walked in front of the girl in black, and said in a low voice, "Sisterly, I'm here for you." "I'm Diyu." The girl already knew that. She opened her eyes, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Then, she became serious, and said, "I heard what you said just now. It's very annoying." Diyu was a little confused, and he said, "Why?" "That's what the elders wanted me to say, so that these young people will accept me and follow me." The girl in black said, "I don't care what you say. I respect that person, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and I won't allow you to slander him, especially when I'm here. Do you understand?" "Oh." Diyu nodded, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Although he was young, he knew not to argue about things that shouldn't be argued, and that it was enough to keep his thoughts to himself. There was no need to reason with a girl. The girl came down from the rock, and looked at the raging divine ocean. "It's about time. There's only one day left." "Yes." Diyu was very excited, and he said, "When the time comes, I'll be able to reach the tripartite samsara realm. With my bloodline, even the commanders won't be a match for me. With so many commanders, I'm afraid only my little aunt will be able to compete with me. When that time comes, I won't have to be followed everywhere I go, and I'll be able to protect you, sisterly." The girl in black shook her head, and said, "You're just a child, and I don't need your protection. Just do what you're supposed to do." "All right, I understand." Diyu smiled, revealing his white teeth. He looked very innocent. Chapter 1825. What would come sooner or later. Long Chen, along with Lingxi, blended into the ancient city of martial gods team. This was a conflict between Su Xilan and them, and he could just ignore it. Su Xilan actually respected Su Jin very much, and she would do whatever he ordered her to do, even if it meant her death. The two teams met. Sheng Luan, along with the 5 commanders, was aggressive, and most people looked over curiously. At this time, Sheng Luan had already arrived in front of Su Xilan, Peng Zhong, and Bing Qingxue. His eyes were cold, and he said to the crowd in a clear voice, "My fellow gods' descendants, during the incident in the ancient land of divine wilderness, my light divine city has formed a deep conflict with the 3 of you. At that time, the 3 of them joined forces to beat me back. Now, in front of my fellow gods' descendants at Twilight Divine Bay, I hope that the 3 of you can give me a clear explanation." After that, he told them all about the collusion between Long Chen and the demon race. As he spoke, everyone's eyes began to focus on Long Chen and Lingxi. Of these 2 young men, the man had a strange temperament, full of aggressiveness, and the woman's beauty was almost above everyone else's, leaving an incomparably deep impression on the crowd. The super divine dragon was not a cabbage, which made the crowd somewhat recognize his talent. Many people were looking at the two of them curiously. Xingluan said in a majestic manner, pointing at Long Chen, "This boy is arrogant and unruly, has no respect for the law, despises the rules, openly became brothers with the demon race, shielded the demon race, betrayed the human race, and even colluded with nine-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, he is only an adopted son, not a real god's descendant. This boy has committed such a crime, but Su Xilan and the other two shielded him. The evidence is conclusive. I would like to ask you, the demon race is a great enemy of the human race, and we have a blood feud. How should we deal with this boy? Colluding with the demon race was an unforgivable crime." What Xingluan said attracted the crowd's attention. The crowd pondered for a moment. Although this boy seemed innocent, if he had committed such a crime, it was not too much to kill him on the spot. "I think we should kill him on the spot. Does anyone have any objections?" Saint Luan shouted. Although the Radiance Divine City was not as good as the few super divine cities in the central region, it was close to the top 10 among the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. It had a strong rallying power, and he also had the support of 5 chief commanders. For a moment, no one dared to object, and most people felt that it was reasonable. It was a pity that it was not easy to obtain a super divine dragon, and it would be a pity to kill it on the spot. Since no one has any objections, it means they agree with me. Su Xilan, tell us, do you want to use the power of martial god ancient city to publicly disobey the decisions of all the god cities? Saint Luan had brought great pressure to Su Xilan. He had bound himself to all the god cities, and at the same time, excluded Pang Zhong and Bing Qingxue. Su Xilan was a person who had seen the world. She suddenly smiled and said, "Your Excellency Saint Luan's words are really pleasant to hear. Who doesn't know what your Radiance Divine City is planning? You may not know, but the person next to my nephew is his wife. She had once obtained the inheritance of the Misty Immortal Sect, and is the light goddess with a pure physique. Your Excellency Saint Luan has tried every possible means to kill my nephew because you want to obtain the light goddess. Then let me ask you, if you kill my nephew and swear not to touch my nephew's wife, can you do it, hypocrite?" Saint Luan had put aside his true purpose, but Su Xilan had said it. When the crowd heard this, they all pointed at Saint Luan. The word hypocrite was extremely suitable to be used on Saint Luan. He quibbled, "The evidence of colluding with the demon race is irrefutable. Long Chen must die. As for the light goddess, she is a gift from my god. Although she doesn't want to join my Radiance Divine City now, my Radiance Divine City will certainly invite her to join us with the greatest sincerity." Su Xilan smiled and said, "It's nothing more than violence, even crushing our ancient city of martial god. Let me ask you, is there any woman who is willing to be the goddess of light, a machine to give birth to children for them? The divine Lord of Light is the #1 city in the south, but his means are despicable. If you want to snatch the goddess of light, just say it. Don't target her husband. Don't make us look down on you." Her words infuriated Saint Luan. Su Xilan was usually a man of few words, but when she spoke, Saint Luan was blocked. His previous righteous words had exposed his true purpose, which was simply slapping his own face. He said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. That's a different matter. I'm talking about colluding with the demon race. It has nothing to do with the light goddess." The other commanders who supported him also began to clamor. At this moment, Donghuang Lufeng came over with a middle-aged man with a sage-like appearance. The man said, "This child is young and lacks discipline. The so-called colluding with the demon race is nothing more than a young man who doesn't know how to distinguish between good and bad. He has become friends with the demon race. It's a bit too much to say that he has colluded with the demon race and betrayed the human race. I think this is just a small matter. Don't make things difficult for the child." The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the people of the Central Greater One Divine City would join in. Long Chen looked over and saw Donghuang Lufeng waving happily at him. The commander of the Greater One Divine City was brought by him. It seemed that his status in the Greater One Divine City was relatively high. Xingluan didn't expect such a guy to appear out of nowhere. The Greater One Divine City was stronger than him, but he was unwilling. The anger in his heart was provoked by Su Xilan, and the Greater One Divine City was only acting as a mediator. At most, it would damage his face, but the light goddess was extremely important to him. He felt that he had to give up, so he said, "No, everyone, please look, that Long Chen is still unrepentant. With his proud personality, I'm afraid that if he meets the demon race again, he will call them brothers. I even suspect that he has a deep relationship with nine-tailed celestial fox. This time, he is probably a spy of the human race. This is not a small matter. It's normal that Brother Donghuang didn't think it through. I don't think we can let this spy live." He didn't dare to offend the commander of the Greater One Divine City, so he only said that the other party didn't think it through. The others also began to discuss. "That's right. This time, we suffered heavy losses in the demon race's attack. There must be a spy. Nine-tailed celestial fox once saved him. I think he is most likely the spy. It is because of him that our human race has suffered heavy losses. Such a lowly person is not qualified to become a descendant of the gods. I think he should be beheaded." "That's right. Everything had to be done according to the rules." The people of the Greater One Divine City couldn't argue too much about this kind of thing. Otherwise, they would think that they only cared about personal relationships and didn't care about the overall situation. Although Donghuang Lufeng was very anxious to beg, the middle-aged man still shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not that I don't want to save him, but there's nothing I can do. He saved your life, the only thing I can do is to thank him in person. If he really colluded with the demon race and caused us great losses, this is a serious crime." Donghuang Lufeng cried, "No, Brother Long Chen is not such a person." His mournful cry attracted more people's attention. Xingluan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that the time had come, so he quickly informed the 5 commanders around him, saying, "The 5 of you will hold off the 3 of them. I will kill Long Chen. It's absolutely safe." They had already won the hearts of the people. At this time, it was useless for others to stop them. Saint Luan was even crazier than Su Xilan had imagined. Boom! This huge movement attracted everyone's attention. Saint Luan had made a good deal of it before. In reality, even if they really wanted to make a judgment, it would be done within the martial god ancient city, and it would not be up to him. However, in that case, the goddess of light would not fall into his hands. Hence, he had adopted a forceful approach. He would kill Long Chen first and capture Lingxi. This bold and crazy move made everyone feel disgusted. Although the commander of the Greater One Divine City said that it was not appropriate to make a move, he couldn't stand it anymore. The moment Saint Luan and the others moved, his speed was extremely fast. With a few buzzing sounds, a total of 4 shadows appeared in front of Long Chen, blocking Saint Luan's way. 4 symbol celestial emperors. Saint Luan was completely stunned. He was sent flying back by the 4 symbol celestial emperors. This sudden attack also ended because of his failure. Saint Luan's companions had not yet begun to restrain Su Xilan and the others, but their leader's action had already failed. They all looked at the commander of the Greater One Divine City in surprise and murmured, "I didn't expect you to have stepped into the 4 symbol samsara realm, far surpassing us." For them, this was an accident. It should be known that there were not many people in the Ancestral worship team who could reach the 4 symbol samsara realm. Although Saint Luan was stronger than Su Xilan, he had not reached this level. The commander of the Greater One Divine City had completely suppressed him, making him lose the possibility of a barbaric attack. The commander of the Greater One Divine City said coldly, "This young man did make some mistakes, but Your Excellency acted rashly, breaking the rules. No matter how wrong he is, it is not Your Excellency's turn to act. Your Excellency's behavior seems a bit despicable." Everyone was originally on Saint Luan's side, because this time, his despicable nature was undoubtedly revealed. But this was not the most important thing. Long Chen suddenly felt a familiar gaze on him. It was so passionate and affectionate that he trembled with excitement. Even though they were separated by a long distance, he felt as if he could touch her existence. Long Chen could not control his excitement. He looked into the distance. His gaze passed through the crowd, followed the vague perception, and fell on the girl in black. Even the famous Du beside her was completely ignored by Long Chen. That girl was just like Long Chen. She was so excited and surprised that she burst into tears, lost her voice, and even wept bitterly. The vast sea of people was so vast, but they were able to meet in this place. It could only be said that it was fate. It was fate that had entangled them. Following Long Chen's almost frozen gaze, Lingxi looked over in puzzlement. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she whispered, that seems to be Sister Xuanji. Once again, I recommend The Strongest Sword God to everyone. The Fantasy channel is currently the second largest channel. As one of the leaders, I hope that this channel can become unprecedentedly strong. Chapter 1826. Li Xuanji. Amidst the crowd, she, who was originally cold, unexpectedly showed excitement and surprise. The hot tears in her eyes revealed another side of her that no one knew about. When he saw the sudden reaction of Sister Li, Du, who was next to him, was stunned. In his impression, this cold woman had never behaved like this before. What on earth had caused such a huge change in her emotions? From the dragon sacrificial continent to the eternal god realm, they had crossed a great distance. They had thought that they would be separated from the crowd, but they accidentally saw each other. This was like a gift from the heavens, and they could hardly believe their eyes. However, the familiar feeling was unforgettable. Saint Luan, Su Xilan, the commander of Tai One Divine City, these people had all disappeared from Long Chen's world, and even the thousands of people around him had disappeared. Only the girl in black, who was quiet and peaceful, stood in his own world and became the only focus. Yes, it was her. Lingxi also recognized her. The girl in black, who had also forgotten her identity, walked quickly towards Long Chen. Her speed was getting faster and faster, and her movements finally alarmed the people of Dark Divine City, causing them to look at her. Sister Li, where are you going? Du stretched out his hand to ask her to stay, but he didn't expect that she didn't see him at all. In the blink of an eye, she had already gone to Long Chen's side without hesitation. What's going on? She knows that person. Du felt very strange and followed. No matter where he was always the center of attention. When Du caught up, no one dared to move, especially Xingluan. Their plan had failed, and now they had attracted Du's attention. Xingluan was distraught and could only wait and see. Li Xuanji's long dress fluttered, like a black rose, cold and delicate. In the blink of an eye, she passed by the commanders of Saint Luan and Tai One Divine City, as if she had entered an uninhabited land, and walked to Long Chen. Only a meter away, Long Chen could smell the familiar fragrance on her body, a little cold, but nourishing and pleasant. Back in the 9 underworlds, in order to obtain the saint's fruit, Long Chen carried her on his back for a whole month. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but she was still the same. Only in front of Long Chen would she tear off her cold appearance and become passionate. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with tears. They looked at each other without saying a word. There were thousands of things in their hearts that could be said with a single look. It was a blessing to be able to meet here. There was still some estrangement between the two of them, but Long Chen was much more straightforward. The other party had already walked in front of him, and he took advantage of the situation to open his arms and embrace her soft and cold delicate body. The other party's body trembled, and her rapid heartbeat was clearly transmitted to Long Chen's body. I thought we wouldn't meet again, she was such a calm woman. Perhaps it was because Lingxi was next to her. Although Long Chen hugged her, she did not reach out. She just closed her eyes and snuggled up to him. She also did not refuse. Lingxi pursed her lips, and there was only the joy of meeting again in her eyes. She knew that Li Xuanji was willing to leave in order to help her and Long Chen, so she did not mind this mere hug at all. Yes, I thought it would be very difficult for us to be so weak here, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Countless people witnessed this hug, especially the people from Dark Divine City. They were all very curious about what the little Saint Lord was going to do. Because of Diyu's actions, the guards from Dijun Divine City and Yi Yunxiu from Dark Divine City had already followed them here. When they saw Long Chen and Li Xuanji hugging so intimately, many people were stunned. Diyu, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks and revealed an uncomfortable expression, as if he had eaten shit. However, he quickly concealed it, and revealed an innocent smile that belonged to a child. In the depths of his eyes, a flame began to grow and burn. Long Chen had always felt apologetic towards her. Other than Ling Shi, she was the first woman that he could not bear to part with. She made him yearn for her even in his dreams. If he had not met Ling Shi first, he might have already been with her by now. Therefore, he cherished this hug very much. But in the end, someone still came back to cause trouble. The matter of colluding with the demon race had not been resolved yet. The group of people walked up to Li Xuanji. Yi Yunxiu saw that the usually cold and aloof Li Xuanji was acting like a little woman, immersed in a man's embrace. This was an eye-opener for her. After all, this woman didn't even care about Diyu. The only explanation was that this was an old flame of hers. She pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. She smiled and walked forward, saying, "Little Saint Lord, this little brother is your old friend." Everyone's attention was on them, so Long Chen could only solve the problem first. Li Xuanji stood on his left out of habit. Her fair fingers were still linked with Long Chen's, but her expression had already turned indifferent. "This is my private matter. Don't interfere." "Oh." Yi Yunxiu seemed a little displeased. After all, she was the commander. She said in a strange tone, "Everyone knows that the little saint of darkness divine city is from the lower realms. Then this friend of yours must also be from the lower realms. For a lowly human from the lower realms to reach this level, it's really not bad." The people from Battle God City were the most shocked by these words. From Su Yuyao and Long Chen's encounter, they had learned that Long Chen's origins were mysterious. It was as if he had come from the deep mountains and forests. They were very curious, but they had no way of finding out. They hadn't expected him to be from the lower realms. The humans of the Eternal God realm didn't know much about the lower realms, but their impression of them was nothing more than weak, disgusting, and ants. In any case, it wasn't a good impression. Therefore, they hadn't thought that Long Chen was from the lower realms. But when they heard the truth, they were dumbfounded. How could someone from the lower realms be so talented and powerful? With Yi Yunxiu's words, Long Chen had already been labeled as an equal to the lower realms. The crowd began to clamor. So it's her friend from the lower realms. Diyu pondered for a moment. Now was the time for silence, so he asked, "May I ask everyone, what exactly happened here?" Diyu seemed to be on good terms with Li Xuanji, and Li Xuanji was on good terms with Long Chen. Saint Luan quickly understood the relationship between them. It was impossible for them to succeed today, so they could only use other methods. As for now, they could do Diyu a favor. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "It's just a small matter. It's not worth getting so many people involved. Since Long Chen has some connection with the little Saint Lord of the Dark Divine City, I'll let this matter go for everyone's sake." After saying that, he walked over to Diyu and asked about his well-being. To the Radiance Divine City, fawning over this future god was more important than having a Radiance goddess. "Everyone, disperse." In the Dijun Divine City, Di Ling said. Only then did everyone disperse. Donghuang Lufeng and his elders bid farewell to Long Chen and returned to their own place. Diyu didn't care about Saint Luan's pleasing words. Instead, he led his guards and came in front of Long Chen. He smiled and said, "So it's Sister Li's friend. Why didn't Sister Li introduce him to me?" Long Chen didn't expect that Li Xuanji had a good relationship with him. However, Long Chen hated this child from the bottom of his heart. Li Xuanji also didn't seem to like him. She said, "He's called Long Chen. Little you go back first. It's not easy for me to meet him. I want to have a quiet chat with him." In the entire Dusk Divine Bay, only Li Xuanji dared to talk to Di like that. Long Chen could see that this child was very dependent on Li Xuanji. However, his temperament was also terrifying. After hearing Li Xuanji's words, he actually nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "All right, I'll go back and wait for you." After speaking, he turned around and left with the guards of the Dijun Divine City, giving Long Chen a private space. The others didn't go near him. This small incident finally calmed down. However, when the president of the Dijun Divine City, Di Ling, left, she glanced coldly at Long Chen. This made Long Chen understand that although Di seemed to be very polite, he wasn't as calm as he looked on the surface. Any child would make a scene when their toy was snatched away. Those who should leave had already left. Long Chen found a quiet corner and had a long talk with the two beauties who could topple nations. From time to time, people would look over with jealousy and curiosity. What kind of charm did this strange young man have to be able to win the favor of two beauties? What kind of story did he have? Why was he so strong even though he came from the lower worlds? He wasn't any weaker than the geniuses of the eternal life god realm. Two beauties. One was as pure as snow, cute and refreshing. The other was cold and elegant, with an enchanting figure. Having two beauties like these in one's life was a blessing. Facing Li Xuanji, Long Chen felt a sense of peace. "I really want to know what happened in the past few years. How did you end up in the ancient city of martialism?" Li Xuanji asked. "I also want to know how you ended up in Darkness God's city and how you became the Little Prime." Long Chen smiled. "Big Sister Xuanji, tell us about you first. We all want to hear it." Lingxi wasn't the least bit distant. "All right, then I'll tell you first." Li Xuanji pondered for a moment, then said, "Do you remember the black needle you gave me in the city of wrong deaths?" Long Chen nodded. Chapter 1827. She's a real god. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged glances. They already knew that the black needle was a little strange, but they didn't expect it to be something left behind by a god. Li Xuanji nodded and said, "She's my master now. Due to the agreement I made with her, it's not convenient for me to talk about the details. This god is the dark goddess, and she's also the god that the remnants of darkness believe in. The reason why I came to Darkness Divine City and became the Little Lord was also her idea. When I left you in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, the City Lord of Darkness Divine City personally went to the 3 Emperor domains to fetch me and let me come to this Dragon God domain. She didn't have any problems during her journey." Long Chen relaxed a little when he heard that she didn't suffer because of it. Li Xuanji had her own secrets, and she even had a god as her master. She had great opportunities, and she had the support of Dark Divine City. Although her current achievements weren't as great as Long Chen and Lingxi, she was sure to have a bright future. Li Xuanji also had god blood in her, but he wasn't sure how much. It was definitely more than 10%, or maybe even more. Otherwise, Di wouldn't have valued her so much. With the protection of Dark Divine City City Lord and her mysterious master, Li Xuanji's status in Dark Divine City was relatively high. Apart from the City Lord, almost no one could order her around. The position of a Little Lord was almost equivalent to a god spokesperson. During this period of time that I've been in the Darkness Divine City, I've basically had nothing to do. Other than training, I've been training. They've all nurtured me and respected me. Master has also been very protective of me. Thus, you all don't have to worry about me. They didn't expect her to be the one who did the best after coming to the eternal sacred domain. Long Chen and Lingxi smiled bitterly, then secretly told Li Xuanji everything that had happened. Long Chen trusted her just as much as Lingxi, including the matter of the martial devil seed. Li Xuanji frowned as she listened to all of this. From her gradually cold eyes, it could be seen that she was a little angry. To her, Long Chen was more like someone she had to protect, but now he was in danger. I can tell our city lord about this. Come to Darkness Divine City, I can protect you. Don't go to the spirit race, Li Xuanji said softly after thinking for a moment. Long Chen said, I'm afraid this will bring you trouble. Moreover, I've never met your city lord before, so I'm afraid I can't trust him. I have many secrets on me, and it's not good to get too close to that level of expert. Why don't we take a look at the situation first, and decide after a year? Li Xuanji nodded. In fact, she did not have an absolute understanding of the city lord of the Darkness Divine City. At this moment, she thought of something else and asked, Are you saying that the spirit tribe will kill Diyu? You have a good relationship with him, Long Chen asked. Ever since Diyu had insulted Long Qinglan, he had thoroughly hated this child. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, This child is a little scheming. I don't like him, but he likes to stick to me. I don't know why, but one thing is for sure, and that is that he is indeed an unimaginably peerless genius. With the resources he has on him, he will definitely reach the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm in a year, and the spirit tribe may not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, he has many hidden guards. In time, the dragon god domain will definitely be his. Li Xuanji had been in the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants for a long time, so she had a better understanding of Diyu. As long as you don't mind him dying, then there's no problem, Long Chen said, staring into her eyes. His previous words were a little overboard, but misunderstandings can't be erased in a day. What do you plan to do? Long Chen said, I'll endure it for now. Everything will wait until I can truly enter the reincarnation tribulations realm. At that time, perhaps I will have the right to speak. I will fight to enter Eternal Dragon City. Before that, it doesn't matter where I go as long as I can survive. Li Xuanji was silent for a while. She gritted her teeth, looked at Lingxi, and then looked at Long Chen. She said, No matter what you do, I will support you and do my best to help you. At least here, I won't let anyone hurt you. I promise. Her words were filled with deep emotion, causing Long Chen to almost suffocate for a moment. In front of him was a soul-stirringly beautiful face. She didn't want anything. She only wanted what was best for him, and her beauty only bloomed for him. From her pure white neck down, Long Chen saw a blue heart, the heart of the eternal protector. Okay. Long Chen nodded. It was a very short answer, but he wouldn't let down Li Xuanji's expectations. Lingxi didn't say much as she watched them talk. She knew that it was very difficult for Li Xuanji to travel the world with them all the time, so this time belonged to them. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was really enviable for these two beauties to fall in love with the same man. It would be fine if this man was Diyu, but it just had to be someone from the lower realm. If Long Chen didn't have some strength, he would probably be laughed at to death by these people. To them, the lower realm was a place where lowly humans gathered. It was a world that was collapsing. Half a day passed as they chatted. About half a day had passed, and there was only half a day left before the battlefield of the gods opened. Everyone was looking forward to it. Most people looked at the deity ocean where the gods were fighting. The deity ocean's aura was majestic and magnificent, and it was shocking. The rumbling sounds of battle lingered in the air. Long Chen had more or less explained everything he needed to. In the meantime, Xiao Lang used the star talisman to ask about the situation here. It was obvious that he was still very worried about Long Chen even after he left. One man and two women hugging each other, standing in front of the deity ocean was indeed enviable. Long Chen, there's one more thing. Li Xuanji suddenly remembered. Speak. She said in a low voice, when you reach the battlefield of the gods, don't bathe in the divine spirit rain. It's best not to absorb any of it. My master said that it's actually not a good thing. Long Chen's expression changed several times. From Li Xuanji's words, he seemed to hear something unusual. The divine spirit rain came from the spirits of the ancestors, and it was a gift bestowed to the descendants. Everyone scrambled for it, but Li Xuanji's master, the goddess of darkness, actually said not to bathe in the divine spirit rain. I don't know why either. It was my master's request. She only asked me to do it, Li Xuanji said. Alright, I'll keep it in mind. Longchen originally wanted to use the divine spirit rain to break through the gate of life and death, but it seemed that it wouldn't work. He didn't know why, but he trusted her unconditionally. This battlefield of the gods seemed to have many secrets. Perhaps he would be able to gain some insight when he went in. The divine spirit rain was the key for Longchen to cross the gate of life and death and defeat Su Muken. He didn't want to avoid that battle, but if he didn't cross the gate of life and death, what could he use to fight Su Muken? Su Muken already knew that he killed his sister, and he had already accepted the challenge back then. Just when Longchen was pondering, someone suddenly shouted, Su Muken, there's still half a day left. Let's settle the grudge between us. After enduring for so long, I can no longer endure it. Longchen raised his head and saw a shirtless burly man. His tyrannical muscles looked like they were cast from steel, filled with a barbaric aura. His short red hair was burning like flames, and on his forehead, there was a crimson flame imprint. The imprint was currently rolling, emitting a shocking flame might. This small interlude quickly attracted everyone's attention. The shirtless burly man cupped his hands and said to everyone, fellow divine descendants and elders, I'm Qin Bao Lai, a disciple of the heavenly fire deity city's Zong family. I have some grudges with Su Muken, a disciple of the ancient martial god city's Zong family, but I haven't had a chance to spar with him. Seeing that there's still half a day left, why don't we let this brat settle the grudge with Su Muken? At the same time, it can be considered as finding entertainment for all the elders. He wasn't a brainless person. His words reassured everyone. Everyone loved to watch a show, especially a battle between juniors. So why not? Therefore, everyone who was bored from waiting looked over with interest. Seeing everyone's support, the red-haired man furiously looked at Su Muken, who was amongst the crowd. Su Muken, the seniors have already agreed to our battle. You have always been straightforward and courageous. You can't be that you don't have the guts to settle our grudges here, right? Although you're not at the reincarnation tribulation stage, you're still a super divine dragon, right? If Longchen was Su Muken, he would go as well. He was also curious about Su Muken's true strength. Could he defeat this weird man if he encountered him? Intuition told Longchen that Su Muken would be a great enemy. Although he was silent, the threat he brought was probably even more shocking than the Emperor Rain. Indeed, he squeezed through the crowd and walked towards Qin Bao Lai with an indifferent expression. He stretched his hand out and said, Brother Qin, please. Hearing this, everyone dispersed, leaving the battlefield for them to fight. Qin Bao Lai smiled. His face was ferocious, and his smile was extremely frightening. He licked his lips and said, You crippled my brother, and you still call me brother. How interesting. Boom. The Heavenly Fire Divine City was inherited from the Heavenly Fire Divine Spirit. The Heavenly Fire Divine Spirit controlled the Heavenly Fire. He was born to be the Son of Fire and controlled the flames of anger of the four seas. Among the deity sea, the Heavenly Fire Divine Spirit was still quite eye-catching. A divine rune appeared on Qin Bao Lai's body, and in the end, it turned into a scarlet flame. A large number of arrays condensed on his body, devouring the energy of heaven and earth and turning it into his own attack power. He was a reincarnation tribulation realm warrior, and it hadn't been long since he stepped into it. Take this. Qin Bao Lai spewed out heavenly fire in anger. The storm of battle was especially fierce, and he was now cultivating the Tao of battle. Boom. The fire struck. Chapter 1828. The 3,000 Samsara Soldiers was a classic Xiantian Dao art of the martial god ancient city. Even Su Yuji knew it, so Su Muken could naturally execute it. However, his 3,000 Samsara soldiers were too powerful. The pitch-black figure held onto the halberd as it charged towards Qin Bao Lai, causing the beast-like Samsara Tribulation Realm warrior to retreat. The victor was determined the moment they made their move. When Su Mukan suppressed his opponent, he unhurriedly flew towards Qin Honglia's direction. At the same time, a black vortex appeared on his hand. The vortex grew larger. In just a few breaths' time, it had already expanded to tens of thousands of meters. The violent energy in the vortex shocked everyone. As a 9th-grade Nirvana Tribulation stage cultivator, it was too shocking that he could unleash such a terrifying power. Rumble. Su Mukan's voice was cold. Countless ghostly figures filled the massive black vortex. His expression did not change as he turned the black vortex around Qin Hong Lai. The earth trembled. Long Chen roughly knew that this should be the divine ability of the primordial demonic dragon. As the black vortex approached, a large portion of the dusk deity Bei's ground cracked. Qin Bao Lai let out a miserable shriek at the last moment and no longer moved. When Su Muchen slowly removed the black vortex, everyone saw that the tall and burly Qin Bao Lai had already fallen to the ground. His limbs were twitching and he was foaming at the mouth. He looked at Su Muchen in disbelief and immediately fainted. It was an instant kill. This battle started very quickly and ended even more quickly. Su Muchen only used 2 moves to deal with his opponent. If he wanted to kill Qin Bao Lai, the black vortex from before would have been enough to deal with him. At the sight of this scene, everyone went into an uproar. A battle between a 9th-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm and a Reincarnation Tribulation Realm ended in such an outcome. Su Muchen had always been silent, but his performance this time had startled everyone. This child from the martial god ancient city isn't famous, but his fighting strength is so powerful. He's a super divine dragon, and his fighting strength in his human form isn't his limit. If this child were to display his full combat power, I'm afraid he would even be able to fight against a late-stage 1 Yuan Reincarnation Tribulation Realm warrior. It's really too shocking. When he enters the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, won't he be able to fight against a Yin and Yang Reincarnation Realm expert immediately? Rumor has it that it is extremely difficult for a dragon warrior to survive the calamity. He is a super divine dragon, which is even more terrifying. This child is indeed a promising talent. When he reaches the Rebirth Tribulation Realm, I'm afraid he will enter the 5 great dragon cities to be groomed. Discussions about Su Muchen could be heard everywhere. He calmly returned to his original position. However, after defeating his opponent, he glanced over at Long Chen, presumably reminding Long Chen not to forget the duel he had promised. As for that Qin Bao Lai, he was carried back by the people of Heaven Fire Divine City. They were helpless to suddenly lose so much face. Of course, this was only a matter of the younger generation. Naturally, no one would escalate it to a conflict between the divine cities. It should be known that the 72 ancient cities of God's descendants were united against a common enemy, at least on the surface. This small interlude soon ended. After this battle, Long Chen clearly realized how terrifying Su Muchen was. He even suspected that the primordial demonic dragon was only a super divine dragon. Would it be even more shocking? Honestly speaking, it was almost impossible for Su Muchen's nirvana energy to reach this level. Was there any shocking secret on him? If he said that he could defeat 10 Su Tianyuan, there was absolutely no problem. Now that Su Muchen had his eyes on him, he would probably have to go with him in the battlefield of the gods. He was afraid that it would be a huge problem. Sailing against the current, if I don't advance, I will fall back. I should bring my talent to its fullest state. Clenching his fist, Long Chen was filled with confidence for the future. After all, there were 2 girls who supported him without hesitation. Half a day passed. Thousands of people gathered at the edge of the Divine Sea, watching the gods fighting on the Divine Sea. The waves were monstrous. Everyone's heart was filled with admiration. These powerful gods were their ancestors. It was their greatest honor to be able to inherit the bloodline of these gods and become their descendants. The time was almost up. The various cities should be preparing their divine boats soon. Li Xuanji raised her head and whispered in Long Chen's ear. The divine boat was the only thing left by the gods that could cross the divine sea. It looked simple, but it was actually mysterious. As expected, all the divine cities were making preparations. On the side of the ancient city of martial god, Su Xilan took out a golden divine boat from her divine kingdom. It was the ancient boat of the martial god. The ancient boat of the martial god was dark gold in color and had no luster. It even looked rusty and there were many sword marks on it. Long Chen did not notice anything special about the ancient boat of the martial god. However, he thought that even his god-slaying sword wouldn't be able to cut through the things left by the gods. Just as the various god cities were preparing their divine boats, Diyu brought his guards and came before Li Xuanji. He said, "Sister Li, my Di Jun divine boat is the #1 divine boat. With the Di Jun divine boat's protection, even though the deity sea is calm, there are still dangers. Why don't you follow me onto the Di Jun divine boat and head to the battlefield of the gods?" He was of noble status and was a future god. Just his sincerity in inviting her personally made many envious of Li Xuanji. Diyu was right. The Di Jun divine boat was the largest and most majestic. Li Xuanji shook her head decisively. It wasn't easy for me to meet him. When we reach the battlefield of the deities, we will have to separate. So, I wish to stay with him for a while longer. I won't board the Di Jun divine boat. Hearing her decisive rejection, the people of the Di Jun divine city were displeased. They whispered to each other. They felt that Li Xuanji didn't want the respect they gave her. However, Diyu didn't care. He said sincerely, "If that's the case, big brother Long Chen, come to my Di Jun divine boat too. I see that the Di Jun divine boat is so small, and I'm afraid that there will be casualties. Can the two of you give me face?" If he didn't belittle Long Qinglan, Long Chen would indeed give him face. As long as he said the word, Li Xuanji definitely wouldn't reject him. However, if Diyu only thought that Li Xuanji was hostile to Long Chen wouldn't dare to offend someone of his status. After all, he had already spoken. However, he said the most intolerable thing to Long Chen. He had destroyed Long Chen's pride, so Long Chen wouldn't compromise. He said, "There's no need. If you want to please her, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There's no need to care about this moment." In his eyes, it didn't matter how talented Diyu was. As long as Long Chen could defeat him now, he wasn't afraid that Diyu would catch up to him. He would always be afraid of those who were older than him, not those who had the same potential as him. His words were not loud, but those who should have heard it. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The whole world was trying to curry favor with Diyu, but this guy didn't care about anything. He said such words without the slightest scruple. In their eyes, he was simply arrogant and had a mental problem. "How dare you!" The people of the Di Jun divine city shouted. "Stop!" Diyu raised his hands to stop them. His eyes were like stars, and he looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. He said with some grief and indignation, "It seems that big brother Long Chen has misunderstood me. Forget it, I'm just being kind. Sister Xuanji, I'm very happy that you can find an old friend, but I hope that you won't misunderstand me because of this. I really want to be your good friend. I'm too lonely, you know." His sincerity was impeccable. Although Li Xuanji knew that Long Chen hated this child's unscrupulous words, she also knew that this person couldn't be provoked. So she said amiably, "I won't misunderstand you. Go back first. I'm sorry, I'll apologize to you in the future. Then I'll leave first. Goodbye." He left as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation. You can't blame this child. He grew up under the influence of his elders. He probably wouldn't have thought that he would offend you, Li Xuanji said softly. Long Chen chuckled and said, "How could you understand the ambition of a wolf?" Li Xuanji shook her head helplessly. "You've always seen through people better than me. I'll believe you for now, but I have to advise you not to go against him. The power behind him is too terrifying. The Dijun Divine City is the leader of the 72 ancient cities of the ancient city of demonic descendants. With the help of the 5 great dragon cities, he is the hope of the human race, I understand. Long Chen naturally did not want to disappoint her painstaking efforts. Since she had spoken, those intolerable insults to Long Chen would temporarily be forgotten. But Long Chen understood that because of Li Xuanji's existence, Diyu's enmity towards him couldn't be erased. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At some point in time, a portion of the boundless blood-colored divine sea finally calmed down. This portion formed a passageway to the battlefield of the deities. The disciples of the various divine cities had already boarded their respective divine boats. What awaited them was a grand gift, the reign of divinities. However, crossing the divine sea wasn't necessarily safe. Only a portion of the divine sea was resting in peace, while the rest was still fluctuating violently. Once they deviated from the route or accidentally fell into the water, they would basically die. They were like legends in the battlefield of the deities. Long Chen brought the 2 beauties onto the ancient god of martial gods Arkansas. He was always the center of attention for the disciples of the ancient god of martial gods city. They had no idea when this young man from the lower realm had become so dazzling. Get ready. Don't throw your lives away. Su Xilan's cold voice came from the front of the ancient god of martial gods Arkansas, yes. The disciples hid in the cabins of the ancient god of martial gods city, not daring to breathe loudly. The ancient god of martial gods Ark was huge. It could easily accommodate 100 people. If you don't want to die, don't let the water of the divine sea touch you. Su Xilan reminded them again. At this moment, the Supreme June Divine Boat, the Dipankara Divine Boat, and the others that were in the front row started to move. On top of the Supreme June Divine Boat, a young man stood facing the wind. He had the demeanor of a king. This show-off. When Long Chen saw him, he lowered his head and cursed. Chapter 1829. After a passageway appeared in the deity sea that was no longer turbulent, dozens of divine boats from the ancestors started to enter. When the ancient boat of the martial god landed in the vast blood-colored deity sea, it started to shake. In this vast sea, there were still a large number of gods fighting fiercely, covering the sky and the sun. The blood-colored seawater surged everywhere, even hitting the ancient boat of the martial god. It made people feel endless fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the deity sea, sharp winds blew wildly. The ancient boat of the martial god moved forward shakily, as if it would collapse at any time. Everyone stood on the ancient boat of the martial god, as if they were standing on a deadly beast. Most of the young people pretended to be calm, but no matter what they did, they could not hide the fear and worry in their hearts. They did not know what kind of secrets were hidden in this surging deity sea. Is this the blood left behind by the ancient gods after the battle? Long Chen had seen many strange things. The descendants of the gods respected the gods, but he did not. He was more curious. The Golden Fleet shuttled back and forth. It was a daunting experience, but not a mishap. They completely entered the deity sea, and the sunset divine bay behind them had already disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Seawater surged into the sky, but this passageway was peaceful. In the depths of the sea, there were loud songs and chants, as well as mournful screams, which made people's scalps go numb. Below them, blood was rolling. Most of the disciples did not dare to go near the side of the ship, afraid that they would be stained by the blood. This place was a mystery. No one knew what was going on, and no one knew if the gods had really fought here. Just like that, surrounded by the terrifying deity sea, the fleet traveled for an hour. Apart from this peaceful passageway, the entire deity sea was still in a terrible turmoil. When they raised their heads, they could see the shadows of gods flying over their heads. They were fighting fiercely, causing the waves in the deity sea to surge. Boom, boom, boom. In the surging seawater, the ancient boat of the martial god shook even more. Everyone, pay attention. After passing through the deity sea storm, we will reach the battlefield of the gods, which is surrounded by the nine-colored fog. Su Xilan's cold voice came. I'll try my best to prevent the martial god's ancient ship from flying away. I won't help you. You should know that this is also a test for you. Hearing this, almost all the disciples became nervous. They used various methods to bind themselves to the martial god ancient Arkansas. Some even took out Tao weapons inside ropes to bind themselves to the martial god ancient Arkansas divine sea storm. On one hand, Long Chen steadied himself and the two beauties on his left and right. On the other hand, he raised his head and looked ahead. Sure enough, the end of the peaceful passage appeared in front of him. As expected, they had arrived at the battlefield of the gods. The problem was that there was a tornado blocking the battlefield of the gods. It was this tornado that isolated the battlefield of the gods from the outside world. It was a terrifying blood-red tornado. It was so huge that it was like a super beast that connected the heavens and the earth. It enveloped the entire battlefield of the gods. The deity sea storm was spinning rapidly, causing the surrounding seawater to crash into the surroundings, forming huge waves that soared into the sky. The entire deity sea storm was probably related to the deity sea storm. Oh my God, seeing the raging deity sea storm, all the disciples were stunned. If they were to be blown away by the deity sea storm, they would definitely die. If they fell into the deity sea and let the blood of the gods infect them, they would definitely die. Activate the divine spirit guardian. Before the deity sea storm, there was a huge change. For example, the divine boat of the Xianbing divine city was actually surrounded by a huge ice mountain. The people inside were completely protected. For example, the divine boat of the heaven fire divine city was burning with inextinguishable heaven fire, protecting everyone. As for the ancient boat of the martial god, a golden shield extended and enveloped the ancient boat of the martial god. It looked simple, but in fact, its defense was not weak. There is a risk of the divine spirit guardian being destroyed. Be prepared. Hearing this, everyone was even more flustered. It was as though death was inevitable. Long Chen looked at the two girls on his left and right and chuckled. I will protect you. With that, he ignored their objections and carried them in his arms. With his physical strength, he was absolutely stable on the ancient boat of the martial god. By the time he was ready, the divine boat of the Emperor Jun divine boat had already rushed into the deity sea storm. Buzz. The massive divine boat of the Emperor Jun divine boat disappeared in the deity sea storm. More and more divine boats entered the storm. Soon, it would be the ancient boat of the martial god's turn. Rumble. When the ancient boat of the martial god charged into the deity sea storm, everyone felt the world spinning. It was as though the entire ancient boat of the martial god had been swept up and was spinning rapidly. A large number of disciples crashed into the golden shield and were nearly flung away. In an instant, miserable shrieks could be heard, as though it was the end of the world. So terrifying. Long Chen was fine. He hugged the two girls tightly. Li Xuanji's body was especially cold. In the chaos, he lowered his head and saw her gently leaning in his arms. Her face was a little red, and she looked extremely charming. But very quickly, under the power of the deity sea storm, the entire ancient boat of the martial god became even more chaotic. Long Chen was almost at his limit protecting the two girls. Some disciples even cried out and crashed into Long Chen, bringing great trouble to him. Not far away, Su Muchen quietly sat, completely fine. Boom. Finally, roughly 15 minutes later, the ancient boat of the martial god finally stabilized. However, the disciples of the Su clan were all lying on the ground. Their faces were swollen and they were screaming in pain. Only a few of them could still stand. Long Chen realized that the martial god's ancient boat was currently passing through a ball of nine-colored mist. The divine sense sea had already disappeared, and they were currently walking in midair. The nine-colored mist was as soft as cotton candy, and it looked extremely beautiful. Don't blame me for not warning you. This nine-colored mist is even more terrifying than the blood of the deity sea. If you touch it, you will die without a doubt. Su Xilan's words woke everyone up. This seemingly beautiful thing had become one of their nightmares. The beauties in Long Chen's arms lightly flashed, and the two girls very tacitly glanced at Long Chen in disdain, and stood together to chat. Who told Long Chen to take advantage of both of them just now? After passing through the nine-colored mist, we will arrive at the battlefield of the gods soon. Someone at the side whispered. Only now did Long Chen realize that the worry on the faces of the Su family's disciples had completely disappeared. At present, they were already safe. Moreover, they were about to worship the ancestors and receive the blessing of the ancestors. This was an extremely good thing. Most people had been looking forward to this day since hundreds of years ago. This was a very good opportunity for those who wanted to break through to the reincarnation tribulation realm. We are here. Su Xilan heaved a sigh of relief. So far, there had been no accidents. Once, a divine boat of a certain divine city had suddenly lost its deity spirit protection in a storm of the deity sea. Dozens of people on the divine boat had been thrown out. Apart from the leader, everyone else had died. As she finished speaking, the ancient boat of the martial god had already passed through the nine-colored mist. A pale plain appeared in front of them. The entire plain was still surrounded by the nine-colored mist. However, the nine-colored mist around the plain was thinner. Rumble. Dozens of divine boats began to land on the pale plain. When they arrived, they realized that this place was so huge that it was not a problem to accommodate so many divine boats. The deity spirit protection on the divine boats had disappeared. However, there was no nine-colored mist at least 100 meters above the plain. The commanders had already put away all the divine boats. More than 70 teams gathered on this pale plain. This was a very ancient ground. It was very mottled and full of traces of time. When they gathered, they all looked at the large door in front of them. That was the entrance to the battlefield of the gods. Similarly, the battlefield of the gods was completely surrounded by the nine-colored mist. Alright, you can enter the battlefield of the gods now. Remember the things that I have said before. You cannot fight on the golden ancient road. You cannot blaspheme the ancestors. Focus on absorbing the divine spirit rain. Come out after a year. The commanders started to give their instructions. The battlefield of the gods could only be entered once in a lifetime. Therefore, the commanders and deputy commanders could not enter. They would wait on this plain. As for the disciples of the various divine cities, as long as they passed through the door of doomsday, they would see the 72 divine paths. Each divine path would lead to a deity's tomb. All the disciples just had to take their respective seats. At this moment, everyone's hearts were burning with curiosity and anticipation. As usual, Su Jiuyo, Su Tianyuan, and Su Mukan led the team in the ancient battle god city. It was time to part. Li Xuanji stared into Long Chen's eyes and said, I have something to do at the dark god-goddess tomb. I can only bid farewell for now. If you have any problems, you must tell me through the star talisman. I can help. Long Chen knew that she was concerned about him. That was enough. He said, take care of your safety. Look for me if you have any problems. All right. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen with reluctance. She reminded Lingxi to take good care of him and returned to her team in the Darkness Divine City. It seemed that Yi Yunxiu was a little dissatisfied with her and mocked her. All the teams were ready to set off. Everyone approached the door of doomsday. What made Long Chen curious was that this door was built purely with the bones of a divine dragon. Perhaps because it had been a long time, tens of millions of years, the dragon bones had already decayed. A fatal gray aura lingered around it like a venomous snake. No one dared to approach it. The disciples of the various divine cities carefully passed through the door of doomsday. When Long Chen approached, he took a closer look. He discovered that there were many strange beasts carved on the door of Doomsday made of dragon bones. They were in strange shapes and didn't even look like beasts. He felt that it was very strange. Chapter 1830. On Doomsday's Gate, some beasts had the body of a beast, but had the head of a fish. Some had several human heads, but only one body, a pair of arms, and the body of a tiger. Some were clearly birds, but had the wings of a bat. On Doomsday's Gate, there were a total of thousands of such strange beasts. Because of the passage of time, most of them could no longer be seen clearly. This Doomsday's Gate definitely had a history of tens of millions of years. After all, it was something left behind from the primordial era. Then, these strange beasts should have existed in that era. However, why were they carved here? It was a little strange. This is, when Long Chen passed through the Doomsday's Gate, he found a familiar beast carving in a corner of the Doomsday's Gate. The beast carving's appearance made him instinctively feel fear in his bloodline. After thinking about it carefully, his heart trembled and he cried out involuntarily, "Dragon-devouring beast." That's right, there was a relief of a dragon-devouring beast among the thousands of strange beasts. The original body of the Desolation Emperor of the 3 imperial regions was a dragon-devouring beast. Long Chen had once controlled this dragon-devouring beast, so he was very familiar with it. However, it was a relatively low-level existence in the 3 imperial regions. He didn't expect that there would be a dragon-devouring beast on this Doomsday's Gate. That was strange. It really is a dragon-devouring beast. And there are so many strange beasts. They all feel similar to dragon-devouring beasts. Are they all from the same era as the divine dragon? Lingxi blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Maybe. The ancient battle god city's team began to move further away. Long Chen suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed the ancient battle god city's team forward. Thousands of people walked into Doomsday's Gate, and a wide golden ancient road appeared in front of them. It could accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. The entire area outside of the golden ancient road was still shrouded in layers of 9-colored fog, making it impossible to see the situation outside. In front of the golden road, there were 72 forks, representing the 72 gods. The 72 roads were called the 72 divine Daos. Every descendant of the gods could easily distinguish which divine Dao they belonged to. And at this time, the teams from the various divine cities had already started to excitedly enter their divine paths. They were about to bathe in the divine rain and increase their cultivation and comprehension. This was extremely beneficial to them, and at the same time, they could get closer to their ancestors. It could be said that almost everyone was unable to conceal their excitement. Li Xuanji bade farewell to Long Chen from afar and entered the divine path belonging to the Dark God City. Very soon, Long Chen followed the group from the ancient city of War God and entered one of the divine paths that led to the War God's mausoleum. Long Chen was not interested in the War God's mausoleum. What he was interested in was that the divine path beneath his feet was still densely packed with relief sculptures. The relief sculptures were also those of strange beasts. They did not have regular shapes, and were even stranger than the Nian beasts. However, Long Chen discovered a similarity, and that was that their mouths were all unique and especially frightening. Just like the dragon-devouring beast's mouth, it was incomparably huge and could swallow the divine dragon. Battlefield of the Gods, Battle God Tomb. There are such strange beast relief sculptures everywhere. Clearly, it has a history of tens of millions of years. Why is that? Long Chen was puzzled. Chen, look, there's a wolf. It looks like Xiao Lang. Suddenly, he heard Lingxi's surprised voice. Following her instructions, Long Chen found a wolf-shaped relief sculpture on the divine path under his feet. It could be said that among the thousands of strange beasts, this majestic wolf was the only one that looked normal. Long Chen observed carefully and found that this beast was indeed similar to the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It had a disdainful demeanor that could swallow the heavens and earth. He pondered for a moment and said, this wolf clearly belongs to the same race as these strange beasts, or the dragon-devouring beast as well. However, it might not be a sun-devouring demonic wolf. If you look carefully, there are still some differences. Although it was just a relief sculpture, Long Chen could find that this wolf was too ferocious, and there were many details that were not similar to Mo Xiaolang. Although Mo Xiaolang was a sun-devouring demonic wolf, there were too many wolf-type demonic beasts like him. His appearance could be said to have no special characteristics. No matter if it was the dragon-devouring beast or this complete wolf, they both gave Long Chen a lot of doubts. Just as he was pondering, the divine path came to an end. The Su family disciples in front of him were already jumping in joy. Looking up, there really was a magnificent mausoleum in front of them. It was enveloped in golden light, revealing the heaviness and mysteriousness that belonged to ancient gods. The divine path expanded, forming a rather vast bluestone plaza. At the end of the plaza was a mausoleum. The mausoleum was completely golden, and it was covered in dense runes. The runes were swimming about, gathering towards the center. In the center of the mausoleum, there was a dome. At the center of the dome, there was a golden mist rising into the sky, which then turned into golden rain that fell. The majestic falling rain had already enveloped half of the bluestone plaza. Every single drop of golden rain was like a fine nectar, emitting a refreshing fragrance. When they fell onto the ground, they would disappear. However, no one would feel heartache because this divine spiritual rain would last for a full year, until they finished worshipping their ancestors. Every single divine spiritual rain in the divine mausoleum was suitable for their descendants. Therefore, this trip to the battlefield of the gods was a gift from their ancestors. Basically, if they returned alive from the battlefield of the gods, their fighting strength would greatly increase, along with their status. Divine spiritual rain. Seeing the boundless golden rain, all the disciples of the Su clan went crazy. They didn't care about their lives as they fought to be the first to charge towards the area covered by the golden rain. Even Su Muchen wasn't an exception. He just wasn't anxious, but in his heart, he was extremely thirsty for the divine spiritual rain. That's because it was a guarantee for him to step into the reincarnation tribulation realm. He had waited for so many years for this moment. The moment he stepped into the reincarnation tribulation realm, he would be qualified to enter the 5 great dragon cities. Of course, if he stepped into the reincarnation tribulation realm, then the battle between him and Long Chen would basically be hopeless. Up until now, he had never displayed his true strength, not to mention that once he reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, no one under the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm would be his opponent. After a true dragon martial artist became powerful, they would be quite terrifying, far surpassing the descendants of gods. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Su clan were fighting to be the first to bathe in the golden divine spiritual rain. They faced the martial god's mausoleum in front of them and knelt on the ground with incomparable sincerity. Then, they prostrated themselves and allowed the golden divine spiritual rain to fall on their bodies. Long Chen discovered that they didn't need to absorb it. The golden divine spiritual rain would squeeze into their bodies and form mysterious runes on the surface of their bodies. Only Long Chen and Lingxi were still standing in the same place. At this moment, everyone was kneeling with sincerity. Naturally, no one paid attention to them. After the divine spiritual rain entered their bodies, they felt extremely comfortable. Many of them even moaned in comfort. Their bodies trembled as if they had fallen into an atmosphere of revelry. They were extremely excited. Ancestor, please bless me. Bestow me with endless power. Ancestor, please bless me. Bestow me with the primordial Tao artifact. Ancestor, please bless me. Bestow me with the 100 reincarnations. Let me experience the various forms of life and enter the reincarnation tribulation realm. All the disciples made their wishes in front of the divine spiritual ancestor. In the face of faith, there were too few people who could still maintain their rationality. A large amount of golden divine spiritual rain squeezed into their bodies. Every drop of divine spiritual rain was like a living worm, twisting, rolling, tearing apart their flesh and burying themselves in it, waiting for them to take root and sprout. Among them, Su Muchen trembled the most. A black aura surrounded him and prevented the divine spiritual rain from entering. However, Su Muchen gritted his teeth and withdrew the black aura. He made a wish and said, "Ancestor, please cleanse the body of this junior with the divine spiritual rain. Bestow me with the comprehension of martial Tao and let me step into the reincarnation realm." Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and watched everything quietly. Once every 1,000 years, the most powerful group of people in each ancient city would bathe in the divine spiritual rain. The divine spiritual rain was full of energy and was indeed a good nourishment. It was like grinding the immortal essence. Why did Li Xuanji remind him not to bathe in the divine spiritual rain? "Chen, if we don't go in, are we going to stay like this for a year?" Lingxi said with a frown. She didn't like the crazy looks of the Su family's disciples. "They'll do their own things, while we'll do ours. I still have an appointment with Su Muchen, and if he steps into the reincarnation tribulation stage, I'll be finished. From today onwards, we'll cultivate here for a year. We can spend some time to sort out and ponder what we've learned. The inheritance of your ethereal immortal sect and the usage of the 8 great heavenly swords have yet to be fully displayed." Lingxi nodded and said, "I've already controlled the boiling divine blood. Now, it's not a problem for me to defeat someone at Su Yuyao's level." Long Chen smiled evilly and said, "It's still early. We've improved so much recently. I have to nourish you well so that we can balance yin and yang and go through the Mount Wu rain together." "Haha," Lingxi blushed and said, "I'll work hard on my own. I don't need your help." After Goddess Su's blood increased to 80%, it seemed that she hadn't been intimate for a long time. However, it wasn't easy to do it in front of so many people. Long Chen was just teasing her. Of course, if there was a chance, she would definitely use Goddess Su's blood to the fullest. After all, it was also very beneficial to Long Chen. It would be even more helpful to Lingxi. She had an abundance of divine blood and it was easy for her to pass the tribulation. Although Long Chen was in the lead now, it wasn't impossible for her to surpass him in the future. The days finally calmed down. Long Chen was facing the most important problem, the gate of life and death. Chapter 1831. While Long Chen was cultivating in the martial god's tomb, Mo Xiaolang and Ruo Shi had already followed the 9-tailed celestial fox Ruo Shi from the dragon god domain to the demon god domain. They had been traveling carefully these few days. Because they were in the human race's territory, Ruo Shi did not dare to be too ostentatious. It was only when they reached the demon god domain that she became unbridled. She was like a happy angel, swaying in the air. Her slender pink fox tail fluttered in the wind, full of dreamy beauty. "She's so beautiful." Soi Yan hid behind Mo Xiaolang and said softly. "Oh, she's not even half as beautiful as Yan Er." Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. He was not deliberately praising Soi Yan, but he was saying this from the bottom of his heart. He was a very serious person. Hearing their soft discussion, Ruo Shi almost fell from the sky. She angrily ran back and stared at Mo Xiaolang with a pair of bewitching pink eyes. She said, "Stinking brat, how dare you say that about your grandaunt? All right, don't casually compare a woman's appearance. Do you know that if you anger me, I'll leave you here?" Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan looked at each other and nodded helplessly. It had to be said that if the two of them wanted to survive in the demon god domain, they had to temporarily rely on Ruo Shi until Mo Xiaolang became stronger. This kind of day would not be far off. As they continued on their way, Ruo Shi said, "This is your first time coming to the demon race, so let me give you a brief introduction. The human race has 72 gods, and we have 108 primordial divine beasts. The human race has established 72 ancient cities according to the divine beast's bloodline, each controlling a large territory. We, the demon race, also use the 108 primordial divine beasts as the standard, dividing them into 108 divine residences. In each divine residence, there is a descendant of a primordial divine beast. For example, we, nine-tailed celestial fox, and many other fox races all come from the same ancestor, the primordial divine beast, Dream Fox. So we all gather in the Dream Fox divine residence. Of course, you don't have to worry. Even in the Dream Fox divine residence, there are many brothers and sisters from other demon races. So it's not strange that you, a wolf, are in our Dream Fox divine residence. Then, she smiled proudly and said, the human race only has 72 ancient cities, while we have 108 divine beast residences. Obviously, we are much stronger than them. Mo Xiaolang said, don't the human race still have the 5 great dragon cities? That's their real core. Ruoxi's eyes flickered as she looked at Mo Xiaolang with disdain and said, kid, haven't you heard that the demon race also has 4 demonic forefathers? Mo Xiaolang shook his head honestly. Ruoxi was speechless. She smiled charmingly and said, the 108 immemorial divine beasts are divine beasts from the immemorial era. Our current demon race basically has the bloodline of these divine beasts, and we are their descendants. But in fact, the history of our demon race can be traced back to an even more ancient era. That is the absolute beginning era, the era when the dragon sacrificial continent was still the world of the divine dragons. Rumor has it that our monster clan is also the descendant of the primeval divine dragon. Actually, it's not true. Our monster clan is the same as the human clan. We only started to flourish after the divine dragon was extinct. However, before the divine dragon was extinct, our monster clan's ancestors had already appeared. Among them, the 4 most powerful divine beasts were our 4 great demonic forefathers. Rumor has it that these 4 great demonic forefathers used to fight against the most powerful existence among the gods, the ancestral dragon. Although they weren't as powerful as the ancestral dragon, they were quite close. Although the human clan has 5 great dragon cities, our monster clan also has the top forces, which are the 4 great demonic forefathers. Is that so? Mo Xiaolang and Luoxi hurriedly nodded their heads. No wonder the human race viewed the demon race as a great enemy. It turned out that the demon race also had forces at the level of the 5 great dragon cities. Ruoxi said, you 2 little fellows are really ignorant. Not only does our demon race have our ancestors from the absolute beginning era, the witch race, sea race, and spirit race can also be considered as one of the 5 great clans. They also have the power to contend against the 5 great dragon cities. It's just that they aren't as powerful as our demon race. In this world, the only forces that can contend against our 4 great demonic forefathers are the 5 great dragon cities. As the purest member of the demon race, Ruoxi naturally had her own pride as a member of the demon race. But Mo Xiaolang didn't have such pride. Just like Longchen, he came from the draconic sacrificial continent. Whether it was the dragon god domain or the demon god domain, it was hard for them to feel safe. After about 3 days, Ruoxi turned around and said in a sweet voice, you 2 little fellows, Jiang Lancheng is right in front of us. I have to go in and report the mission of this trip. After that, I'll bring you to the Dream Fox Divine Palace. Wait here for a while. Xiaolang, you're my baby. I can't let Jiang Lancheng and the others snatch you away. After saying that, she turned into a pink ray of light and disappeared in an instant. Jiang Lancheng was a heavyweight fortress at the demon race's border. It blocked the path of the human race. The plan for their operation this time was made here. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan landed in the middle of a wasteland. Mo Xiaolang was fine, but Soi Yan was a little afraid in this unfamiliar place. She leaned on Mo Xiaolang and didn't dare to move. Her eyes were trembling slightly. Big brother Xiaolang, she said that I'm a half-demon and will be despised by the demon race. Will you protect me? Mo Xiaolang placed his hands on her shoulders and said solemnly, Yan, you must always remember one thing. You are a human, and so am I. We are not from the demon race, nor are we half-demons. Do you understand? That's right, they were originally from the human race. I understand. We will change back. Soy Eon smiled with tears in her eyes. In reality, arriving at the desolate Emperor domain was a terrifying memory for Soy Eon. She had no relatives and was turned into the so-called snake race saintess by the Dark North snake race. This was a very cruel method. If not for Mo Xiaolang rescuing her in the end, she would definitely live in a nightmare. It was also at that time that the two of them depended on each other and gradually developed feelings for each other. Hazy and immature. Don't worry about anything. Come to the demon race. This is my world. Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and cheered her on. At this time, a gale surged and the ground in the distance trembled. The two of them looked up and saw a huge green snake that was almost 1,000 meters long slithering forward at a terrifying speed. Everywhere it went, rocks were sent flying as if there was an earthquake. Behind the green snake was a huge black hound that reeked of blood. It was also rushing towards Jiang Lancheng. Rumble. When passing by Mo Xiaolang, the green snake inadvertently saw them and suddenly stopped. It turned into a green-haired demonic youth and stood in front of Mo Xiaolang. The black hound also turned into a black-haired girl and stood beside the green-haired youth. The two of them were fearless and looked at Mo Xiaolang and Soy Eon with great interest. They were two young demons who were passing by. The black-haired girl was skinny and had good skin. However, she looked too much like a dog and looked too ferocious. She stared at Mo Xiaolang and said with a sharp voice, "It's actually a werewolf. I thought it was a warrior of my dog race. Hey yeah, this girl is a half-demon." The green-haired youth initially thought that Soy Eon was a snake, but after a closer look, she actually had the aura of a human. There was no doubt that she was a half-demon. After realizing this, the two demons' expressions greatly changed. The green-haired youth spat on the ground and said, "Bah. I actually encountered a half-demon. How unlucky. My great demon race and that dirty human actually gave birth to a creature. Moreover, it's still alive. This is a disgrace to my race. Damned half-demon, you dirted my eyes. Why don't you die earlier? What are you still alive for? You actually have the blood of my snake race flowing in your veins. This is intolerable. This is intolerable." The black-haired girl also gritted her teeth, revealing her sharp canines. She sharply scolded, "Half-demons are not qualified to live. Being alive is also a disgrace to my race. Brother werewolf, you are actually together with a demon. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your race?" The demon race was innately ferocious. The two's vicious words frightened Soy Eon. She was still not strong enough to protect herself and could only hide behind Mo Xiaolang. Shut up. No one could tolerate others insulting the person they loved. Although Mo Xiaolang was usually amiable, he was much more terrifying than others when he was angry and persistent. Just like now, he had already clenched his fists, his eyes were covered with blood, and his killing intent was burning. He said word by word, "If you don't want to die, get out of here right now." Scram. The green-haired young man laughed. "You want me to scram? What a joke. It seems like your brain is clouded by lust. You like this half-demon because he's good-looking, huh? You even want a half-demon? What a special taste. You've really gained face for your wolf tribe." The black-haired girl said, "The werewolf race and my dog race have a good relationship. I will not sit by and watch you be together with this half-demon. I will tear this half-demon apart and eat it. Let's see if you still dare to be shameless then." Having said that, she actually attacked first. Big brother Xiaolang. Soy Eon grabbed his hand. "Stand still, I will kill them." Mo Xiaolang gently pushed her hand away and turned into a wild beast. He was faster than the other. Rip. In a split second, the two powerful youths of the monster clan were drenched in blood and sent flying. They had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Mo Xiaolang. Big brother Xiaolang, just punish them. Soy Eon worriedly said. Punishment? Hee, is punishment enough? Their crimes can only be repaid with their lives. A strange smile appeared on Mo Xiaolang's face. He muttered to himself, not only did you humiliate me, but you also bullied Yan. No one is allowed to speak ill of her, or you will pay the heaviest price. You must die. Everyone related to you must die. If all living beings are like you, they should all die. A bunch of ignorant ants. Mo Xiaolang rushed forward and the 9-devil ancestral flame swept over. 2 ice statues were formed amidst the screams. Big brother Xiaolang. Soi Yan hugged him from behind. The huge force almost tore her apart. I am Yan, she mournfully shouted. Only then did Mo Xiaolang stop. He helped Su Yan up and stared blankly at the 2 ice sculptures. He said with a headache, I was a little too excited just now. I'm really sorry. Yan, are you scared? No, it's just that big brother Xiaolang, you were a little strange just now. Chapter 1832. In less than a quarter of an hour, Rahi, who was shrouded in pink mist, arrived on a cloud. She could smell the stench of blood from afar. When she got closer, the corpses had already turned into black ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike. What happened? She landed on the ground and stared at Mo Xiaolang with her pink eyes. Mo Xiaolang said, they're chasing after us. They want to kill us. Oh. She suddenly smiled. It's fine. I can kill as many of these demons as I want. As she spoke, she approached Mo Xiaolang. Her seductive face and figure were filled with endless temptation. She leaned against Mo Xiaolang and placed her arms on his shoulders. She whispered, Xiaolang, they hate half-demons. So you killed them when they angered you? Can't I? Mo Xiaolang asked. Sure, of course you can. But I'm afraid you'll have to kill a lot of people in the future. It's really touching. In order to protect the woman you love from being bullied and discriminated against, you'll go on a killing spree and shake the entire demon immortal region. What a wonderful story. At this point, the smile on her face disappeared and she said coldly, I just hope that this story doesn't die prematurely. After she left, the fragrance in the surroundings also disappeared. Come, let's go back to my dream fox palace. I'll show you a real great demon. This journey was filled with endless killing intent. Together, they bravely charged to the end of the world. 1 day passed, 10 days passed. It was naturally beneficial for him to organize what he had learned in peace. But if that was the case, he would need at least a few months to break through the gate of life and death. By that time, when Su Muchen reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, the gap between them would be unbridgeable. These days, Longchen increasingly felt that this person would be his greatest enemy. Though they didn't intend to be enemies, there was still the grudge of his sister's death. Plus, when geniuses meet, there would always be sparks. The weak would eventually be eliminated. 10 days passed and the divine spirit reign continued. Long Chen had no idea where all the divine spirit rain had gone to after entering their bodies. 10 days had passed and everyone had absorbed at least 1 million drops. However, it had been an entire year. It was true. With the help of the godly spiritual rain, their cultivation level increased at a much faster rate than if they cultivated alone. Martial God Tomb, raising his head, Long Chen looked at the martial God Tomb where the divine rain had fallen. The martial god ancient city forbade disciples from approaching the martial god tomb. This was a rule set by their ancestors, and no one had ever dared to violate it. However, when Longchen thought of those strange beast carvings everywhere, he always felt a knot in his heart. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't even be able to cultivate in peace. Shao Shi, come to theocracy. Longchen gently woke her up while she was working hard. Okay. Lingxi smiled and obediently obeyed Longchen. The descendants of the Su clan were immersed in the great benefits brought by the rain. No one paid attention to Longchen. Long Chen walked along the edge of the bluestone plaza, avoiding the rain to prevent it from splashing on him and getting closer to the martial god tomb. After getting closer, he realized that the martial god tomb was really huge. Countless buildings were arranged in rows. They didn't look like a tomb, but more like palaces. The only difference was that these palaces didn't have doors. Each palace was covered with divine runes. These divine runes gave Long Chen a great threat. Long Chen didn't dare to get closer. This place doesn't seem to have those strange sculptures. In a few days, he walked around the huge building complex. Because he didn't find any doors, he couldn't enter the palaces to see what was inside. Moreover, this was a place left behind by the ancient gods. Even without looking, Long Chen knew that he couldn't force his way in. In the end, he found a small, pitch-black door in a corner. Behind the door, there was a long flight of stairs leading underground. In the theocracy, the spiritual snow hound smelled the smell underground. At first, it was very greedy and showed a yearning expression, barking non-stop. But after a while, it shrank back, as if it sensed something terrifying and didn't dare to move. The spiritual snow hound's perception of treasures was like a mission. It could make it forget all the dangers. But this time, it shrank back. Clearly, there was something terrifying inside. Long Chen was a daring person. He had 2 ancestral dragon blood essences and the mysterious dragon jade to protect him. If it was something left behind by the gods, it might not be able to hurt him. After thinking for a while, he walked toward the small door. In the theocracy, Lingxi was on tenterhooks. She looked ahead nervously. It was very dark in front of him, but Long Chen could see everything clearly with his eyesight. He walked down the ancient stairs step by step. Because this place was very spacious, the echoes of his footsteps sounded as if there was something following him, causing his hair to stand on end. There were a total of 99 steps. After taking the last step, a wide tunnel appeared in front of him. The walls of the tunnel were inlaid with green gems that emitted a green light. It looked eerie and strange. The tunnel was also very long, and it was impossible to see where it ended. This was the battlefield of the gods, the battle god tomb. That is. On the walls on both sides of the tunnel, something that interested Long Chen appeared again. That's right, it was those sculptures of strange beasts. The relief carvings here were much clearer than the ones outside. Long Chen approached one of the walls and swept his eyes across the relief carvings. He strode forward and headed deeper into the tunnel. He saw many strange things. There was a very small mouse that opened its mouth to bite and devour a fierce tiger that was dozens of times its size. There were also many strange creatures that were randomly put together. There were also creatures that looked like humans, but they were also very strange. They had 6 ears and 8 arms, and there were countless of them. The eyes of these creatures flickered with astonishing greed. Although it was just a mural, the will contained within it caused Long Chen to feel fear. He was sure that if these creatures existed in the relief sculptures, it would definitely be a terrifying thing. In the next moment, Long Chen saw a sculpture that made him furious. The sculpture was of a dragon-devouring beast. It had no limbs and was just a ball of flesh with a huge mouth. What made Long Chen furious was that there were actually a few divine dragons hanging on its mouth. Half of those divine dragons had already been swallowed, and the remaining half was struggling outside. According to the legends of the 3 great emperor domains, the dragon-devourer beast is an ancient creature that can devour young dragons and convert them into the divine dragon's divine ability. However, if it angered the divine dragon, it would be killed by the divine dragon. It has long gone extinct. But why is it that the dragon-devourer beast is actually together with so many strange beasts in the battlefield of the gods? What do these strange beasts have to do with the 72 gods? Although Long Chen's mind was clear, he was still confused. He had been observing these sculptures all this time. He had roughly reached the end of the tunnel. The tunnel was still very long, but there were no more sculptures here. At the end of the sculpture, Long Chen saw the largest ancient beast. That ancient beast looked like a huge cocoon, and it also looked like the queen of the insect race, like ants or bees. The sculpture was simple and couldn't express the charm of this ancient beast. However, Long Chen was sure that this was something similar. The strangest thing was that he found a few real humanoid creatures under the abdomen of the ancient beast. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be humans. This scene made Long Chen slightly stunned for a moment. This is the largest beast, and a human. The human's body shone with golden light. It was obviously very strong. At this moment, something that Long Chen couldn't have predicted happened. The eyes of the largest ancient beast suddenly lit up. This was an extremely fast process, but to Long Chen, it was extremely slow. He could clearly see the pair of eyes go from silent to bright, and in the next instant, he could smell the scent of death. Boom! The sky and earth changed. At that moment, Long Chen seemed to have moved the stars, traversing hundreds of millions of meters, traversing endless spacetime, and arriving at an incomparably distant starry sky. This was an incomparably ancient starry sky, and all the stars and star fields were in the most chaotic state. Dense air filled the entire field of vision. At this moment, Long Chen was simply stunned. He saw that this world was actually so big, he saw endless continents, and he also saw a giant beast that was comparable to a huge continent in front of him. That's right, it was the giant beast on the relief. Who are you, ant? How dare you barge into the forbidden land of the sky-swallowing clan? I will grant you eternal death. The sound that sounded like stars colliding and exploding resounded in Long Chen's ears. Every time it rang out, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stagnated in front of his eyes, blurring his vision. In his field of vision, the gigantic beast that was shrouded in clouds and mist became more and more indistinct. It was so huge that it seemed to exceed the eternal God domain. Our Tao is everlasting. Just before he was completely destroyed, countless old voices rang in Long Chen's ears. He felt a surge of heat, and something rushed out of his Yuan Shen. It was the dragon jade seal. For the first time, it blocked Long Chen's eyes, releasing a psychedelic color. Long Chen felt that time was flowing back on his body, and his injuries were completely healed in an instant. In the next instant, he once again traversed the endless starry sky, shifting billions of miles of space. He swore that this was the most terrifying thing he had ever encountered in his life. In the end, he stood in front of the relief in a daze, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Nothing had changed in the tunnel, and the ancient beast relief did not show any signs of awakening. Long Chen sat on the ground in a panic. What did I see? His forehead was covered in cold sweat. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon jade seal was still there, and nothing had changed. Chen, what's wrong? Lingxi asked anxiously. Long Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Little Shi, did you see that? Giant star beast? What? I didn't see anything. Haven't we been standing here all this time? There's no beast. Chapter 1833. What Sky Devourer Clan? I didn't hear anything. Lingxi had a strange expression on her face. Is that so? Only then did Long Chen calm down. He carefully examined the ancient beast on the wall. The ancient beast didn't move, but the ancient primal chaos star realm millions and millions of miles away, the giant cocoon that floated in space like a continent, the terrifying pressure, the will that stood at the pinnacle of all life, and of course, the awe-inspiring sound of the mysterious dragon jade protecting him. All of this only lasted for an instant. Moreover, Lingxi didn't see anything. If this was a real encounter, then it was impossible for Lingxi not to feel anything. He had just moved billions of miles of starry sky. Then, was this all an illusion? The dragon sacrifice continent is endless, so it shouldn't be. All of this exceeded Long Chen's understanding. He reached out and touched the ancient beast carving. It was cold to the touch, and he didn't find anything special. Chen, you might be hallucinating. This place is very strange. Should we continue? Lingxi asked softly. In the primordial spirit of the great void universe dragon, the dragon Jade Dao seal still existed as if nothing had happened. Even if this matter exists, it's too far away from me. With my current strength, it's difficult to clear my father's name. It's better to do what's in front of us. He pondered and looked deeper into the tunnel. He suddenly recalled that Emperor Rain had said that his father, Long Qinglan, had wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, but had been stopped. Perhaps this was one of the things he had done to betray the human race and bring disaster to the human race. This was the tomb of the human race's ancestors. If there was something good here, why would Long Qinglan destroy it? Why didn't the dark goddess let Li Xuanji absorb the divine spirit rain? The fog was thick, and it was getting more and more inconceivable. Let's go ahead and take a look, then we'll go out. Long Chen made up his mind and continued into the depths of the dark tunnel. There were no more carvings on the walls, but after the small incident just now, the two were still frightened and cautious. This place was filled with too many strange things. After advancing for about the same distance, the tunnel finally came to an end. When Long Chen reached the end, the entire tunnel suddenly lit up. The gray bricks turned golden and shone with a dazzling light. In front of Long Chen, at the end of the tunnel, was a golden vortex about 2 meters in diameter. The golden vortex was very peaceful as it slowly rotated around the center. There should be other spaces in here. This is a door. Long Chen observed for a while and came to a conclusion. Do you want to go in? Lingxi asked. Give it a try. The Lingxi sword and the deity-slaying sword appeared in his hands. The two swords shone with a dim light and became more and more powerful. Long Chen gently touched the deity-slaying sword towards the golden vortex. In the beginning, there was no movement at all. However, when the deity-slaying sword was only 1 meter away from the golden vortex's spinning speed suddenly increased by 1,000 times. The vortex caved in, forming an extremely terrifying suction force that was almost impossible to resist. This sudden change was not out of Long Chen's expectations. Before this, he had already prepared himself and used his body to withstand it. However, the power of the vortex was too great. Long Chen used brute force to resist for a while before he was swallowed by the golden vortex. He wanted to see what was inside the golden vortex, so he decided not to resist. However, he still carefully protected himself with his 2 swords. He even used the time-roaming dragon and escaped into the long river of time. Under that terrifying force, Long Chen realized that he was traveling through a golden curved tunnel. This golden tunnel looked a little like the esophagus of some creature. There was a lot of disgusting fur and mucus on it. There were even parasites in the fur. Some kind of creature is swallowing me into its stomach. After Long Chen understood this, he was already prepared. At this moment, with a splash, he entered an extremely vast space. This was the stomach of this creature. Monstrous digestive fluids swept everywhere. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that this place was familiar. This was the stomach of the dragon-devouring beast. There's a dragon-devouring beast here too? Long Chen sneered. Apart from the digestive fluids, he also saw a sky full of ghostly beasts. There were hundreds of thousands and millions of them. These little beasts with strong hallucinogenic effects were frolicking around. This was simply their heaven. However, under the conditions of the time-roaming dragon, they could not detect Long Chen. The dragon-devouring beast seemed to have forgotten about Long Chen. Even its intestines were no longer wriggling. Damn thing, Long Chen did not stand on ceremony with the dragon-devouring beast. Since it could not detect him, then it was easy. In that instant, he transformed into a huge divine dragon that was 500 meters long. He was still in the time-roaming dragon state. This huge divine dragon almost filled the dragon-devouring beast's stomach, but it did not attract its attention. Sharp dragon claws, tough body, primordial blood spirit dragon form. He was a complete killing machine. Just as the dragon-devouring beast was at ease, Long Chen used the eternal instant to control it, making it unable to move. Then, the slender and ferocious dragon tail swung violently. The outline of a 1,000-meter-long blood-red sword was formed. Countless primordial slaughter runes were contained within, releasing shocking power. As Long Chen's realm increased, the power of his various mystiques also increased. In the divine dragon state, the Sky Slaughter Blood Sword was still his absolute killing move. A sword to tear apart the sky. The Sky Slaughter Blood Sword was activated and slashed into the dragon-devouring beast's stomach. Blood immediately gushed out. Long Chen used the Sky Slaughter Blood Sword to tear open the dragon-devouring beast's body and rushed out. He was very careful. The moment he rushed out, he transformed back into his human form. Then, he used the time-roaming dragon to escape into the long river of time. He swam around secretly to avoid being hit by external attacks. After all, who knew what was outside the dragon-devouring beast? The dragon-devouring beast was directly cut in half by Long Chen. Clearly, there was no hope for it to survive. However, the way it died was a little strange. It directly transformed into a golden aura and quickly dissipated in the air, as if it had never appeared. In a short instant, the dragon-devouring beast disappeared. Long Chen had no time to understand what was going on with the dragon-devouring beast. When he stabilized his body and looked around, even he revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was because he saw something that was definitely out of the ordinary. This was a dazzling, rainbow-colored world. Behind Long Chen was a door. On the other side of the door was the deep tunnel. When Long Chen entered through the door, he saw a shocking scene. Before his eyes was a huge ocean. This was not an ordinary ocean. This was because it was not made of water, but densely packed Tao treasures and immortal essences. There was no end in sight. Middle Ancient Tao treasures, from 1 Tao pattern to 99 Tao patterns. It could be said that there was everything here. In fact, one could not exclude the existence of primeval Tao treasures. Middle Ancient immortal essences, and endless fragrance wafted over. Of course, there were also countless other rare treasures. For example, there was a type of crystal that had transformed nirvana spiritual chi into a solid state. For example, there were many flaming crystals that did not have Tao patterns but emitted shocking heat. These would definitely be of great use to Mo Xiaolang. And this world full of rare treasures could be said to be endless. There was no end in sight. They were piled up together, and no one knew how deep they were. In any case, the existence of these Tao treasures and immortal essences filled the entire space with immense pressure. Sharp sword chi, saber chi, and the like were wreaking havoc everywhere. It was quite a terrifying sight. In the distance, there seemed to be immortals fighting fiercely amidst the dense chi. Countless Tao treasures danced in the air, releasing monstrous power. Anyone would go crazy if they could get their hands on the billions of Tao treasures here. Long Chen was purely frightened. He felt that the total inventory of Tao treasures and immortal essences in the 72 ancient cities of gods could not compare to this place. The most important thing now was to make these things his own. After a brief moment of shock, Long Chen hurried to the side of these Tao treasures and immortal essences. With a casual flip of his hand, he absorbed a large number of Tao treasures and immortal essences into his divine kingdom. Although the Tao treasures around him were not particularly high level and were far inferior to Lingxi's 8 great heaven swords, they could still help the god-slaying sword evolve. RIP. When Long Chen first gathered a large number of Tao treasures and immortal essences, something unforeseen happened. In front of him, a large number of Tao treasures and immortal essences shook and exploded with earth-shattering momentum. It was as though there were giant beasts buried under these Tao treasures. In that instant, 2 giant objects rushed out from the pile of Tao treasures and hovered in midair. Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he sensed boundless murderous intent. They were not giant beasts, but 2 Tao treasures. One was a golden stone that shone with a blinding light. It was covered with dense Tao patterns. There were at least 100 of them. Around the golden stone, countless phantoms of immortal generals appeared. Each of the immortal generals had unparalleled combat strength, which made Long Chen feel immense pressure. The other was a huge pagoda that soared into the clouds. It was filled with dense qi and surrounded by immortal music. The entire pagoda was covered with densely packed divine runes. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. The pagoda had a total of 11 levels, and each level had 10 Tao patterns. It was awe-inspiring. Primordial Tao treasures. Long Chen took a deep breath. Obviously, these 2 Tao treasures had more than 100 Tao patterns. They were super divine weapons from the era of gods tens of millions of years ago. They had the power to suppress heaven and earth. Both the golden stone and the pagoda were extremely precious. Chapter 1834. The fundamental difference between a primordial Tao artifact and an ancient Tao artifact did not lie in the change in power. After all, as the number of Tao patterns increased, the change in power was very normal. The real fundamental difference lay in whether or not the primordial Tao artifact had a strong self-awareness. For thousands of years, many primordial Tao artifacts that were hidden in the deep mountains and wild forests had appeared. There had also been cases of lucky martial artists obtaining primordial Tao artifacts by chance. However, these lucky people were often not lucky. This was because most people's strength was not enough to control the primordial Tao artifacts. If the consciousness of the Tao spirit was stronger than the consciousness of the master, it would control the master and use the master's body to mix into the world. The Tao spirit did not have good and evil consciousness. It was extremely murderous. Therefore, every time a primordial Tao artifact appeared, it would basically cause a large number of casualties. In the end, a powerful person would appear to collect the primordial Tao artifact. Even if there was no master to control it, the primordial Tao artifact with the Tao spirit was still quite dangerous. Just like the stone and the pagoda in front of Long Chen. The appearance of the primordial Tao artifact brought a fatal crisis. Long Chen had only collected the treasures once. These 2 primordial Tao artifacts were like guardian gods. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Long Chen. Those who could really use the primordial Tao artifacts basically had to be at least in the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm. This was the basic standard for using the primordial Tao artifacts. Therefore, in every ancient city, there were not many primordial Tao artifacts with more than 100 Tao patterns. The middle-aged Tao artifacts were more common among the people. The ancient Tao artifacts were more common in the ancient cities of the gods' descendants. Only the number of primordial Tao artifacts in an ancient city reflected the comprehensive strength of an ancient city of the gods' descendants. Basically, those who could possess the primordial Tao artifacts not only had extraordinary strength, but also a high status. For example, Su Xilan still did not have an primordial Tao artifact. Even if she did, she might not be able to control it. Of course, Long Chen did not expect himself to be able to obtain these 2 primordial Tao artifacts. Seeing that the other party was protecting the many Tao artifacts here, and that the terrifying power they displayed could definitely kill Long Chen in an instant. Even the time dragon could not escape the eyes of the Tao spirit. At this moment, Long Chen made a prompt decision and fled. He had long since been prepared to move around the entrance of the tunnel, not daring to go too deep. When the 2 primordial Tao artifacts appeared, he immediately returned as fast as he could, and entered the entrance of the tunnel. The entire world shook, and the mountains shook. The 2 primordial Tao artifacts released a world-shaking might. Fortunately, Long Chen moved quickly, otherwise, he would have definitely died inside. The last thing he saw was the golden stone transforming into thousands of divine generals. They roared and charged at him. Every divine general had the combat strength of the reincarnation tribulation realm. The pagoda came pressing down, and one could vaguely see that there were countless souls imprisoned in the pagoda, and they were letting out mournful cries. If Long Chen was any slower, he would also become one of them. Just as he was about to escape, something rather strange happened. The god-slaying sword in his hand actually had its own power. It broke free from Long Chen's left hand and rushed into the world filled with Tao artifacts. With a crazed and greedy attitude, it went to meet the two terrifying primordial Tao artifacts. God-slaying sword. Long Chen stretched out his hand, but he was unable to grab it. This crazed god-slaying sword probably treated the two primordial Tao artifacts as its own food. However, the god-slaying sword had its own power. When Long Chen left that world, the entrance of the tunnel began to close, forming a new wall. It slowly closed, and it was probably going to be isolated forever. At this moment, Long Chen looked in shock at the world that had not completely closed. The god-slaying sword had undergone a huge change. Its body released billions of gray sword auras, and the devouring and killing sword auras combined to form a huge skeleton that was taller than the pagoda. It was completely shrouded in gray fog, and it was a terrifying skeleton that was completely formed by gray sword auras. It had the power to make Long Chen feel a fatal sense of danger. This is the real god-slaying sword. Long Chen could only see the back of the huge skeleton. The overwhelming killing aura and shocking power made him smile bitterly. He did not expect the god-slaying sword that had been following him all this time to be so terrifying. That huge killing skeleton was probably the Tao spirit of the god-slaying sword. The two divine swords on him were equally mysterious now. Would the final form of the god-slaying sword have 999 Tao patterns? To the god-slaying sword, any Tao artifact was its food. It was just that whether it could swallow them was a serious question. However, Long Chen could definitely see that it had been holding back for a long time in order to meet the primordial Tao artifacts. It had accumulated unlimited power, and at this moment, it was finally unleashed in a frenzy. In the world of the Tao artifact, the skeleton formed by the god-slaying sword's killing sword auras was engaged in an intense battle with the golden stone and pagoda. Everywhere it went, a large number of Tao artifacts and immortal essences were completely annihilated and turned to ashes. Long Chen had originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that the door had not completely closed to enter and snatch some Tao artifacts. However, seeing how terrifying the battle inside was, he thought better of it. He was already very lucky to be able to escape death after barging in this time. One could be greedy, but not too greedy. Otherwise, he would not end up well. The god-slaying sword's battle level was beyond what Long Chen could control. In an instant, gray sword aura filled the entire world. Countless Tao artifacts were destroyed. The two primordial Tao artifacts were destroyed one by one in front of the killing skeleton's sharp sword aura. The pagoda was also beginning to be pierced by the sword aura, becoming riddled with holes. It's so strong. Long Chen could not help but be speechless. The god-slaying sword was so terrifying when it did not unleash its power. If Su Zhen came at this time, he did not know if he would be killed directly. Of course, Long Chen guessed that the god-slaying sword could not maintain this state for too long. It must have accumulated power for a long time for a belief to form such a battle power. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was in a state of chaos. Finally, Long Chen heard two earth-shattering explosions. The explosions sounded like the screams of two living creatures before they died. It destroyed the two primordial Tao artifacts. Long Chen could not help but feel suffocated. This was too crazy. However, at this time, the newly formed wall was about to completely cover the door. It was impossible for Long Chen to destroy the wall here, because this was the god's relic. At the last moment before the door completely closed, the god-slaying sword lost all its halos and became an ordinary gray longsword. It landed at Long Chen's feet. At this time, the door happened to be closed. That world filled with treasures could be said to be completely isolated from Long Chen. This encounter could be said to be hair-raising. There were definitely more than two primordial Tao artifacts in this world. Just as the god-slaying sword was fighting, Long Chen could already feel a large number of similar existences awakening. His eyes immediately fell on the skull on the hilt. Unfortunately, the shiny skull still only had one eye. After devouring 2 primordial Dao artifacts, the god-slaying sword still did not reach the level of a primordial Dao artifact. However, it has formed a total of 83 Dao patterns. It has already surpassed the 8 major sky swords. The skull on the hilt had a total of 83 Dao patterns. Although there were not 100 of them, Long Chen was still scared out of his wits. Although the god-slaying sword had returned to its original state, he did not dare to touch it casually. This was because he was not sure if the god-slaying sword belonged to him anymore. The current god-slaying sword was definitely a divine weapon that was even more terrifying than the 8 major sky swords. After thinking for a long time, since it had obediently returned to his side, it should still be subservient to him. Therefore, without batting an eyelid, he stretched out his hand and used the power of nirvana to suck the god-slaying sword back into his hand. There was no change at all. "Help me, become a primordial Dao artifact." In his consciousness, there was a call. This voice was mechanical and pale. It should be from the god-slaying sword. Long Chen connected this voice to the huge massacre skeleton. And then? Long Chen asked calmly. "I will fight with you for the rest of my life." After saying this, the god-slaying sword fell silent. It was as if its consciousness had blurred. However, at this moment, Long Chen realized that a terrifying force was surging towards the god-slaying sword. It was the power of 83 Dao patterns. This power could only be controlled by someone at the Yin-Yang rebirth realm. To him, it was undoubtedly terrifying. Lingxi had obtained the 8 major sky swords, but she had yet to completely control them. However, because the god-slaying sword had a Dao spirit, the killing power of the god-slaying sword would not affect Long Chen. Instead, it would be subservient to Long Chen. With the god-slaying sword in hand and the surging power, Long Chen suddenly could not estimate the level of his combat power. The current god-slaying sword was too terrifying. Long Chen felt as if he was holding a huge beast that was about to explode. He realized that he could probably kill a 9th-tier Nirvana rebirth realm warrior with a casual swing of the sword. Darkness, devouring, corrosion, killing. The 4 elements formed the god-slaying sword. In his mind, the god-slaying art became clearer and clearer. No matter how Long Chen asked, the god-slaying sword did not wake up again. He waved it a few times and then kept it. He had already set a goal in his mind. He wanted the god-slaying sword to become a primordial Dao artifact. He wanted to see how much the god-slaying sword would grow by then. It already had 83 Dao patterns. Only a primordial Dao treasure would be able to upgrade the god-slaying sword. In that case, where would he find a primordial Dao treasure? The world of treasures had been sealed and there was no way to enter. Long Chen looked around and said, "If that's the case, let's go to the gate of life and death first. After experiencing a few extreme dangers, I think I have some ideas. More importantly, there are these things." In the world just now, he found more than 10 crystals that were completely formed by Nirvana spiritual chi. The endless power in these crystals came from the primordial era. They would probably be of great help to him and Lingxi. Moreover, no one would come to this tunnel. Therefore, Long Chen was extremely daring and occupied this place without permission. "Chen, what are you doing?" asked Lingxi sweetly as she came out of the God Nation. Chapter 1835. In the quiet tunnel, the carvings on the wall no longer showed any changes. Everything was silent. The only sound was probably the low, dreamy murmur. In this uninhabited world, they communicated with each other to their heart's content. Their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. They were all top-notch talents comparable to Emperor Rain, or even superior to him. Coupled with the plain maiden's way of balancing yin and yang, as well as the primordial crystals obtained from the treasure space, it was not surprising that they had made such great progress. Especially after the 80% of divine blood in Lingxi's body was awakened, the power of the plain girl's seal was many times stronger. The scene of entanglement with her could be said to be earth-shattering. A large amount of Nirvana spiritual chi was swallowed and cleansed their bodies. In the charming clouds and mist, the majestic body of the divine dragon and the delicate but tough snow-white body were faintly discernible. It was so gentle that it made people feel numb. Time passed gradually during the long cultivation. In the blink of an eye, thanks to the terrifying effects of the pure goddess blood and the unprecedented double ancestral dragon body, Long Chen, who had become her husband, the timing, the location, and the people, immediately displayed a heaven-defying effect. Ling Shi's power skyrocketed, and in just a short month, she broke through the Big Dipper divine curse, just like Long Chen. The strength of her Tiangang God mantra was only 1/5 of Long Chen's. In the blink of an eye, even Lingxi reached the 8th Nirvana tribulation realm. With her terrifying boiling divine blood, the plain girl seal, the inheritance of the ethereal immortal sect, and the 8 heavenly swords, few people under the reincarnation tribulation realm could be her match. During this process, with the help of the primordial crystals, they didn't have to worry about the Nirvana spiritual chi at all. Long Chen's cultivation also soared, and he was getting closer and closer to the gate of life and death. Of course, as the two of them continued to cultivate, 1 month passed, 2 months passed, and Ling Shi also began to approach the level of the gate of life and death, reaching the late stage of the 8th level of the Nirvana tribulation realm. Back then, Su Yuyao's realm was only slightly inferior to Long Chen, who was about to break through. At this rate, with the help of Long Chen and the primordial crystal, she would probably be able to break through the gate of life and death within a year. 3 months later, Long Chen welcomed the gate of life and death. In the gate of life and death, if it wasn't death, then it would be life. He was the ancestral dragon, and every Nirvana tribulation he went through was much more terrifying than others. Long Chen did not dare to be careless when the gate of life and death descended this time, because no matter what, the gate of life and death was the strongest of the 9 Nirvana tribulations. In order to face the gate of life and death, Long Chen had already made preparations. This year would definitely be the time for him to expand his strength. The transformation of the god-slaying sword had given him endless combat power. If he were to cross the gate of life and death, he would possess the strength of the 9 tiers of Nirvana tribulation realm. Although he was only in the 6 tiers of Nirvana tribulation realm, in terms of combat power, he would definitely be very terrifying. He might be able to kill a rebirth realm martial artist in one move, which was the level of the Wind Dragon Stream Master. Lingxi hid far away. She wasn't worried at all. She clasped her hands together, full of confidence in Long Chen. Long Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the Nirvana tribulation to descend. At that moment, everything seemed to be silent. Long Chen was immersed in a strange world. He felt the scenery around him changing rapidly. He seemed to be far away from other worlds and was in a chaotic state. At this moment, he opened his eyes and saw a giant gate in front of him. The gate covered the sky and the sun, and the top couldn't be seen. This gate was burning with blood-yellow flames. However, it wasn't real flames, but the fire of Nirvana rebirth. A vast pressure descended, and Long Chen stood in front of the gate of life and death like an ant. The vast gate of life and death was filled with this blood-yellow flame. It burned fiercely, bringing with it an extreme destructive power. At this moment, a loud voice came from the endless sky. Once you enter the gate of life and death, you don't care about life and death. Once you enter the cycle of reincarnation, you will never be able to rise again. These loud and clear voices were like iron hammers smashing into Long Chen's head, causing him to have a splitting headache. When he raised his head again, the gate of life and death was like a monster that covered the sky. It was currently opening its huge mouth, waiting for him. This was a terrifying monster. Its name was Reincarnation, the gate of life and death, or rather, the gate of reincarnation. At this stage, it was already the last stage of Nirvana rebirth, in preparation for the upcoming rebirth tribulations. However, the Nirvana flame was too terrifying. If one's strength wasn't enough, he would be burned to ashes after entering the gate of life and death. Everyone has entered the cycle of reincarnation. What do I have to fear? At this moment, Long Chen let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. He suddenly transformed into a giant blood-colored divine dragon, and blood-colored mist filled the air. The sky was filled with killing intent. With his huge divine dragon body, he swallowed the clouds and breathed out mist. With a majestic aura, he charged towards the gate of life and death. On his body, the spirit refinement flame burned, colliding with the last nirvana rebirth flame, instantly causing a terrifying explosion. Long Chen realized that there was a huge resistance on his body, preventing him from moving forward. Even the nirvana rebirth flame had entered his divine dragon body, starting to burn his dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon flesh and dragon bones. Under this kind of burning, he was definitely facing the danger of death. The physical body that he was so proud of was breaking apart inch by inch. He was enduring terrifying pain, and this was undoubtedly a huge test for him. No matter how difficult nirvana is, no matter how bitter the cycle of reincarnation is, how can it trap me, the son of the ancestral dragon? At this moment, Long Chen clenched his teeth and let out the craziest and most terrifying roar. His willpower had always been the best in the world. In the face of such a degree of destruction, everyone would lay down their arms and surrender, but he wouldn't. He had too many beliefs in his heart. He wanted to protect the two women, and he wanted to clear the name of his father who gave him everything. There was too much unwillingness in his heart, and that unwillingness came from his bloodline. How can the heavenly Tao destroy me? Boom. The will of the ancestral dragon, even the heavenly Tao couldn't defeat it. The flesh and bones that were destroyed by the nirvana rebirth flame were reborn in the gate of life and death. This was the last nirvana rebirth. At the same time of rebirth, there was a huge change in his strength. An ancestral dragon was gradually growing and awakening. Boom boom boom. The nirvana flame of the gate of life and death had completely surrounded Long Chen. The terrifying power was still preventing him from moving forward. However, all of this couldn't defeat a person with faith. He ignored pain and pressure. There was only one thought in his blood-red eyes, and that was to move forward, move forward, move forward. Only charging forward. Bang bang bang. Under his crazy charging force, that power couldn't stop him at all and started to collapse. His aura grew stronger and stronger. The gate of life and death also started to collapse, turning into nirvana force that filled the sky for him to absorb, becoming the foundation of his strength. When all the power was defeated by Long Chen, the fire of nirvana rebirth finally yielded, allowing him, who was riddled with holes, to be reborn once again. The endless power of nirvana gave him a new round of terrifying growth. He was getting stronger, infinitely stronger. Finally, he had crossed the boundary of the gate of life and death. In Lingxi's eyes, the man who was enveloped by the blood-yellow flames had finally engulfed the flames. His entire body was enveloped in a blood-red light. In the light, there were billions of divine dragons, roaring around him. They were unyielding, and their fighting spirit was high. This was a new hope. The entire world was collapsing rapidly. In the end, it gathered in Long Chen's body. His power swirled in his body, and the final form of nirvana force was incomparably solid. Although Long Chen's physical body wasn't big, the power in his body was like the sea, surging endlessly. The endless power grew exponentially, and finally, it was under his complete control. Success, his eyes shone with endless fighting spirit. Even the gate of life and death couldn't do anything to him. The tunnel gradually regained its silence. Long Chen eased the energy in his body and raised his head to look. The girl who was breathtakingly beautiful even in the darkness was staring at him without blinking. Her eyes were filled with deep concern. This was the most beautiful gaze Long Chen had ever seen. It was filled with expectation and confidence, as well as gentle worry. He flashed and hugged Lingxi in his arms. He whispered in her ear, "What are you worried about? It's only at this level. How could it be difficult for me?" Lingxi pinched his nose. "You only know how to boast. What are you going to do next?" After passing through the gate of life and death, it would be a little difficult to reach the next realm in a short period of time. When he reached the gate of life and death, Long Chen had another doubt in his heart. What was his next realm? When an ordinary person reached the gate of life and death, they would already be in the 9th stage of Nirvana Tribulation realm, and the next realm would be the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. But Long Chen wondered if his next realm would be the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. Probably not. Probably only one person could answer this question, Su Mukun, who was already in the 9th stage of Nirvana Tribulation realm. He was a divine dragon, but he had yet to reach the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. That meant that Long Chen's next realm wouldn't be the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. What would it be? An even more terrifying Nirvana Tribulation. Thus, he said, we've already been here for 3 months. Let's go out and take a look. I'll also ask Su Mukun a question. If you have time, you can ponder about the ethereal immortal sect, while I'll study the slaughter Tao and time Tao. Okay. Lingxi nodded her head obediently. After 3 months, the two of them came out of the tunnel for the first time. The 9-colored mist was still lingering outside. No one dared to pass through the battlefield of the gods. They followed the path back to the Bluestone Plaza where the divine spiritual rain had fallen. The disciples were still welcoming the divine spiritual rain, but some of them had changed. Most of them didn't move. A small portion of them were undergoing their tribulations. There were also a few who had entered a mysterious state. Their eyes were closed, and their expressions were changing rapidly. Their bodies were covered in a mysterious color. That was the power of reincarnation. They were undergoing their reincarnation tribulations. Chapter 1836. The faraway demon divine realm was peaceful. There were 108 divine beast residences in the demon divine realm. Among them, the Dream Fox God Estate was home to a large number of foxes. Among them, there were a few who had inherited the noble bloodline of the Dream Fox. These bloodlines occupied the best mountains and plains in the Dream Fox God Estate. They enjoyed the best treatment and had the strongest battle power, but their numbers were small. Among them, the 9-tailed heavenly fox possessed the noblest bloodline in the fox clan. The 9-tailed celestial fox clan's battle prowess was outstanding. Most of the top experts in the Dream Fox clan came from the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. Thus, the 9-tailed celestial fox clan had extremely high authority here. The area they occupied was called the Sky Fox Realm. 2 months ago, Mo Xiaolang followed Ruo Shi to the Sky Fox Realm and settled down there. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Under Ruo Shi's guidance, Mo Xiaolang had devoured the divine fire and crossed the gate of life and death to reach the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Because of Ruo Shi, his reputation gradually spread in the Sky Fox Realm. What attracted the most attention wasn't his talent, but the half-demon accompanying him. For the Yao race, it was inappropriate for a half-demon to enter the noble Sky Fox realm. However, Ruo Shi's authority was overwhelming and she had a noble status. She treated the two of them as her younger siblings, and she had even warned the others about it. So basically, no one dared to say anything and just turned a blind eye to it. One day, Mo Xiaolang was communicating with Long Chen through star talismans. Long Chen was cultivating in the martial god Tomb's tunnels, preparing to attack the gate of life and death. At this time, Ruo Shi arrived. She smiled sweetly and said, "I've already told my friends from the spirit race about your brother. He will be out of danger in a year." Ruo Shi is a good person. Mo Xiaolang's impression of her improved a lot. He said, "Thank you very much Ruo Shi Jijia." The fox girl shook her sexy buttocks as she walked in front of Mo Xiaolang. She first teased him and then said, "There is a small task that has been given to me. I have to go out for some time. While I'm not here, you have to learn how to get along with people. Be a bit more well-behaved. I will be back soon. You will eventually have to integrate into the monster race, so I can't follow you everywhere. You're leaving." Mo Xiaolang frowned slightly. To be honest, it was not easy for him to get along with the others. It was mostly because of Sui Yan. Don't worry. I've told these little bastards that they won't cause trouble for you because of Sui Yan. Ruoshi promised. All right. Mo Xiaolang nodded. After chatting for a while longer, Ruoshi left. Mo Xiaolang looked at the land of the monster race. It was peaceful, but there would always be a storm. I heard her say that the next realm will be very strange. Tai Chi divinity, what is that? Whatever, once I cross this Tai Chi divinity, I will be able to break through to the reincarnation realm. I need power. He needed endless power so that he would have the qualifications to rise in the vast monster race. Big Brother is even more troublesome. He has to cross 3 strange realms before he can break through to the reincarnation realm. Battlefield of the Gods, Martial God Tomb. Long Chen discovered that there were traces of fighting in the surroundings. It seemed that even though they were bathing in the divine spirit rain, they were still fighting. But what were they fighting over? No one dared to touch those who were undergoing the divine spirit rain. Long Chen once heard that when one was bathing in the divine spirit rain, a Tao artifact would appear. Just as he was thinking about this matter, above the martial god tomb, a Tao artifact was tossed out. As the divine spirit rain landed on the ground, the Su clan's disciples that were still conscious were in an uproar. However, when they saw that this Tao artifact only had 30 Tao patterns, there were very few people fighting over it. Long Chen finally understood. This Tao artifact probably came from that space filled with treasures. The martial god tomb was very strange. Be it the divine spirit rain or the world filled with treasures, they were all very mysterious. Among the Su family disciples, there were a few late-phase Nirvana Tribulation realm cultivators who were actually undergoing the reincarnation tribulation. It was unknown how many people would be able to experience their own reincarnation in the 100 reincarnations and not lose themselves. What surprised Long Chen was that Su Mu Chen was not among them. He had yet to touch the reincarnation tribulation realm. Not only did he not touch the reincarnation tribulation realm, but he was also in pain as he was alone in the corner. His eyes were tightly shut and his fists were clenched. His body was trembling and there was a black mist surrounding him. The mist turned into a demon and accompanied him. The aura of a demonic dragon was released without a doubt. Long Chen walked near Su Mu Chen, but there was no place for the divine spirit rain. Seeing that he was in pain, he said, rather than being anxious, "Why don't you come out and rest for a while before working hard again?" Su Mu Chen clearly saw that everyone was undergoing the reincarnation tribulation. As the person with the highest chance of passing the reincarnation tribulation, he had been bathing in the divine spirit rain for 3 months, but there was still no effect. Perhaps he had something that he was obsessed with and was chasing after, so he was especially eager to become stronger. After hearing Long Chen's words, he woke up from the pain. He opened his eyes and looked around. In the end, he saw Long Chen outside of the divine spirit rain. Shortly after, he stood up and walked to Long Chen. He said, "You actually haven't bathed in the divine spirit rain yet." "I'm not interested in it," Long Chen said indifferently. "Oh." Su Mu Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for what you said just now. You're right, there's no use in being anxious. I came out to take a look and felt much more relaxed. It was too stifling in the divine spirit rain. Can I ask you a question?" Long Chen straightforwardly stated his intention. "Please speak." Su Mu Chen was tall and burly, he was taller than Long Chen. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "I've already passed the gate of life and death. You're also a super divine dragon, so I'd like to ask about the next realm." From the moment he mentioned the gate of life and death, Su Mu Chen already knew what he wanted to ask. It was a question that had troubled him in the past. Therefore, he said, "You won't encounter the reincarnation tribulation next. You're only at the 8th grade Nirvana tribulation. This cannot be concealed. You have to pass through the 9th grade Nirvana tribulation to face the reincarnation tribulation. I'm afraid that you've only passed through the 8th grade Nirvana tribulation, right? In reality, Long Chen had only passed through the 6th grade nirvana tribulation. But he nodded his head, indicating that he agreed. Su Mu Chen said, "The next realm is very peculiar. Because there are too few super divine dragons, no one has named it. At that time, you will encounter a strange opponent formed by the heavens and earth. He calls himself the Tai Chi deity. He will fight with you, and if you can defeat him, you'll obtain the Tai Chi nirvana energy. Just like me right now, this nirvana energy is powerful enough to contend against the reincarnation energy. There are even many miraculous things about it. Until now, I still feel that it's a little unimaginable. But if you lose to the Tai Chi deity, you'll die. So that's how it is." Long Chen suddenly understood. He continued to ask, "How powerful is this Tai Chi deity?" Su Mu Chen said, "It's quite shocking. It's even more difficult than the gate of life and death. I was almost killed." Although he had arranged a battle with Long Chen, he knew everything about this aspect. Su Mu Chen said it casually, but Long Chen had a rough idea of how difficult it was. The 18 tribulations were terrifying, and they were getting more and more terrifying. He was thinking, if the next level was the god of Tai Chi, then the level after that, and the level after that, what would the difference be? In this world, there had probably not been a dragon warrior of his level, so probably no one knew. However, the power of Tai Chi nirvana could actually resist the power of reincarnation. It was obviously very powerful. Defeating the god of Tai Chi was probably about the same as an ordinary person passing through the 1 yuan reincarnation tribulation. "Long Chen, since you've already stepped through the gate of life and death, then according to our agreement, I'm afraid that we'll have to settle our grudges," Su Mu Chen suddenly said. Long Chen wasn't surprised. Even if he didn't like his two sisters, the blood feud was still hatred. He was already being a gentleman by letting Long Chen reach the gate of life and death before fighting with Long Chen. Long Chen said, "It's not suitable here. Let's wait for another day." "Aren't you going to enter the reincarnation tribulation realm?" He wasn't afraid of Su Mu Chen, but he wasn't willing to fight here. Although the Azure Stone Plaza was huge, the two of them were in their dragon forms. There were too many restrictions when fighting, and if someone accidentally charged into the 9-colored mist, it would be troublesome. "Sure, but I'm afraid that when I reach the reincarnation tribulation realm, you won't be my opponent." Su Mu Chen's tone was calm as he looked at the divine rain. "That might not be the case." Long Chen smiled indifferently. After a pause, he said, "Moreover, whether you can reach the rebirth tribulation realm or not, whether you can survive or not, is still a problem. How can I let you look down on me?" Su Mu Chen said as he dived into the divine rain. He closed his eyes and focused on the reincarnation Tao. Their conversation attracted many people's attention. After all, Su Mu Chen was getting more and more important. Seeing that Long Chen didn't dare to fight, everyone had disdainful expressions on their faces. "If you don't dare to fight, then don't dare to fight. Why are you finding so many excuses? How embarrassing." Su Tianyuan sneered. Su Jiuyou knelt beside him and said, "That brat is just relying on a concealment method. Otherwise, Brother Mu Chen would have dealt with him long ago. There's no need for a fight. Judging from the looks of it, Yuji and Yuyao probably died in his hands. This Long Chen, if he can't get rid of him, I won't accept it." Long Chen sat cross-legged at the edge of the Bluestone Plaza. The god of Tai Chi was clearly still very far away. After he calmed down, he once again thought about what had happened to him when he was looking at the relief sculptures in the tunnel. That ancient beast might have brought me to a distant star system and seriously injured me to death. Then, the Dragon Jade Dao Seal used the method of reversing the flow of time to defy the heavens and change my fate, bringing me back to life. Regardless of whether this happened or not, the method of reversing the flow of time is truly shocking. Back then, the third stage of the extreme cosmic finger, time reversal, had too little of an effect. After Long Chen obtained the body of a divine dragon, the extreme cosmic finger was completely ineffective. Only the mystical ability of the void cosmic dragon could have an effect on his physical body and primordial spirit. Chapter 1837. A long time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this time, many primordial Tao artifacts and primordial immortal essences appeared. To the disciples of the Su family, these were bestowed to them by their ancestors. They were sacred items. Even if they were inferior, they had to keep them and worship them. Not to mention, most of the primordial Tao artifacts were very good. There was even an primordial Tao artifact with 70 Tao patterns. Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo fought for a long time. In the end, Su Jiuyo got it first. A primordial Tao artifact with 70 Tao patterns was not an ordinary item for them. During this time, Su Muchen was still focused on his cultivation, but he still did not come into contact with the reincarnation tribulation. There were a total of 4 disciples undergoing the tribulation. 3 of them were still going through it, while the last one had already suffered a backlash from the reincarnation tribulation. He lost himself and died in the reincarnation tribulation. The onlookers were terrified. Even though they had done sufficient training and were in front of their ancestors' tombs, if their minds were not mature, their wills were not strong enough, and they were not strong enough, they would not be able to escape death. Therefore, Long Chen understood that even Su Muchen could not guarantee that he could enter the reincarnation tribulation realm. His target should be the 5 great dragon cities. Long Chen pondered. During this period of time, Long Chen was immersed in his cultivation of time reversal. His mind was constantly replaying the scene from back then. The scene became clearer and clearer. It was so clear that after he died, every scene of how he survived seemed to be replaying in his mind. That terrifying giant starry sky beast was like a chrysalis, still existing in Long Chen's mind. He had cultivated the extreme cosmic finger before, so he roughly knew what time reversal felt like. Back then, he had comprehended time reversal while fighting with his father-in-law, the Lingwu sword master. Just like now, he still felt that something was missing. Time reversal is one of the attributes of time. In the inheritance of the void cosmic dragon, there must be a Khanate Tao art that matches this attribute. What exactly is the Khanate Tao art that allows me to instantly recover and return to the underground tunnel? Somehow, he seemed to know, but it was very vague and he could not understand it. But he was not in a hurry. He stood up and paced back and forth, pondering. On the other side, Lingxi was also cultivating the legacy of the Misty Immortal sect. Due to her outstanding comprehension power, she had gradually mastered 6 heavenly swords. As long as she crossed the gate of life and death, she would be able to control 8 heavenly swords. Everything was peaceful. Whoosh! At that instant, another Tao weapon came out of the martial god tomb and floated in Long Chen's direction, which was outside the reign of gods. Every time a Tao artifact descended, it would cause the Su family's disciples to feel nervous. This time was no exception. This was a purple longsword. At first, it did not attract anyone's attention because this purple longsword looked ordinary. It should not be an ancient Tao artifact with many Tao patterns. Everyone subconsciously searched for the Tao pattern of a purple longsword. This purple longsword was very simple. Only the hilt of the sword was engraved with a complicated purple rose that was faintly glowing. Everyone had overlooked this at first, so someone asked in confusion, why doesn't this sword even have a Tao pattern? No, the flower is a Tao pattern. No one knew who said it, but there was a commotion because they saw that the purple rose was formed by densely packed lines. If the flower was a Tao pattern, then this sword had at least 80 Tao patterns. It might even be a primordial Tao artifact. Long Chen was also attracted by this sword. The 2 primordial Tao artifacts that he had seen were rather terrifying, so he did not pay much attention to it at first. However, the commotion of the god-slaying sword reminded him. He took a closer look and saw that the purple rose had exactly 100 Tao patterns. Primordial Tao artifact. No wonder the god-slaying sword would make such a commotion. This was too much of a coincidence. Even a primordial Tao artifact had appeared. Generally speaking, the probability of an primordial Tao artifact appearing was rather low. At least every 3 or 4 times the battlefield of the gods opened, only one primordial Tao artifact would appear in the 72 divine descendants' ancient cities. In fact, the martial god ancient city had only appeared once or twice since ancient times. But this time, when Long Chen came, it actually appeared. Long Chen guessed that this must have something to do with him disrupting the order of the treasure space. Under the chaos, the primordial Tao artifact buried at the bottom was more likely to appear. The god-slaying sword urgently needed to devour a primordial Tao artifact and transform into a true primordial Tao artifact. Therefore, after counting the 100 Tao patterns, Long Chen completely threw time reversal to the back of his mind. His only goal was to obtain this primordial Tao artifact. This primordial Tao artifact was probably still in a deep slumber. The Tao spirit had not awakened, so it appeared ordinary. Once it awakened, it would probably display astonishing power. Even if Long Chen crossed the door of life and death, he might not be able to control it. While the Tao spirit had not awakened, he would snatch it and feed it to the god-slaying sword. At the same time, Su Tianyuan and the others from the Su family also realized that this purple sword was a primordial Tao artifact. They naturally could not suppress the excitement in their hearts and cried out involuntarily, 100 Tao patterns, a primordial Tao artifact that is tens of millions of years old. Oh my God! As soon as this was said, everyone was boiling with excitement. Apart from those who were undergoing their tribulations, the others stood up from their kneeling positions and looked over with fiery eyes. Among them were Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo, the 2 reincarnation tribulation realm experts, and Su Mukan, who had yet to undergo his tribulation. Long Chen was the closest to the purple sword. However, he understood that if he did not deal with this Su family disciple, he would not be able to snatch this purple sword with peace of mind. One must know that an primordial Tao artifact was not something that could be easily taken away. Once it awakened, the god nation would probably be destroyed by it. Ding! With a crisp sound, the purple sword stabbed into the bluestone square. The bluestone square was built during the Divine Spirit era and was extremely hard. However, the purple sword could directly stab at least 20 centimeters into it. After a short period of shock, in the next moment, everyone forgot the difference between themselves and the primordial Tao artifact and rushed over. The ones who rushed the most were the disciples who were the heaviest. Su Tianyuan and the others were still behind. The primordial Tao artifact's Tao spirit has not awakened yet. Your strength has not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm. If you touch the primordial Tao artifact, you will definitely die. Don't be blinded by treasures. Su Tianyuan did not bat an eyelid and shouted loudly. That's right. If anyone rashly awakens the primordial Tao artifact's Tao spirit, I'm afraid you will not have the strength to protect yourselves. Do you want all the disciples of the martial god ancient city to die here? These words scared the hot-headed disciples. They all stopped in their tracks and broke out in a cold sweat. Big brother Tianyuan, big brother Jiuyo, what do you think we should do? Everyone was very unwilling. Their eyes were anxiously looking at the purple sword. Su Tianyuan said, we are all brothers and sisters. Calm down first. The primordial Tao artifact is the common property of the martial god ancient city. No matter who obtains it, they will have to return it to Grandpa and let him distribute it. Therefore, no one is thinking about it. But whoever obtains the primordial Tao artifact will definitely receive an unimaginable reward. Many disciples were still very tempted. Su Jiuyo laughed coldly and said, that's right. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead and try. You are really a greedy snake trying to swallow an elephant. You have not even reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, yet you dare to covet the primordial Tao artifact. When these words were said, all the disciples were frightened. Step back. Let's do it. Su Tianyuan had to be strict with them. All the disciples could only step back obediently. At this moment, a tall man in black did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the purple sword. Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo hurriedly chased after him and shouted in unison, "Su Mukin, stop." Su Tianyuan said, "The primordial Tao artifact is very important. Don't act on your own. The three of us will work together." "That's right." Su Mukin said calmly, "According to the ancestors' rules, anything obtained before entering the tomb is a gift from the ancestor. Even if it is the primordial Tao artifact, if I can control it, it will be mine. As the elder brothers, is it appropriate for you to fool your younger brothers and sisters?" When these words were said, Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo's faces alternated between green and red. "How dare you lie?" All the young disciples were ready to make a move again. Su Mukin glanced at them coldly and said, "But they are right. You do not have the ability. You are simply seeking death." Even Su Mukin would risk his life for the primordial Tao artifact. It should be known that if he had the primordial Tao artifact, even if he did not step into the reincarnation tribulation realm, he would almost have that level of combat power. The prerequisite was that he could control the purple sword. Su Mukin looked at Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo and said, "Cut the crap. Let's fight. The final winner will obtain the primordial Tao artifact. Do you want to take turns or do you want to fight together?" He was usually quiet. In the martial god ancient city, his reputation was inferior to Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. However, when he displayed his true combat power, he was domineering and completely suppressed the two of them. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the number one person among the new generation in the martial god ancient city. Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo looked at each other. As the elder brothers, they had their own pride. However, when they recalled how Su Mukin defeated Qin Bao Lai of the Skyfire Divine City, they still chose to fight together. At this moment, Long Chen attacked from the side and said, "It's so unfair to fight together. How about we fight after we finish them off?" The last sentence was directed at Su Mukin. He finally accepted the challenge. For the primordial Tao artifact, for the transformation of the god-slaying sword, Long Chen did not hesitate to fight with Su Mukin. The addition of Long Chen made the situation even more chaotic. Su Tianyuan looked at him coldly and said, "You only know how to dodge. What qualifications do you have to fight with us? If you have the guts, fight with us head-on." Su Jiuyo also sneered and said, "Wishful thinking. You are not a member of my Su clan, and you still want to take away the item bestowed by my Su clan's ancestor?" Black light circulated in Su Mukin's eyes. He seemed to be getting more and more excited. He clenched his fist and replied in a deep voice, "Okay." Chapter 1838. Su Mukin's attention towards Long Chen was akin to a slap to Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo. They thought that since they were all from the Su clan, Su Mukin should work together to deal with Long Chen. However, they never expected that he wouldn't care about the two of them. After all, the two of them were Su Mukin's elder brothers. "Su Mukin, if the primordial Tao artifact falls into the hands of others, you'll be condemned." Su Tianyuan sneered. Time was limited, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He hooked his finger at Su Tianyuan and said, "If you want to threaten others, you have to defeat me first. In my eyes, the two of you are just troublesome fellows." As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated towards the back. His cold and indifferent expression caused Su Tianyuan, who thought highly of himself, to tremble with anger. All these years, he could be said to have boundless glory, but he never expected that his status would actually undergo such a change after coming to the battlefield of gods. A random person from the lower world could actually bully him. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand. Back then, if it wasn't for my fifth and strict order to not kill you, we wouldn't have been restrained. Today, there are no seniors here, so I'll let you have a taste of true reincarnation." Su Tianyuan did as he said. He tapped his feet and turned into a snow-white ray of light as he charged towards Long Chen. On the other side, Su Jiuyo was facing Su Mukan. He was in a difficult position and didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. Long Chen stood on the spot and sighed. It had been nearly a year since he came to the eternal celestial domain. Back then, he was just a weak ant before the Wind Dragon Stream Lord. But today was his first time fighting a reincarnation tribulation stage expert. Su Tianyuan's aura was magnificent. His entire body was shrouded in golden light. In his eyes, there were 9 martial gods presiding over each eye, a total of 18 martial gods. The martial god will erupted like never before, and he even used seething god blood. In order to defeat Long Chen, he was going all out. The silhouettes of 18 martial gods appeared behind him, complementing the martial god mausoleum. It was as if he had already fused with the martial god mausoleum. After absorbing the divine rain for nearly 4 months, his reincarnation energy had also skyrocketed. Every movement he made could shake the earth and mountains. Buzz. The 3,000 golden reincarnation soldiers spread out, covering Su Tianyuan's figure. For a moment, the enemies covered the sky and covered the earth, following Su Tianyuan's powerful attacks. Indestructible martial sovereign seal. Su Tianyuan rapidly formed hand seals. Reincarnation power gathered in his hands, forming a golden mark. This golden mark was trembling, and it seemed as if the space around it was going to crack. Clearly, it was filled with boundless power. The 3,000 reincarnation soldiers did the same. They formed a golden mark in their hands and attacked Long Chen. Crash. In order to defeat Long Chen, he had used all his trump cards. The young city lord of the martial god ancient city, Su Sheng, had relied on this indestructible martial exalt seal technique to dominate the world. Within the seal, there was a primordial divine character. This was a Xiantian Dao technique left behind by a true martial god. It was not easy to cultivate it, especially when used with the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers. Seeing this shocking scene, the faces of the Su family's disciples were filled with excitement. They did not like Long Chen in the first place. They wanted to see him defeated by the indestructible martial sovereign seal technique. Facing such a powerful attack, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He knew that his opponent was not Su Tianyuan. He recalled the scene of Su Muchen defeating a reincarnation tribulation realm expert with a single move. At this moment, the god-slaying sword, which was shrouded in a cold gray aura, appeared in his hand. Long Chen held the sword hilt and his eyes fell on the 83 Dao patterns. He muttered, "You want to become an immemorial Dao artifact. You want to accompany me in battle. Let's see if you can live up to expectations today." After passing through the gate of life and death, he had accumulated too much power in his body. He needed to release it. Su Tianyuan, in Long Chen's eyes, he had already become Qin Bao Lai of the heavenly fire god city. Long Chen silently pointed the god-slaying sword at his opponent. When the god-slaying sword confirmed its target, it suddenly let out a shocking scream. Everyone seemed to be able to see a gray skeleton formed completely by gray sword chi appearing behind Long Chen. That might be the Grim Reaper. Anyway, no matter who saw this gray skeleton, they would feel their scalp go numb. Wordless art. With a wave of his hand, 81 streams of sword chi formed a unique trajectory and shot out. The god-slaying sword's power was majestic, but it was completely under Long Chen's control. The 81 streams of sword chi were much weaker than before. The 4-elemental death sword chi was terrifyingly fast. In a flash, it clashed with the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers. The 3,000 reincarnation soldiers charged forward with the indestructible martial sovereign seal technique. They were majestic like heavenly soldiers and generals. However, when they came into contact with the death sword chi, they were all torn apart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying gray sword chi instantly wiped out the death sword chi. Wherever it went, the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers were all destroyed. In front of the 83 Dao patterns, they had no resistance at all. The upgrade of the god-slaying sword had already resulted in such a terrifying improvement. When the 81 sword chi finally merged together and formed a giant gray sword, Su Tianyuan's eyes turned cold. The indestructible martial sovereign seal technique violently attacked. He let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, forming a huge impact that deafened the disciples of the Su family. Exhausted your limited abilities. Without batting an eyelid, Long Chen waved his hand, and the huge gray sword collided with the immortal martial sovereign's imprint. Slaughter, death, and devouring. Layers upon layers of negative energy tore through the golden imprint like a devil, piercing through it. A long streak of light shot through Su Tianyuan's body. Even though he had the martial god's reincarnation body, he was still pierced by the god-slaying sword. If Long Chen hadn't stopped in the end, this sword would have taken his life. Su Tianyuan was defeated in one move. His body was stained with blood and he fell to the ground. When he saw this scene clearly, Long Chen inhaled a breath of cold air. His expression froze and he couldn't recover for a long time. No one went to help Su Tianyuan. They looked at Long Chen in shock. Their bodies turned cold and their scalps went numb. In their eyes, this cold youth was already equivalent to death. Jilyo, do you still want to fight? Su Mukin said. If Su Jilyo wasn't an idiot, he knew the difference between him and Su Mukin. Moreover, Long Chen had inexplicably become so powerful. Clearly, he could only choose to endure it. His eyes turned a few times and he said, Su Mukin, you are a member of my Su family. If the primordial Tao artifact is taken away by others, we won't be able to explain it to the ancestors. You don't have to worry about that. Su Muchen had already made his preparations for battle. His eyes became exceptionally fiery as he finally saw an opponent that could make his blood boil. Everything about him was so similar to him. Fighting against such an opponent would simply make him go crazy. Su Jilyo conserved his strength and saved Su Tianyuan. He brought him into the divine spiritual reign. Under the protection of the divine spiritual reign and the primordial immortal soul, Su Tianyuan's injuries didn't continue to worsen. However, he still needed a certain amount of time to recover. The god-slaying sword was a killing god weapon. Even simple injuries might not be easy to recover from. The Bluestone Plaza was very big. However, it seemed a little small for the two dragon martial artists. Su Jilyo led the disciples to hide at the edge of the corner where the divine spiritual rain fell. As for Lingxi, she stood in another direction. Her snow-white dress fluttered and her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Her eyes never left Long Chen. And between Long Chen and Su Mukin was the primordial Tao artifact that was still in a deep sleep, the purple longsword. The longsword was shrouded in purple mist. Seeing that Long Chen's god-slaying sword had become so powerful, Su Mukin was very puzzled. He took out the black halberd from before. With his tall figure, he was like a god of war in the night, mysterious and demonic. Long Chen's opponent had undoubtedly made his blood boil. Pitch-black dragon scales had already appeared on his body and covered his entire body, turning him into a killing machine in a short period of time. The unconcealable sharpness came from the primordial demonic dragon. Long Chen put down the god-slaying sword. His body was also covered with blood-colored dragon scales. If the primordial demonic dragon was said to be mysterious, then he was filled with murderous intent and was frightening. His sharpness was even above Su Mukin's. Su Mukin held the black halberd in his hand. The halberd was thick and 3 meters long. He introduced in a sonorous voice, "This is the Black Heavenly Dragon Halberd. It has a total of 72 Tao patterns. I obtained it in battle." Perhaps he wanted to know what Long Chen's Tao artifact was, so he took the initiative to introduce it. Long Chen was holding the Tao patterns, so they couldn't see them. Long Chen naturally wouldn't fall for this trick. He smiled and said, "Cut the crap. Let's go." Deal. Su Mukin was a righteous person. If the other party wasn't willing to say, he wouldn't pursue the matter. Before the battle, they both looked at the purple longsword. That was an primordial Tao artifact. Both of them were burning with passion. If Long Chen didn't have to create the god-slaying sword, just by holding the purple longsword in his hand, if he could control it, he would have reached the heavens in a single step. Whoever won would have reached the heavens in a single step. Therefore, they had no reason not to fight with their lives on the line. At the most peaceful moment, both of them began to fight crazily. The dragon form wasn't suitable for a place like the Bluestone Square. The nine-colored mist was too terrifying. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't use the divine dragon form to fight. Hua. Two figures, one red and one black, clashed with a loud bang in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The gray longsword and the black heavenly dragon halberd clashed violently. Long Chen had the advantage in terms of physical strength and the terrifying god-slaying sword. However, Su Mukin had the Tai Chi Nirvana power. In terms of quality, both surpassed Long Chen. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Only then did Long Chen understand how shocking Su Mukin was. If not for the god-slaying sword's transformation, he wouldn't have been able to catch up to his opponent after entering the gate of life and death. Wherever the two of them went, the Bluestone Square exploded. Both of them were very careful. They didn't rush out of the Bluestone Square. Otherwise, the nine-colored mist would take their lives. After a short period of testing, a storm came crashing down. 21 p.m., 3 p.m. I'll inform you about the last time. Today's 10 p.m. was arranged as such. I've been preparing for this crazy update for a few days. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I wasn't able to complete it in advance. Today, I clenched my teeth and persevered for a long time. Although it was extremely tough and I've never done such hard work before, it's always a wonderful thing to have someone admire me. As of now, Dragon's Blood is already the 5th most popular fantasy novel on the internet. For a newcomer, this is very heaven-defying and unique. However, I want to continue working hard. This can't be my peak, right? Chapter 1839. This could be considered the most hot-blooded battle in Long Chen's history. The other party was barbaric, violent, and swift. Regardless of fighting style, it was similar to Long Chen, which made him feel that he had met his match. Under the situation where their fighting strength was on the same level, the two of them would be using divine abilities and Tao arts. Su Mukin's demonic aura wreaked havoc as a demonic dragon coiled around his body. Under the anticipation of the Su clan's disciples, his black sky dragon halberd forced Long Chen back time and time again. The Tai Chi Nirvana energy was extremely overbearing. When it was executed together with Su Mukin's Tao, it was truly frightening. At this moment, Su Mukin raised the black sky dragon halberd high up as he charged towards Long Chen. Every single step he took would cause the entire Azure Stone Plaza to tremble. On the black sky dragon halberd, a black vortex gradually formed. This was the attack that Su Mukin had used against Qin Bao Lai. In that instant, the black vortex abruptly expanded. The vortex was like a huge mouth with millions of black demonic dragons shuttling in it, forming into a slaughter array as it pounced over. Seeing this shocking scene, the Su clan's disciples exclaimed. Even Su Joyo's face was pale. Unknowingly, Su Mukin had pulled so much distance between them. Long Chen's figure was like a roaming dragon. From the start of the battle, he had not lost a single bit and had even gained the upper hand. Now that he had a rough grasp of Su Mukin's strength, he would no longer be courteous. The god-slaying sword stood on his chest. His opponent's momentum was vast, but he did not budge. The god-slaying sword in his hand started to be covered in a layer of crimson longsword. Dense primordial slaughter runes wandered on it and a shocking killing aura was released. In a short period of time, he could completely confront his opponent. On the two sides of the Azure Stone Plaza, one side was filled with a torrential demonic aura, while the other side was covered in a bloody mist. Demonic devour the heavens and earth. Su Mukan roared as the black sky dragon halberd slashed down. A black vortex swept towards Long Chen. In an instant, it looked like the end of the world. The vortex was like a huge mouth that was devouring Long Chen. Back then, Qin Bao Lai, who was at the reincarnation tribulation stage, was defeated by this move. But this time, Su Mukan executed it with the black sky dragon halberd, so the power was even more shocking. Except, Long Chen made everyone see that he was even more terrifying. Hiss. The blood-colored sword Qi soared into the sky, and the immemorial slaughter runes formed a blood-colored divine dragon that coiled around the god-slaying sword. When the demon devouring heaven and earth descended, Long Chen used the heaven-slaughtering blood sword to slash through the sky. The blood-colored sword Qi immediately expanded to over 1,000 meters and slashed at the demon devouring heaven and earth. Rip. Sword Qi exploded, and the god-slaying sword tore the devouring heavens and earth into two with the momentum of tearing the sky apart. Wherever the blood-colored sword Qi went, countless demonic dragons were pierced through, howling miserably as they dissipated. For the first time, Su Mu Chen's demonic energy was defeated. It was repelled by Long Chen's heavenly slaughtering blood sword, and it crashed into the range of the divine spiritual rain. This scene made everyone realize that Long Chen had also reached an unbelievable level. His combat prowess could only be higher than Su Mu Chen's. The primordial Dao artifact was in danger, and almost everyone was on tenterhooks. Long Chen attacked again, and Su Mu Chen resisted with 3,000 reincarnation soldiers, but he was killed by Long Chen one by one. The heaven-slaughtering blood sword from before was more than 10 times stronger than the one Long Chen had used before, but it still couldn't hurt his opponent. That was why Long Chen took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. He deeply realized that Su Mu Chen was definitely not easy to deal with. Even at this moment, his eyes were still shrouded in the demonic fog, and his body released a large amount of demonic energy, proving that he still had a strong vitality. Swish, swish, swish. Blood-colored sword Qi tumbled everywhere. Both of them had already become crazy in the battle, and Su Mu Chen's madness was not inferior to Long Chen's. He clashed with Long Chen with the black sky dragon halberd. His hands were already full of blood, but he frowned. In the next moment, Su Mu Chen let out an angry roar that belonged to a dragon. As the sound waves swept out, he rushed over again. His whole body seemed to have transformed into a demonic dragon. In his eyes, tens of thousands of dragons surged and let out angry roars. Primordial demonic consciousness. Demonic consciousness. This was an attack on the spiritual level. Long Chen was suddenly immersed in a black world. This world was incomparably vast. He was shocked to find that there were tens of thousands of huge black demonic dragons around him. These demonic dragons moved like ghosts and flew around him. They let out some strange sounds from their mouths. They grew louder and louder, and in the end, it seemed like there were billions of flies buzzing around him. That sound was simply maddening. Swish. At this moment, countless demonic dragons rushed over. Long Chen attacked with the god-slaying sword, but he found that he could not stop these demonic dragons. They all entered his body and violently collided with his primordial spirit of the void universe dragon. Primordial demonic consciousness, primordial spirit attack. Long Chen laughed. The void universe dragon let out an angry roar, and the demonic dragons that rushed into his body were all defeated and torn to pieces. In the eyes of the void universe dragon, these tens of thousands of demonic dragons could not withstand a single blow. At this moment, the Lingxi sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. When the primordial demonic consciousness attacked again, the Lingxi sword formed a dense sword shadow, and all the demonic dragons were torn to pieces by the sword shadow. Break. Long Chen let out a roar. The Lingxi sword finally showed its power and killed tens of thousands of divine dragons. The sword pierced through this huge space. He believed that this would definitely cause serious damage to Su Mu Chen. It had to be said that this move of the primordial demonic consciousness was quite terrifying. This was the divine ability of the primordial demonic dragon. Probably not many people could withstand it. However, Long Chen's primordial spirit was the ancestor of all dragons, and it was extremely powerful. Rip. His field of vision became clear. At the moment when his field of vision widened, Long Chen was shocked to see a huge divine dragon that was thousands of meters long appear in front of him. This divine dragon was completely black and shrouded in a thick fog. The dragon scales on its body were orderly and mysterious, and its black eyes were like deep pools. Demonic aura swept around it. The most peculiar thing was that there were a total of 9 pairs of huge flesh wings on both sides of its ribs. They looked like bat wings, and although they looked rotten, they were, in fact, filled with demonic aura. Every pair of flesh wings was like the edge of a blade, and possessed terrifying attack power. If Su Mu Chen had not gone mad, he would not have revealed his divine dragon body at this moment. At the moment when Long Chen escaped from the primordial demonic consciousness, the huge black dragon claw of the primordial demonic dragon descended from the sky and slammed onto his head. At this crucial moment, Long Chen could only use the god-slaying sword to block it. However, the other party's attack was ferocious, and Long Chen was still sent flying. The terrifying power of the divine dragon body caused Long Chen's blood to boil, and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The disciples of the martial god ancient city's Su family cheered. The huge body of the primordial demonic dragon coiled in the limestone plaza. Black fog spread out, and in a short period of time, all the areas that could be controlled were controlled by the demonic fog. Just when he hit Long Chen, the slender black dragon tail swept a black heavenly dragon halberd that was also thousands of meters long and slashed towards Long Chen. Do you think you're the only one with the divine dragon body? Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he charged towards the huge black heavenly dragon halberd. In the process of advancing, the blood-colored fog surged. In an instant, he transformed into a 600-meter-long primordial spiritual blood dragon. The incomparably tough slaughter dragon body hugged the other party's black heavenly dragon halberd with its dragon claws. The thick dragon tail swept over, whipping the primordial demonic dragon's body and pressing it to the ground. The primordial demonic dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. The dragon scales on its body scattered, and blood splattered. In terms of physical strength, it was far from being Long Chen's match. It struggled with all its might, shaking off the killing machine of the divine dragon, Long Chen. Its 9 pairs of wings spread out, forming a black blade. The Tai Chi Nirvana power swept through its body, and the black heavenly dragon halberd was still under its control. It descended from the sky with bloodshot eyes, all for the sake of victory. From a certain perspective, it was someone very similar to Long Chen, just that their experiences were different. In terms of bloodline, the primordial blood spiritual dragon was rather superior. Although Su Mu Chen was powerful, his aura wasn't comparable to this miracle of slaughter. When he descended once again, the two dragons engaged in an extremely intense confrontation. Explosions rang out on the narrow bluestone plaza. The two dragons simply dazzled the eyes of the crowd. Only at this moment did they understand that the so-called descendants of deities were simply fragile tofu in front of this dragon martial artist. The sharp dragon claws, dragon teeth, dragon tail, and even the rotten flesh wings were the most terrifying weapons. Naturally, Long Chen also knew how to use the god-slaying sword. In his dragon claws, the god-slaying sword instantly expanded from a small gray sword to 500 meters. The sharp blade surged with sword aura, and the torrential sword aura of death spread out. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with his dragon claws. Although he had the body of a divine dragon, he was still very familiar with it. Furthermore, he executed the eternal instant and other super abilities of the void cosmic dragon. Although his body wasn't as huge as Su Muken's, Long Chen was clearly more ferocious. The two dragons fought for a full 15 minutes before the primordial demonic dragon was completely defeated. Several pairs of its wings had been slashed by Long Chen, and its body was covered in blood and riddled with holes. Long Chen wasn't having it easy either, just that his injuries weren't as severe as his opponents. I didn't lose, Long Chen. Don't be too happy too early. Su Muchen roared. Those with undefeatable beliefs were the most terrifying madmen, and Su Muchen was the same. Despite his injuries, he didn't retreat in the slightest. The demonic aura around the primordial demonic dragon attacked once again. Devour the heavens and earth. This time, it was executed with the body of a divine dragon, and its fighting strength had increased by a lot. However, Long Chen executed the heavenly slaughter blood sword with the god-slaying sword once again. Under the body of a divine dragon, the heavenly slaughter blood sword was even more terrifying. It tore apart the huge black vortex once again, and the battle between the two even spread towards the direction of the martial god tomb. Break. Chapter 1840. Between the two of them, it could be said that Long Chen had a slight advantage over Su Muchen. However, he had exhausted nearly all of his strength to defeat Su Muchen. It was just that the two of them had completely lost their sense of propriety, causing Long Chen to carelessly send Su Muchen into the nine-colored mist. When he realized that Su Muchen was actually in the nine-colored mist, even he himself was stunned. The blood-colored Long Chen hovered together as he blankly stared at the nine-colored mist. The disciples of the Su clan were also dumbfounded. Although the battle was intense, they never imagined that a life-and-death battle would occur. Long Chen did not want to kill Su Muchen. To him, Su Muchen was an opponent worthy of his respect. What they wanted was to determine the victor, not to kill Su Muchen, therefore, he could not accept this outcome. His heart suddenly turned heavy. Even if he had obtained the purple longsword, he did not feel that extreme joy anymore. Boom! At this moment, something fell from the nine-colored mist. Long Chen was shocked to see that it was a complete set of black dragon bones. From the 9 pairs of wings, he could tell that it was definitely Su Muchen's bones. Seeing the dragon bones, someone from the Su clan immediately cried. They never imagined that the nine-colored mist would be so terrifying. In just a short moment, it had completely corroded the body of the primordial demonic dragon. Long Chen knew that this would be the outcome if he was thrown into the nine-colored mist. Indeed, this was the land left behind by the ancestor. Truth be told, Long Chen felt deeply guilty in his heart. This was the first person that he felt guilty for killing. However, he was also helpless. This place was only so big, so it was normal for him to accidentally let Su Muchen fall into it. Bastard, you actually killed Big Brother Muchen. Arg, you will be punished by my martial god ancient city, you damn thing. They all roared at the blood-colored dragon. Long Chen turned his head to look at them. A single gaze from this huge beast made everyone obediently shut their mouths. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. Boom! The primordial origin demon dragon skeleton actually began to release an astonishing amount of demonic qi. The demonic qi gradually condensed into actual flesh and blood, dragon flesh, dragon tendons, dragon claws, dragon wings, and dragon scales. All of these slowly appeared, and finally, even the dragon's head was restored to its complete form. The primordial demonic dragon seemed to have experienced a new life. It had undergone a great transformation. At this moment, its body was filled with even more vitality than before, and its power was even more violent. Resurrection. This scene had everyone stunned. Just a moment ago, Su Muchen had completely died. However, he had completely revived at this moment. Although he had yet to awaken, his vigorous vitality was already rather terrifying. Su Muchen had died. Although he had died, he had been resurrected. Su Muchen had been of Chen. He had died. He had been resurrected 9 times. But Chen of resurrection. Back then, he and Mo Shaolang had worked together to kill the city lord of the tragic death 9 times before he truly died. Today, Su Muchen had displayed the Tao of resurrection. What was even more terrifying was that after he resurrected, not only was his strength even more majestic, his injuries had also been completely healed. He had practically recovered to his most perfect state. He didn't die, he resurrected. This was the absolute truth. Everyone was immersed in a sluggish state. Buzz. The primordial demonic dragon flapped its wings. Its huge eyes slowly opened, and when it saw Long Chen, it revealed an even more shocking fighting intent. Long Chen calmed himself down. You're a demon, you have 9 lives. Su Mu Chen shook his head. I'm a dragon, so how can I be a demon? Resurrection is a divine ability that I comprehended after passing the Tai Chi deity realm. That also means that I have 2 lives, and one has already died. Tai Chi deity. Long Chen was dumbfounded. How could there be such a strange thing? Demons had 9 lives, and after passing the Tai Chi deity realm, he had 2 lives. Su Muchen said, when you reach this realm, you'll believe it. Furthermore, my 2 lives aren't like the 9 lives of demons. Instead, I only have 2 lives within a certain period of time. I've read through historical records, and this period of time is called the divine cycle. My divine cycle is 1 year. After 1 year, I'll have 2 lives again. Su Mu Chen's words had a huge impact on Long Chen. The god of Tai Chi, this was a strange thing, divine cycle, 2 lives, then what would the 2 realms after Long Chen's divine cycle be like? Once he passed the Tai Chi deity realm, he'd have 2 lives. What did the divine cycle have to do with demons? Just as he was deep in thought, Su Mu Chen turned his massive body and stood in the sky as he coldly said, there's one more thing. My second life will be even more powerful. I lost to you before, but our battle hasn't ended yet. Murderous intent was revealed. Su Mu Chen displayed such a strong murderous intent. He probably thought that Long Chen wanted to kill him on purpose. Although Long Chen didn't do it on purpose, there was no way to explain such things. The Su family's disciples held their breaths again. They never thought that the battle between the 2 beasts was not over yet. The primordial demonic dragon killed without hesitation. He, who had recovered to his perfect state, stirred up the wind and clouds. Demonic aura surged. With his clear mind, he wasn't a demon, but the path of rebirth was truly terrifying. The Nirvana tribulation realm was known as Nirvana rebirth. Could it be that only those with talents like the super divine dragon could have the ability to be reborn? While Long Chen was still thinking about this, Su Mu Chen unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks in his primordial demonic dragon form. The 2 dragons clashed once again. Su Mu Chen had already forgotten his morals for the sake of revenge. Although he had 2 lives, who would be willing to be killed once? As the primordial demonic dragon had become stronger, it was extremely difficult to defeat him again. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and the outcome was basically a draw. This time, the battle was even more intense. Long Chen had used up all his tricks and caught the god-slaying sword. Only then did he barely manage to block his opponent. Is that all you've got? Su Mu Chen, who had the upper hand in terms of strength, sneered. His huge body moved and his 9 pairs of wings spread out, tearing open wounds on Long Chen's body. It's time to end this. Su Mu Chen hovered above Long Chen's head and quickly formed a circle. Original Demon Realm. This was an even more terrifying innate Dao art. I used half of my strength to create the original Demon Realm. You sent me into the 9-colored mist, and I'll let you have a taste of it. If you can endure it, I'll admit defeat. Su Mu Chen also felt angry in his heart. At this moment, he ignited half of his energy and quickly formed a translucent spherical membrane of light around Long Chen. The membrane of light was covered with black runes. It was as if hundreds of millions of demonic dragons were swimming around the spherical membrane of light. Long Chen seemed to have suffered the most terrifying imprisonment, causing him to be unable to move. The original Devil Realm was a kind of extremely high-level sealing art. This execution had exhausted half of Su Mu Chen's energy, and he was already exhausted after using it. Go. He controlled the original demon realm and flew towards the 9-colored mist with a cold expression. He wasn't someone without killing intent, but he felt that Long Chen was a pretty good opponent. Thus, he did not make a move. But this time, he was killed by Long Chen, which made him enraged. The terrifying original demon realm had restricted Long Chen's energy. The Crimson Dragon struggled in the original demon realm, but it was futile. Lingxi grew anxious, and just when she was about to make a move, the primordial demonic dragon noticed her and waved his hand. A small-scale original demon realm trapped Lingxi. "This is a battle between me and him, so don't interfere," Su Mu Chen reminded. He had even restricted Lingxi's ability to speak. This damnable thing. The spiritual refining flames blazed on Long Chen's body. If he was given a certain amount of time, he might be able to tear the original demon realm apart. But Su Mu Chen was too quick. Before Long Chen could tear the original demon realm apart, Su Mu Chen had already sent the original demon realm towards the nine-colored mist. Boom! Even if it was the original demon realm, when it came in contact with the nine-colored mist, it swiftly exploded and a powerful force pressed Long Chen into the mist. This was the most dangerous moment. Sensing Long Chen's approach, the nine-colored mist was like countless bugs that had caught the scent of food and pounced towards Long Chen. Spiritual refining flames. When his body was smashed into the mist, Long Chen remained calm and used the spiritual refining flames to protect himself. However, he was still a step too slow and the spiritual refining flames couldn't block the mist. Long Chen swiftly turned his body, but half of his tail was still entangled by the mist. Instantly, an indescribable pain assaulted him, causing Long Chen to shriek and twitch. Break! The spirit refinement flames surged and bombarded the nine-colored mist. Long Chen seized the opportunity to get rid of the mist and descended from the sky. Even so, at least 100 meters of his dragon tail was completely corroded by the nine-colored mist. When he was extremely close to it, Long Chen discovered that the nine-colored mist was actually composed of extremely tiny insects. However, their devouring ability was the most terrifying that Long Chen had ever seen. After losing such a large amount of flesh and blood, even Long Chen felt dizzy. He was completely unable to control his body and crashed onto the Bluestone Plaza. Blood splattered everywhere as he felt the world spinning around him. He had nearly lost all of his fighting strength. Although he didn't die, he was unable to fight against Su Mu Chen in his current state. It could also be said that he had already lost the battle against Su Mu Chen. Defeat. His vision blurred, as if Lingxi was also trapped in the original demon realm. However, Su Mu Chen did not target her. Chapter 1841. Defeat. Long Chen's consciousness was a little blurred. This word was actually very unfamiliar to him. Before the battle, he had not thought that he would lose to Su Muken, but he had not expected that his opponent would have 2 lives and the ability to be reborn. Coupled with the strange environment of the battlefield of the gods, he had lost. But whether it was for himself or for the god-slaying sword to become a primordial Tao artifact, this defeat made him very unwilling. Originally, his consciousness was blurry, but after hearing this word, he felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart, and his entire body became clear-headed. However, the more clear-headed he was, the more intense the pain of losing flesh and blood on his dragon tail became. Especially since there was a lot of nine-colored mist attached to his body and fell to the ground, those tiny insects that could not be seen were still devouring his flesh and blood, bringing him the most fatal pain. It was a pain that made him tremble. Only by clenching his teeth could he persevere. The speed at which his body was recovering was not even faster than the speed at which the nine-colored mist was devouring him. If this continued, not only would he not be able to obtain the primordial Tao artifact, he would also likely die here. He could definitely tear the original Devil Realm apart, but unfortunately, he had encountered the nine-colored mist. He was unwilling. "I'll take the primordial Tao artifact first," Su Muken said, and the huge dragon head moved towards the primordial Tao artifact. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he watched him approach the purple longsword. He watched as his injuries became more and more severe, and the pain was almost unbearable. This degree of pain reminded him of when he was still in the tunnel. At that time, he seemed to have moved a great distance to face the giant beast in the ancient star field. The giant beast had almost killed him, but he had completely recovered. That was the reversal of time. The current scene was so similar to that time. Lingxi was trapped. The primordial Tao artifact that was related to the evolution of the god-slaying sword was about to be taken away. He was seriously injured, and his injuries were even worsening. The many tribulations were so similar to the scene of impending death. He recalled the feeling of the reversal of time in his mind. Those vague places in the past matched well with his current state of mind. It made Long Chen's thoughts clear and smooth. In the blink of an eye, the Time Tao seal trembled slightly in his primordial spirit. A large amount of information was transmitted and poured into Long Chen's memory. Dream of the origin, the Time Tao seal, from the illusionary bubble to the eternal instant, and then to the time dragon, were all miraculous Taos. Now, Long Chen had finally expanded the extreme universal fingers time reversal and combined it with the Void Aeon Dragon's Tao technique to form a skill that could reverse the flow of time, which was this dream of the origin. The life-threatening pain, Lingxi's worry, and the humiliation of defeat made Long Chen's inner strength grow unprecedentedly. His fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger, and the flame in his body that had almost been extinguished started to burn fiercely at this moment, becoming more and more vigorous, more and more majestic, until a single spark started a prairie fire. Boom! At that moment, Long Chen seemed to have become the core of time. All he could do was change his own time. The endless river of time manifested before his eyes. Time covered up space and enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen transformed into a giant dragon that swam on the river of time. With a shocking will, he retreated and swam back towards the source. As he moved forward, his injuries healed. Buzz buzz. Everyone sensed Long Chen's strange movements and looked over. They discovered that Long Chen's body was emitting a special kind of ripple. Those ripples started to ripple in all directions. This was a kind of sovereign's time energy. When this energy was released, the nine-colored mist that was still attached to Long Chen's body was the first to be affected. The flesh and blood they had devoured were released. Countless tiny particles gathered on Long Chen's body. Among the nine-colored fog in the sky, a large amount of blood fog also spread out, enveloping the giant divine dragon's body. It was as if time was reversed. In the end, all the particles formed new flesh and blood on Long Chen's body. Time was still flowing, and Long Chen was still desperately reversing the flow of time. The power of dream of the origin swept through his body, producing a miraculous effect. The speed at which time was reversed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen returned to the state before he was smashed into the nine-colored fog. At that time, he still had very strong combat strength. Dream of the origin allowed Long Chen to break free from the pain and return to his powerful state. In fact, he could still swim back, but the more he swam, the more energy he would exhaust. The only thing that Dream of the origin couldn't restore was his strength. So although Long Chen's body had recovered, he had exhausted a lot of his energy, which meant that Dream of the origin was still within the heavenly Tao. But even so, compared to Su Mu Chen, who had exhausted half of his energy to unleash the origin demon realm, he still held the advantage. After Dream of the origin, Long Chen's massive dragon body quickly moved. In an instant, he was already in front of Su Mu Chen. At this moment, Su Mu Chen had already transformed into his human form. Long Chen also transformed into his human form. From the looks of it, his injuries had already recovered. This change made everyone even more startled. Dream of the origin wasn't comparable to Su Mu Chen's nirvana rebirth. After all, if Long Chen died, he wouldn't be able to execute Dream of the origin. But that wasn't the case, since Su Mu Chen only had a second life. As long as Long Chen didn't die, he would be able to swiftly recover. He's actually fully recovered. Su Tianyuan still hadn't fully recovered. At this moment, both Long Chen and Su Muchen were monstrous figures in their eyes, and they didn't dare to provoke them anymore. Within the original devil realm, Ling Shi, whose eyes were filled with hot tears, was finally crying and laughing at the same time. She had been worried sick just now. "Let her go first," Long Chen said in a low voice. "Sure." Su Muchen casually waved his hand and Lingxi regained her freedom. At this moment, Su Muchen's eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "I can't believe that you can live a second time. Didn't you fail to defeat the Tai Chi deity? How can this be? I'm not dead, so it's different." Long Chen held on to the god-slaying sword and his fighting intent didn't decrease as he walked towards Su Muchen. The storm between them rose once again. Su Muchen sighed as he waved his hand. "All right, stop fighting. I'm not as good as you." Long Chen laughed and said, "You beat me half to death, and this is enough? I haven't fought enough yet." Su Muchen said, "I know what I'm doing. I've used the origin demon realm and I'm at my wit's end. But you have an undying body. If I fight you again, I'll just be asking for a beating. Furthermore, I'm afraid I'll have to face the reincarnation tribulation soon, so I'm not in a good state to fight." Long Chen didn't expect that he would have such an encounter. To be honest, the reason why he could face the reincarnation tribulation was because of his intense battle with Long Chen. That was why he could have that final comprehension and attract the reincarnation tribulation. "You were able to recover today because of your methods. I have indeed lost. This primordial Tao treasure belongs to you. However, when I reach the samsara realm, I will definitely leave you in the dust. When that time comes, I will get it back." Su Muchen walked around him and the purple long sword. He returned to the range of the divine spiritual rain and sat down cross-legged. Long Chen thought, when you reach the reincarnation tribulation realm, this primordial Tao artifact will become the god-slaying sword's poop. You can still take it back. However, this opponent who was originally evenly matched with him actually gained space to move forward with his help. This made Long Chen feel extremely conflicted. It seemed that he had helped him, but in fact, Su Muchen had also helped him comprehend the origin of dream, so they were even. Su Muchen had actually given up on the primordial Tao artifact. This caused the Su family's faces to turn pale. They were filled with grief and indignation. However, everyone knew that aside from Su Muchen, no one else was Long Chen's opponent. They could only watch as Long Chen approached the primordial Tao artifact. Let him have it for a while. When Muchen reaches the reincarnation tribulation realm, he'll get it back. Su Tianyuan said with a pale face. That's right. He won't be able to laugh for long. Muchen will take revenge and kill him. Su Jiuyo said with certainty. The demonic dragon, who was bathed in the divine spiritual rain, had a solemn expression. Long Chen had already walked in front of the purple longsword. The previous battle had caused such a huge commotion, but the purple longsword had not been awakened. It seemed that the longsword was in a deep slumber. This was a good thing. The god-slaying sword was extremely excited. Because this was its hope to become a primordial Tao artifact. Long Chen first kept the god-slaying sword to prevent it from causing trouble here. Then, he gently touched the hilt of the purple longsword. There was no movement. The purple longsword was still in a deep slumber. On the purple rose, 100 Tao patterns emitted a gentle light. Long Chen gently held the purple longsword. He could not feel anything special about this primordial Tao artifact. It was much weaker than the stone and the pagoda. But this was also good. If it was such a crazy primordial Tao artifact, he would not be able to control it. He carefully took away the purple longsword and exchanged glances with Ling Shi. The two of them headed in the direction of the martial god's mausoleum. They wanted to recklessly destroy this primordial Tao artifact, so they naturally couldn't let the people of the Su clan see it. Where are you going? How dare you approach the Su family ancestral tomb? The Su family disciples stared at them angrily. Do you want to die? Long Chen threatened. Everyone retreated hurriedly. They wanted Su Muchen to help. But they saw that Su Mukin had already entered the state of undergoing the tribulation. If Long Chen wanted to kill them, no one could stop him. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Long Chen in fear. This insignificant young man in the martial god ancient city was actually so powerful after coming here. As such, Long Chen and Lingxi returned to the tunnel. The people from the martial god ancient city would not come here. Long Chen sealed the entrance of the tunnel and gently placed the purple longsword on the ground. He was already looking forward to it. Whether the god-slaying sword could become a primordial Tao artifact depended on whether it succeeded this time. In his hand, the god-slaying sword was already out. It was trembling with excitement. The single green eye shone with a greedy light. If Long Chen's eyes were sharp, he would notice that this greedy light was very similar to the monsters in the relief sculptures. But he did not notice it. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.